starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476. The war is about to break out. A lot can happen in a month. Kaido drank for a month, but Kaido did not gain nothing. Flame Disaster Jin finally took advantage of this time to find out some information about Uchiha Obito from his subordinates who had witnessed Uchiha Obito's killing in the past. It is said that when Uchiha Obito was attacking, he seemed to be hit by a system bullet shot by a pirate, but Uchiha Obito was not injured. It doesn't matter. After Kaido got this news, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we can attack that bastard's body, it's enough. If he hadn't taken the initiative to attack our members, I wouldn't know about this. Facing Uchiha Obito, Kaido really felt aggrieved. Now as long as he got away to attack Uchiha Obito's body, Kaido believed that he would be able to kill him and solve this big problem. Those Uchiha bastards. Kaido punched the ground and said angrily, "Sooner or later, I will kill them all." This is purely angry words. There are only 3 Uchiha who appeared in this world. In addition to Uchiha Obito in front of them and Uchiha Itachi, who has little information, there is Uchiha Sasuke who repeatedly beat the 4 emperors Kaido. Of course, Uchiha Obito's background has not been found out yet. Kaido decided to confront Uchiha Obito, this troublesome guy, for the time being. Most of the territory of Wano country can be given to Uchiha Obito, but his subordinates and weapons factories must be able to stay in the 2 areas of Wano country. This is Kaido's final bottom line. If it really doesn't work, then he can only turn against him. Unfortunately, what Kaido didn't think about was that during the month he was drinking, Uehara Naraku's army in another world had been prepared. A new world, a new power, some new resources. It is a temptation for the 5 major ninja villages, or it is a huge temptation for the entire ninja world. Each ninja village tries to select strong enough ninjas. Since the last meeting of the Akatsuki organization, various organizations in the ninja world have assembled more than 30,000 ninja coalition forces, and even the general of the Iron Country, Mifune, has led a group of samurai to join in. Most of them are led by the Kage or Kage assistants of each village. Konoha village, a 6,000-man ninja force, with Kage assistants Narashikaku, Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, Might Guy, Hatake Kakashi and others on the list. Because Tsunade is a woman with great courage. According to the meeting of their Konoha high-level officials, they believe that this time the recruitment of Uehara Naraku should be more beneficial to them. After all, Uehara Naraku has nothing to covet from them. In addition to a large number of ninja troops, there are also a large number of powerful ninjas. Of course, just in case, only Uzumaki Naruto, a powerful ninja, was sent. Other young ninjas will follow up as appropriate according to the subsequent situation. Iwagakure village, a 10,000-man ninja force led by Tsuchikage's son Huangtu. This is because the population base of Iwagakure village is too large, and there are tens of thousands of ninja troops at any time. To be honest, the ninja world has been at peace for too long. There are too many ninjas in the Hidden Rock village, but they receive very few missions. In fact, they will soon be unable to support so many people. This is almost equivalent to a split. The Hidden Cloud village, an 8,000-man ninja force, led by the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee, and the entire Hidden Cloud village was directly handed over to the Shadow Assistant Daru. Because the 4th Raikage is very interested in the new world. The Hidden Sand village, or 3,000-man ninja force, led by Temari. After all, the Hidden Sand village is too poor to even pick a decent person. The Hidden Mist village, a 5,000-man ninja force, led by the 5th Mizukage Meditarumi, because the Akatsuki organization specifically requires that most of them are water-style ninjas. The Land of Iron, a 2,000-man samurai force, led by Admiral Mifune, which is also a special request from the Akatsuki meeting. The Hidden Rain village, Kaguya Otsutsuki, Haku, Kaguya Kimimaro, Konan. Among them, Kaguya Otsutsuki no longer has the 10 tails in her body, only the 10 tails shell remains, but she can still rely on her immortal physique, and can be regarded as the pillar of power for the future of Wano country. Because Nagato and several others need to stay and continue to preside over the situation in the ninja world. They will not go to the new world. Conan is going to coordinate the allied ninja forces and is also the person who presides over this operation. As a senior member of the Akatsuki organization, Conan must be responsible for the member countries. On the sea of the ninja world, more than 30,000 allied ninja forces gathered together. The senior members of the allied ninja forces are discussing with each other the information provided by Nagato at the last Akatsuki organization meeting, and they all seem to be very interested in the new world they are about to go to. A new world. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists with excitement, and the smile on his face could hardly be suppressed. I heard that Sasuke was one of the first people to go to the new world. I wonder how strong he has become now. Maybe. Hatake Kakashi stroked the Sharingan in his eye sockets and whispered, I don't know what happened to that guy. In fact, he should be happier in the new world. Hatake Kakashi has only been Uchiha Sasuke's teacher for about a year. He knows the embarrassment of Uchiha Sasuke in the ninja world. Now he just hopes that the child who is very similar to him can live a happier life in the new world. Jiraiya grinned, patted Kakashi's shoulder, and said with a chuckle, the new world will definitely have a lot of new sources. Maybe I can publish a new best-selling novel soon. The new world should not ban my books, right? The ninja world is now ruled by the Akatsuki organization. Originally, Jiraiya, the teacher of the founder of the Akatsuki organization, should have done well. Unfortunately, because the reading materials he wrote were problematic, the Akatsuki organization has banned Jiraiya's intimate series of books from continuing to be published. Now, Jiraiya's intimate series has become out of print. Even though Jiraiya wrote 2 books during peacetime, one of which was a serious novel about ninjas, but it was a huge flop. The other intimate series could not be published, and could only be left to Kakashi, the only reader. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Hatake Kakashi's eyes suddenly lit up, with an ambiguous smile in his eyes. I heard that world is very big. Ahem. Huangtu coughed a few times, interrupting their reverie, and talked about business. It seems that Senior Nagato mentioned that the more chakra we have in our bodies in that world, the easier it is to awaken the power of that world. Everyone's eyes involuntarily stopped on Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto is the only Jinchuriki left in the ninja world. He has merged the Yin Nine Tails and the Yang Nine Tails into one. With a complete 9 tails, Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is definitely the strongest in the ninja world. Of course, even without the 9 tails, Uzumaki Naruto still has a lot of chakra in his body. While many high-ranking officials were discussing, pieces of origami flew into the air and gathered into the shape of Conan. Everyone, get ready. Conan looked at the tens of thousands of ninjas and said in a deep voice, in 10 minutes, Uehara will open the black hole between the worlds. Everyone must pass through the black hole quickly. After Conan finished speaking, she moved her fingers slightly, and pieces of white paper flew out of her hands and landed in the hands of the high-ranking officials of the Ninja Alliance. There was a map on the white paper. This is the map of our new base Wano country. After seeing the high-ranking officials of the Alliance got the map, Conan continued, next, the chief of staff of this new world expedition, Narashikaku, will tell you. What a trouble. Narashikaku rubbed his forehead, and his palm fell on his partner Yamanaka Inoichi. The next moment, the entire Ninja Alliance heard his voice from the bottom of their hearts. The entire Wano country is divided into 6 areas, with the flower capital located in the center, and the other 5 areas respectively guarding the flower country. There are certain resistance forces entrenched in the 5 areas, and these are enemies that need to be eliminated by our ground forces. Narashikaku closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, the Ninja Alliance has been divided into 5 forces according to the boundaries of the enemy. After we arrived in the new world, the Ninja Alliance immediately went to occupy various parts of Wano country. Among them, the strongest first force, led by Lord Jiraiya and Naruto, will immediately rush to occupy the Rabbit Bowl area. The second force, led by Lord Huangtu and Lord Temari, will immediately rush to occupy the Suzugo area. The third force, led by Hatake Kakashi, will immediately rush to occupy the Haime area. The fourth force, led by Lord Terumimei, will immediately rush to occupy the Hakume area. The fifth force, led by Lord Mifune, will immediately rush to occupy the Kuri area. After the various troops broke through and occupied Kuri, Yuden, Hakume, Suzugo, and Heim, they rushed to the flower capital area in the center of Wano country to gather. That will be our future base camp. After Narashikaku finished speaking, he continued calmly, anyone who resists Akatsuki on the way must be expelled and repelled, and the entire Wano country must be occupied as soon as possible. This is an expedition between the worlds, and we will all be pioneers of the new era. Understood. The voices of the 34,000 ninja coalition were like a tide. Jiraiya below took a look at the map in his hand, and suddenly said in surprise, what's the matter with the Onigashima here? Is there no enemy on this island near Wano country? Don't worry. Narashikaku smiled bitterly and whispered, the enemy there is too powerful, and it will be solved by the chakra ancestor himself. It's really embarrassing to say. The overall military strength of the ninja world is slightly inferior, only the top strength will not be much worse. However, with the existence of chakra, their strength will soon increase after adapting to the new world. Just the Wano country and its technology are enough for the ninja coalition to explore for a few years. It's time to start. Xiaonan slowly raised her head and looked at the sky. The next moment, a black hole slowly appeared in the sky. The black hole continued to expand until it covered tens of thousands of ninja coalitions, and then the black hole quickly fell down. Second update. Chapter 477. The World War begins. The weather is still clear. Hakume region, Blade Dance Port. The inland sea of Wano country is still calm. A pirate ship of the Beast's pirates is patrolling here. Because it is impossible for enemy ships to come to the inland sea of Wano country, the patrolling pirates are holding a banquet on the ship, talking about their Beast's pirates' upcoming occupation of the entire Wano country. Just at this time, a dark black hole suddenly appeared on the sea, attracting the attention of a pirate. He pointed at the black hole in surprise. Hey, big brother, come and see what's going on. What? When the captain of the pirates in charge of patrolling slowly turned his head, he looked at the black hole that suddenly appeared with surprise on his face, and the next moment his face suddenly changed. Because in the black hole, there appeared tens of thousands of densely packed figures. Everyone wore a forehead protector with auspicious clouds on their heads, and most people wore the same ninja uniforms. This is definitely an army. How could an army break through the natural barrier of Wano country and directly land in the inland sea of Wano country? The entire periphery of Wano country is a natural barrier of cliffs and waterfalls. Only by climbing up the cliffs along the waterfalls can you reach the inland sea of Wano country and have a chance to see the land of Wano country. This is an area beyond the reach of the world government. Since warships cannot directly reach Wano country, no matter how many troops there are, it is impossible to directly climb the cliffs. Unless the warships can swim up the waterfall and enter the inland sea. This is a bit unrealistic. As long as a few coastal defense guns are arranged around the waterfall, the warships can be easily destroyed. The entire Wano country relies on an underground cave port that leads directly to the open sea for external communication. This cave port can only transport goods and people. Therefore, all along, except for the pirates who can lead countless troops directly to the inland sea of Wano country, no one has been able to capture Wano country today. But another more terrifying army appeared. These people seemed to be gods descending from the sky, and they appeared directly in the inland sea of Wano country, only a few hundred meters away from the coast of Wano country. The patrolling pirate ship was in a panic. Just when the pirates were about to use Dendenmushi to report to their superiors, water dragons emerged from the sea and destroyed the pirate ship in an instant. It was the ninja's water-style, water dragon bullet technique. This was an unprecedented super war, the first voice of one world to another under the guidance of the Akatsuki organization. This was just one of the troops. After the ninjas under the command of Meditarumi, the captain of the 4th Army of the Ninja Alliance, defeated the pirate ship, she loudly issued her orders. Everyone quickly go ashore, and the reconnaissance team will immediately go out to search for the enemy. Yes, Lady Meditarumi. Hundreds of ninjas quickly broke away from the main force, each summoning their own summoning beasts, and rushed to the shore. After taking a look at the reconnaissance troops, Meditarumi continued loudly, "We are now in the sea area of the Hakume region. Within 12 hours, Quickly clear out the entire Hakume, eliminate all enemies, and enter the flower capital region. Yes. The roars of thousands of ninjas shook the sea. This ninja force quickly attacked the Blade Dance Port in the Hakume region, and quickly headed straight for Kaishin Town and Khan Port, which controlled the external connection method of the entire Wano country. Under the leadership of Meditarumi, this ninja force moved almost at a rapid speed. In just a few hours, it swept through Hakume, captured Kaishin Town, and controlled Khan Port. By the way, they also captured the former daimyo of the Hakume region, Shimotsuki Yasu. This guy was once persecuted by Kirizumi Orochi for supporting Kazuki Oden, but when Shimotsuki Yasu saw the ninja troops, he thought he had encountered the Kazuki clan's restoration army. Meditarumi naturally arrested him. On the other side, Kiri region, the village of Bakusa was still quiet. Just at this time, a black hole appeared in the sea near the village of Hakasa, and ninjas and samurai appeared one after another. They were the 5th division of the allied ninja forces. The leaders were none other than Admiral Mifune, the 4th Raikage, and Killer B. Admiral Mifune was covered in armor, holding a ninja sword in his hand, and whispered, "I didn't expect that Lord Raikage and Mr. Killer B would be included in the 5th division. There seems to be a troublesome enemy in this area." The 4th Raikage clenched his fist with one arm, and said in a cold voice, "Don't waste time, Mifune, charge quickly. Quickly wipe out the enemies in Kiri and rush to the flower capital headquarters to join up." The 4th Raikage's temper was still as irritable as ever. Now he was extremely curious about the new world, wanted to see new powers, and was somewhat yearning to fight in this world. Admiral Mifune drew out his ninja sword and shouted, "Everyone, charge immediately. Clear the entire Kiri within 12 hours, and the reconnaissance team will be dispatched to search for the enemy immediately." Just as the 5th Army rushed into Kiri, they encountered resistance from the village of Bakusa. The few samurai in the village were instantly defeated by the 4th Raikage. But this village cannot be harmed at will, because the perception team discovered that there was a remnant of Uchiha Sasuke's chakra in the village. Damn. This really can't be harmed. Even the little girl named Aou in Bakusa village had a kune that Uchiha Sasuke gave to Aou before he left. The handle of the kune had the Uchiha clan's fan logo painted on it. When Uchiha Sasuke gave Aou the kune, he beat Ace up by the way. Sasuke hoped that Aou would become a powerful ninja when she grew up, instead of becoming a seductive female ninja in Ace's mouth. "Hey, little guy." The 4th Raikage took Aou's kune and said in a cold voice, "This is a gift from Uchiha Sasuke, right? What is your relationship?" Aou looked at these people tremblingly. Everyone seemed to be holding a ninja kune in their hands. "Who are you?" The next second, hope suddenly awakened on Aou's face. She said with some expectation, "Are you ninjas from the Kazuki clan?" "No." Admiral Mifune slowly touched Aou's little head and said with a smile, "We are from Uchiha Sasuke's hometown. He told us that this country was suffering, so we came here specially." What a bullshit Kazuki clan. If I remember correctly, all the people with the surnames Kazuki, Chianayu, Shimotsuki, etc., all belong to those who must be purged in this war. Really? Aou looked at Mifune with expectation. It must be said that these samurai and ninjas really made Aou very fond of them. Yes. Admiral Mifune nodded with a smile and continued loudly, "Okay, leave a small team here to guard, and everyone continue to move forward." "Yes, Captain Mifune." The 5th Army was resolute and swept across the entire Kiri. It was not until the attack on Toyama that they encountered stubborn resistance, because there was a powerful thief entrenched here. This thief was once a retainer of Kazuki Oden, and now he changed his name to Shuten Maru, the leader of the Toyama Thieves group. The strength of the Toyama Thieves group was not very good, but their leader Shuten Maru was extremely powerful. He fought against the 4th Raikage alone. "Arseholes. Who are you?" Shuten Maru waved his long sword, forced the 4th Raikage to retreat, and looked at the army surrounding them with a cold face. "I don't remember that the Kazuki clan has guys like you. What are you talking about?" The 4th Raikage rushed up with a fistful of anger. This tough battle lasted for several hours. Although the 4th Raikage was extremely fast and could dodge Shuten Maru's sword, he still couldn't break through Shuten Maru's armed color domineering defense. This battle also made the 5th Division of the Shinobi Alliance realize how tough this world is. A mere bandit could make the 4th Raikage fight so hard. It was not until the fourth Raikage awakened his domineering, when the battle reached a critical point, and used the Thunderblade with one arm to defeat Shutenmaru, that the biggest trouble in Kiri was quelled. As for the weapons factory in the Kiri area, since the beast's pirates lost the 6 Flying Six, there were only some strange devil fruit ability users, which did not cause any trouble, except that the Shinobi Alliance was very surprised. After the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee defeated several devil fruit ability users, they realized that these guys were not powerful at all. Damn. Seeing a dozen weird looking guys, they thought they had encountered a tail beast Jinchuriki, and they almost scared people to death. Compared to them, the 3rd division is too leisurely. Hatake Kakashi led the 3rd unit to easily capture the entire Heim, because this is the most desolate place in Wano country, and they were not able to fight against several pirate teams. The battle of the 2nd unit was very stable. Huangtu led the 2nd unit to gradually advance in the Suzume area, following the traditional ninja battle, because he led the combat power second only to the 1st unit. Although Huangtu's fighting style was very steady, he did not receive any resistance, but was mistaken for a savior to restore the country. It was really speechless. There was even a guy named Dinjiro and a weirdo named Korematsu, who came to meet them with a woman who claimed to be Kazuki Hiyori, asking them to stop this unnecessary sacrifice, because it was impossible for anyone to defeat Kado. How courageous. Huangtu was a little speechless. In addition to the members of Kado's pirate group, he originally wanted to eliminate the enemies, and also to capture members of the old nobles such as Kazuki, but someone came to his door. Do you really think that all ninjas are from their family? Huangtu waved his hand and signaled his ninja troops, catch them, rush to the flower capital and hand them over to the council president Konan for disposal. Since the Flying Six under Kado's command had been purged by Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito, and the intelligence of the entire Wano country had been sent back to the ninja world by Uchiha Obito, the progress of each unit was very smooth. Only one unit was a little troublesome. That was the 1st unit attacking the Rabbit Bowl area. Because Jiraiya led the 1st unit to fight a tough battle, he even equipped Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi for this. Narashikaku ordered the 1st unit to disperse, and quickly cleaned up the peripheral personnel in the entire Rabbit Bowl area, before surrounding the final destination. The Cage of Wano country, Rabbit Well. This place, governed by Plague Queen, one of the 3 disasters, is guarded by a large number of pirates, and there are also powerful pirates like Plague Queen. Not so coincidentally, the enemies that Plague Queen encountered were also very powerful. The last 9 tails Jinchuriki in the ninja world, Uzumaki Naruto. In order to find out the situation in the Rabbit Well, Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto hid there, because Naruto sensed that the enemy there was very powerful. Of course, if Uzumaki Naruto were to be told, he would definitely not be a big shot. If another name of Uzumaki Naruto was reported, it might be easier to alert Plague Queen, that is, the former teammate of Uchiha Sasuke who forced him to dance for a day last month. It is a bit coincidental that, when Uzumaki Naruto sneaked into the Rabbit Well, Plague Queen was also dancing happily. This bastard, he really tarnished the art of dance. Jiraiya looked at Plague Queen dancing with a group of pirates, and felt that this scene was a bit hot to the eyes. Uzumaki Naruto didn't think so, and even praised him with a smile. Sexy sage, this guy dances pretty well, even better than Killer Bee. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. You little brat is still too young, you don't understand the art of dance. Hey, Shikaku, hear what I said, order the troops to surround this place from the outside. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Narashikaku immediately learned his order through Yamanaka Inoichi. The location of the Rabbit Well is good. It is difficult for people outside to get in, which also means that it is difficult for people inside to get out. Once this place is surrounded, basically there is no possibility for people inside to escape. Jiraiya slowly clasped his palms together. Toad pain slowly appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, it must be said that this world is very large, and the natural energy is also very abundant. It can form the sage mode just at the beginning. Jiraiya slowly raised his finger. When the news comes in that Shikaku is leading the troops to surround this place, then we'll start. Well, Uzumaki Naruto's expression gradually became serious. His fists clasped together. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Are we going to start a big fight here? Yeah. Jiraiya raised his head and looked at the still lively rabbit well and continued in a low voice, but according to the lawless guys in Akatsuki, it should be regarded as saying hello to the enemy, right? The third update. Chapter 478. Quinn's struggle against the plague. Wano country. After the war started, due to the intelligence provided by Uchiha Obito and the temporary absence of middle-level cadres of Kado's pirate group, the entire ninja coalition relied on the advantage of numbers and attacked Wano country quickly. The other troops had basically completed their tasks, and the first troop completely eliminated the pirate forces in the Rabbit Bowl area and began to attack the prisoner quarry Rabbit Well. Rabbit Bowl area. Outside Rabbit Well, the first troop of the ninja coalition relied on the surprise attack force to attack and quickly gather most of them and directly defeated the pirates on the outer defense line. The chief of staff of the ninja coalition, Naruto, stretched out his palm and placed it on Yamanaka Inoichi's body and issued his orders to the first troop in an orderly manner. Reconnaissance troops, quickly confirm if there are any emissions in the terrain. Surprise attack troops, quickly take off to monitor the entire Rabbit Well. Ground troops, quickly advance to the entrances of the Rabbit Well and close in, and do not let anyone leave the Rabbit Well. The fighting style of the Ninja Alliance is mostly to fight in teams of more than one person, and the collective combat experience is much higher than that of these pirates, especially since these ninjas have been learning and training with the purpose of killing since childhood. If everyone's power level is at the same level, it would be too easy for a group of ninja troops to besiege the pirates. Especially the first unit. This unit has more than 10,000 people, which can be called the most complete unit under its command. Almost all specialized ninjas of each attribute are covered, and these ninjas are very good at fighting. The Ninja Alliance is also a rare regular army. What's more, with Naruto and Yamanaka Inoichi, two partners who can cooperate and communicate with these ninjas' hearts, even if the first unit has more than 10,000 ninjas, they can be easily commanded by Naruto to fight. The power of this world is a bit strange. After commanding the first unit of ninjas to encircle Rabbit Well, Naruto glanced at the captive ninjas and frowned slightly, and no matter how you look at it, these enemies don't look like normal humans. After all, most of the members of Kado's pirate group have horns. Naruto glanced at the captured pirates again and whispered, but they don't seem to have experienced any real battles. They are just like a group of gorillas, and they don't have the concept of risking their lives to send intelligence away. As the first unit of the Ninja Coalition gradually began to encircle Rabbit Well, the outer sentries finally sent an alarm to Plague Queen who was guarding Rabbit Well. The alarm sounded throughout Rabbit Well. When Plague Queen was still leading the dance with a smile, he suddenly heard the alarm. Anger flashed across his face. Asshole, what happened? Don't you know that today is a day of partying? Lord Quinn. The pirates on the sentry post looked at the surrounding ninja troops in horror and shouted, at least tens of thousands of people are rushing towards Rabbit Well. What a joke. Plague Queen pointed at the pirates on the sentry post and cursed. The Oniwa Banshu have been sent to Onigashima by us a long time ago. How could there be? The next moment, Plague Queen's voice suddenly stopped. Because a black and purple tailed beast ball suddenly jumped out of the air, instantly hit his body, and blew him out directly. The whole Rabbit Well was instantly in a panic. Master Quinn, have any enemies sneaked into the Rabbit Well? Go and catch them. All the pirates and prisoners turned their heads involuntarily to look at the place where the tailed beast ball flew from. There stood a yellow-haired young man wearing a cloud forehead protector. The yellow-haired young man was gradually covered with a golden coat, with a smile on his lips. This guy. The momentum on his body suddenly became incredibly strong. Standing next to the yellow-haired young man was a white-haired middle-aged man. His face was painted with strange oil paint, and his body also burst out with a powerful aura. It was Naruto Uzumaki in Kurama mode and Jiraiya in Sage mode. Naruto. Jiraiya's palm gradually bulged, and his palm slowly closed up, and he said in a deep voice, "Let's start. Make a big fuss." Yes, the lecherous sage. The chakra coat on Naruto Uzumaki's body instantly sprang out with huge golden claws, and in the blink of an eye, he directly knocked away a group of pirates. No one could block his attack. Many of the guards of the Rabbit Well were animal-type devil fruit users. Their figures instantly changed into animal forms and rushed towards the two. Kill them. Assholes, just two people. A group of pirates rushed up and pounced on Uzumaki, Naruto and Jiraiya. Jiraiya flew to a high place, looking at a group of enemies swarming in, and put his hands together to form a seal and spit out a stream of flames at the enemy. Senjutsu Heio Long Flame Bomb. A group of spiral shuriken suddenly appeared in the palm of Uzumaki Naruto's palm, and he threw it in the direction of the fire escape ninjutsu, wind escape super large jade spiral shuriken. The fusion of the two ninjutsu immediately caused a violent explosion. The group of guard pirates who had just transformed into animal forms were all blown away. In order to attack the rapid well, the ninja coalition arranged the strongest Uzumaki Naruto here, believing that Naruto, who became a top ninja, could defeat any enemy. Plague Queen dragged his body up to the platform. He had just injured the direct impact of the tail beast ball, but his body injured by the tail beast ball was recovering quickly. The recovery ability of the animal type devil fruit ability user is indeed strong. Plague Queen looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who defeated a group of pirate guards in an instant, with an angry face, and clenched his fists. What a joke. The aura of the young man in the golden coat is too strong. Plague Queen looked at the golden coat on Uzumaki Naruto, and his heart couldn't help but be a little nervous. It was another enemy he had never seen before. And this enemy is definitely not an ordinary person, because in Plague Queen's observation haki, he seemed to see through Uzumaki Naruto and saw the shadow of a powerful beast. It was a fox with a terrifying aura that could choose anyone to eat at any time. This guy. Plague Queen gritted his teeth and stared at Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya. Who are you two? Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly clenched his fists, looked up at Plague Queen, and introduced himself with a serious face. A ninja who will definitely become Hokage. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto spoke very seriously. This moment was the first time he greeted the world. However, after listening to Uzumaki Naruto's self-introduction, every prisoner and pirate in Rabbit Well had a string of question marks on their foreheads. In the end, they only understood one sentence. When everyone in the Rabbit Well looked at Uzumaki Naruto, they couldn't help but lean back and nodded, saying nonchalantly, "Oh, it's a ninja. Not that ordinary ninja." Uzumaki Naruto's forehead twitched, and he said in a deep voice, "Listen to me carefully. I'm a ninja who will definitely become Hokage." Idiot. They can't understand what you are saying to them. Jiraiya couldn't help but scold Uzumaki Naruto. He raised his head and looked at Plague Queen. He coughed lightly a few times and said in a deep voice, "A man's true nature, capturing women's hearts, powerful ninjutsu, loving pretty ladies. No woman can escape the palm of the toad sage Jiraiya. Hey, lustful sage." Uzumaki Naruto waved his fist and retorted loudly, "Obviously they don't understand what you said." At this time. "No, I understand." Plague Queen and a group of people shook their heads and interrupted Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone looked up at Jiraiya. Plague Queen snorted coldly, and his body gradually became taller. "You guy, who do you think you are? I also order beautiful women around." Plague Queen's body directly transformed into his devil fruit form. Animal system dragon fruit ancient species Brachiosaurus form. A little pirate next to him trembled as he looked at the huge Brachiosaurus that suddenly appeared beside him and whispered, "But Lord Quinn, didn't you say Zyrozy a few days ago?" "Shut up." The Brachiosaurus formed Quinn glared at his subordinates, and his huge body looked at Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto. "No matter who it is, if you dare to come to our territory and offend Rabbit Well, then stay here and mine." The tens of meters tall Brachiosaurus looked down at Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya, to short ordinary people on the ground. In terms of size alone, the Brachiosaurus has an overwhelming advantage. No. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists fiercely, and his body grew rapidly, turning into a golden nine-tailed fox that stood upright. The shadow instantly covered Rabbit Well. As the golden nine-tails grew bigger, everyone's surprise grew bigger. Plague Queen's eyes were a little dull, and a layer of cold sweat gradually appeared on the head of the Brachiosaurus. The golden ninetails, which were hundreds of meters tall, were no different from Uchiha Sasuke's complete Susanoo. Compared with the size of the golden ninetails, the Brachiosaurus-shaped queen looked particularly short. The golden ninetails looked down at the Brachiosaurus and said in a deep voice, "Although I'm sorry, this is our place now." The next moment, the golden ninetales grabbed the Brachiosaurus's thick neck with one hand and threw the huge dinosaur to the ground. Whether it was the momentum or the power of the golden ninetales, Plague Queen was completely unable to resist. Perhaps the only thing to be thankful for was that his body's ability to recover was strong enough. Facing the attack of the golden ninetales, Plague Queen could still withstand it. But I guess he would be beaten all the time. After Plague Queen fell to the ground, he immediately turned around to look at his subordinates and said sternly, "Hurry up and prepare the purest ceased chains. Report to Brother Kado immediately. Rabbit Well has been attacked." After Plague Queen hurriedly gave the order, Brachiosaurus' body was like a sandbag and was once again thrown to the ground by the golden ninetail. Plague Queen in the form of Brachiosaurus tried his best to raise his head and looked at the tall golden ninetail. He could not resist the power of the ninetail at all. This feeling made Queen a little painful. "Arsehole, think I'm that easy? Arsehole, don't think you can be so wanton just because you are big. Arsehole, if you are brave, we won't use our fruit abilities." First update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, The God Who Descended on Ghost Island. After a long time, Rabbit Well was captured by the 1st Division of the Ninja Alliance. No one in Rabbit Well could resist the oppressive force of the golden ninetales. The strongest of them, Plague Queen, was constantly beaten by the golden ninetales by the neck. Even if the beast's pirates used ceased chains of high enough purity, they could not have any effect on the golden ninetales. Instead of tying up the golden ninetales and making it lose its power, these chains were used to tie up Plague Queen tightly. Plague Queen was covered with wounds all over his body. His body was tightly bound by the purest ceased chains. He directly withdrew from the Brachiosaurus form due to exhaustion. Uzumaki Naruto exited the golden nine-tailed form, stood beside Plague Queen, looked at his fat body curiously, reached out and touched Queen's belly, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's amazing. You are much fatter than Choji." "Arsehole, this is not fat." Plague Queen gritted his teeth and retorted, "I was careless this time. Don't think you can really defeat me. Brother Kado won't let you go." It was indeed his carelessness. If he had known that the enemy was so troublesome, he should have used plague bombs to sneak attack from a distance. Unexpectedly, after transforming directly into the Brachiosaurus form, he was directly hung up and beaten by Uzumaki Naruto in the golden nine-tailed form. But Plague Queen was also a little nervous. In the previous battle, the Brachiosaurus form had no power to fight back against this little guy. It feels like, is this another person as strong as Uchiha Sasuke? He looks like he is only in his teens, but now he has such a powerful power. He is simply a monster similar to Uchiha Sasuke. Plague Queen feels that Uzumaki Naruto also has the power to challenge Kado. In this era, are there so many monsters? And why do tens of thousands of ninjas appear in Wano country? They look so strange, and the power they use is also very strange. When did ninjas actually use wind, fire, earth, water, and mines? Damn, are these people real ninjas? Kado, Kado, Kado. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, turned to look at Jiraiya, and said loudly, "Hey, lecherous sage, is that guy named Kado very strong? Those pirates we met on the road kept mentioning Kado and so on. He should be very strong." After shaking his head, Jiraiya touched his chin, pondered and said, "According to the information sent by Uchiha Obito, Kado is able to fight Sasuke who possesses the Rinnegan. He is definitely not an ordinary person. A guy who can challenge Sasuke." Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists suddenly, a hint of fighting spirit appeared on his face, and then gradually disappeared. But if Grandma Kaguya is here too, that Kado should not be a problem. Uzumaki Naruto thought of Uchiha Sasuke again, and couldn't help sighing. I don't know where Sasuke went. We haven't seen him for a long time. We all miss him. To be honest, I guess only Team 7 in Konoha still misses Uchiha Sasuke. Plague Queen, who was lying on the ground, eavesdropped on their conversation. The sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. Does this guy also know Uchiha Sasuke? What is their relationship with Uchiha Sasuke? It sounds like this young man named Uzumaki Naruto has a special relationship with Uchiha Sasuke. He looks like an old friend. No wonder his strength is so strong. After all, he can be friends with that arrogant Uchiha Sasuke, so his strength can't be much worse. And where did this group of weird ninja troops come from? It seems that they are also related to that bastard Uchiha Obito. Plague Queen suddenly remembered that Kado mentioned to them a month ago that Uchiha Obito wanted to occupy Wano country. No one took it seriously, but was a little careful at ordinary times. After all, Uchiha Obito's assassination method was too weird. The only thing that was unexpected was that Uchiha Obito actually recruited an army directly, and now this army directly broke through the strongest rabbit well in Wano country. No. Or it may be that the entire Wano country was broken. Plague Queen doesn't believe that there will be any exceptions in other regions. The entire Wano country may have been occupied by the ninja coalition. It's a big trouble. Plague Queen's forehead was sweating. Didn't Brother Kado say that he had decided to negotiate with Uchiha Obito? And it sounds like they have someone who specifically deals with Kado. This tone sounds very big, but these people who know Uchiha Sasuke should not be lying. The one who deals with Kado sounds like a grown mother named Kaguya. Should she be an old woman as powerful as Big Mom? No. Plague Queen glanced at Uzumaki Naruto. He heard the respect that Uzumaki Naruto showed when talking about Kaguya, which means that the strength of that grandmother Kaguya is definitely stronger. Just at this time, a bright light suddenly fell slowly from the horizon. Everyone involuntarily raised their heads and looked in the direction where the light fell. That direction is the location of Onigashima, the headquarters of the Beast Pirates. Jiraiya looked up at the bright light gradually falling and murmured, "Is that the way the goddess of the rabbit descends? It should be." Uzumaki Naruto nodded and whispered, "I have sensed her chakra aura, and Grandma Kaguya has descended to that location. Onigashima, the headquarters of the Beast Pirates." Kado received a notification of a group of attacks. He originally wanted to send the 3 calamities to support, but there was another intelligence from Rabbit Well that Plague Queen was defeated. Just when Kado wanted to rush to Rabbit Well to support Queen, a ray of light slowly fell on Onigashima, stopping his action. At this moment, Kado remembered Uchiha Obito's warning. That Uchiha Obito mentioned seriously that in a month, the gods will descend on Wano country, and she will become the god who rules Wano country, the god who once suppressed Uchiha Sasuke. What a mess. Kado glanced at the falling light in the sky, and a flash of anger flashed across his face. "Open your mouth and you are a god. Close your mouth and you are a god." One by one, they are talking about gods. What are gods? They are just a bunch of beasts in the mouth of that old guy Rocks. Whenever he mentioned gods, Kado couldn't help but think of the celestial dragons. He had participated in the God Valley incident. What a bullshit god. He doesn't care. The entire Onigashima pirate group looked up and looked at the bright light falling from the sky. Every pirate had some amazement on his face. The light was suspended in the air, and the light gradually faded, revealing an exquisite woman with long white hair. She closed her eyes calmly. "She looks very beautiful." A group of pirates couldn't help but exclaimed. Kado looked at the woman in the air and couldn't help but frowned. Looking at the double horns on the woman's head, was there a woman with such small horns? The next moment, the long-haired woman floating in the sky above Onigashima suddenly opened her eyes, making everyone shudder. There was a pair of white eyeballs in the woman's eye sockets. As her eyes opened, a powerful aura instantly swept across the entire Onigashima. At this moment, even Kado couldn't help but feel a little frightened. This woman, just opening her eyes, has such a powerful aura. Even before the woman used the Conqueror's Haki, she had already made the people of the entire Onigashima feel her deterrent power. Just at this moment, a space-time vortex appeared beside Kado, and the figure of Uchiha Obito emerged from it. Did you see it? Uchiha Obito looked up at the woman in the air and whispered, "That is the god who descended on Wano country. Now, do you choose to give up Wano country? I don't believe in any gods." Kado looked at Uchiha Obito beside him with a fierce face, and said angrily, "You bastard actually dared to send people to attack my subordinates. If you want to start a war, you guys who hide your head and show your tail are still far away." Kado's heart was indeed full of anger, because he felt that he had already given in enough to Uchiha Obito, and even planned to confront him today and give most of the territory of Wano country to Uchiha Obito. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Obito actually wanted to take over Wano country alone, the resources and geographical location of this country, but Kado wants to dominate the whole world in the future and even get the powerful help of the Raftel Great Treasure. No matter what, it must not be given to Uchiha Obito. Even if the woman in the air is strong, Kado does not intend to surrender. It's just a war. Kado likes war the most, and it just makes Uchiha Obito face the reality. His pirate group has hundreds of devil fruit ability users. Unfortunately, Doflamingo, who has been providing him with devil fruits, has not been shipping much recently. It is said that someone has threatened Doflamingo and threatened him to destroy Dressrosa and not trade devil fruits with Kado. This matter, maybe it was also done by Uchiha Obito. Just when Kado wanted to question Uchiha Obito, he saw Uchiha Obito raised his head and said loudly, "Lord Kaguya, according to the rules of Akatsuki, say hello to them first and let these guys know the horror of Akatsuki." Kaguya Otsutsuki floating in the sky nodded slowly and slapped her palm towards Onigashima, and the surging chakra instantly drilled out from the ground. The birth of the God Tree world. Kaguya's voice was so cold that it even made people feel cold. The tall sacred tree instantly drilled out from the ground. In just a few seconds, the sacred tree had already penetrated the sky, and people could not see the top of their heads at a glance. Kado looked at the tall sacred tree with a face full of shock, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. What did the woman mean by summoning this tree? Soon, Kado knew. After the tall sacred tree covered the entire Onigashima, countless thick vines and tree roots surged out and spread rapidly towards the direction of the pirates. The entire Onigashima turned into a sea of trees. Second update. Chapter 480 The Power of God. A sacred tree that reaches the sky stands tall on the entire Onigashima island. The vines and roots of the sacred tree quickly cover the entire Onigashima island. Behind every pirate on the island, there are vines of the sacred tree chasing their figures. Hey, who's going to cut them off? Don't dream. Run away quickly. You can't cut them all off. Don't get caught by the vines, otherwise they will drain your strength. On Onigashima Island, pirates fought back or fled in panic. In the end, these pirates were caught by the sacred tree one after another. The vines drained their strength, instantly wrapped their bodies, and hung them upside down on the branches of the sacred tree. In just a few minutes, whether it was a giant or an ordinary person, even a devil fruit ability user, they could not escape the control of the sacred tree. After the vines tied up their bodies, they quickly drained the strength in their bodies. A springbok fruit user ran in panic, trying to escape the pursuit of the sacred tree, but was still tied up by the dense vines, and turned into a mummy. Master Jack, save me. Hey. Drought Jack was also under attack. Drought Jack looked at the tall sacred tree on Onigashima with surprise on his face. More and more pirates were hanging on the trunk. A vine instantly grabbed Jack. Jack hurriedly waved his knife and chopped the vine, but the vine seemed to have life and continued to attack him. One of the three highest cadres under the beast pirates moved his eyes and stopped at the sacred tree standing in the center of Onigashima. The next moment, Drought Jack suddenly turned into a mammoth. Drought Jack's roar spread throughout the entire Onigashima island. What a joke. How could this happen? It's just a tree. I'm going to break it right now. Drought Jack in mammoth form rushed to the trunk of the sacred tree, picking up all the vines along the way, trying to break the sacred tree directly. Unfortunately, in front of this sacred tree, the mammoth is as small as an ant. Before Drought Jack even rushed to the trunk of the sacred tree, countless vines spread down from the sacred tree, blocking Jack's way. In an instant, countless tree roots emerged from the ground and tied up the mammoth-shaped Drought Jack tightly. Brother Kado, Brother Chin. Jack's eyes slowly became a little sluggish. The roots and vines quickly drained the power from Jack's body. The ancient devil fruit user was exhausted and turned back into human form. He was slowly wrapped into a mummy and hung on the branches of the sacred tree. Even a pirate of the level of Drought Jack could not escape the grasp of the sacred tree, let alone the other members of the beast pirates. Arsehole. Kado's face was full of anger. Even Kado had never thought that Onigashima would encounter such a situation. The enemy just released a tree and almost captured all his subordinates. After Kado swung the mace in his hand to smash a vine, his body instantly turned into a dragon body and flew towards Jack. Dragon breath. A mouthful of scorching flames fell on the vines high up. The dragon's breath directly burned the vine that wanted to hang Jack on the sacred tree. Just as Kado flew up and wanted to stretch out his claws to catch the falling Jack, another vine flew out. Kado didn't dare to touch the vines and had no choice but to give up Jack in a hurry, watching his most loyal subordinate being recaptured by the vines and hung on the branches of the sacred tree. This scene was still being played out one after another. Kado's eyes were fixed on Onigashima, and almost everywhere he looked, vines that had captured prey retracted onto the branches of the sacred tree. After a burst of wailing, Onigashima quickly became silent. Thousands of pirates on the entire Onigashima, except for Kado and Flame Disaster Jin. Other pirates, whether it was Drow Disaster Jack or ordinary small pirates, were directly captured by the sacred tree. Countless mummies of all sizes were hanging upside down on the branches of the sacred tree, and the pirates captured by the sacred tree were hung by vines one by one. It was as if the sacred tree had produced fruits one by one. Relying on his flying ability, Flame Disaster Jin constantly avoided the pursuit of vines. Flames kept coming out of his body, trying to destroy the sacred tree. But the sacred tree remained unmoved. Until Flame Disaster Jin finally couldn't bear it anymore and transformed into a toothless pterosaur, trying to kick the sacred tree from the sky with his own strength. Vines spread out quickly and tied him up directly. It was just a tree, but this tree seemed to eat people. In a blink of an eye, it caught all the pirates on the ghost island. No one was able to break free from the shackles of the sacred tree. The power in their bodies was instantly drained by the sacred tree. Kaguya Satsuki floated in the air and slowly spread out her palms. A group of rich armed color domineering floated on her body like flowing water. Kaguya's eyes were fixed on the armament haki flowing on her arms. The veins around her Byakugan suddenly bulged as she checked the flow of haki. Well, is this the new power? It seems that the energy of this world may be more abundant than that of that planet. It seems that there is another person. Kaguya Satsuki slowly raised her head again. Her eyes fell on Kado, the dragon flying around the sacred tree. Countless vines and tree roots were chasing Kado closely, trying to catch the four emperors with the body of a dragon. Dragon breath. Kado turned around and spewed out a breath of dragon breath. After repelling countless vines and tree roots, he once again circled around the towering sacred tree. On this sacred tree hung the elite pirates of the entire Beast Pirates. These were the subordinates that Kado had gathered and recruited day and night, and they were also the elite troops that he had carefully trained. They were just captured by the enemy, almost powerless to fight back. Obviously, they have accumulated power for such a long time, and even this pirate group is enough to shake the world and change the situation in this world, but they have no power to fight back in front of that woman. It's like a nightmare. Kado vaguely understands what Moria felt when he defeated Moria and killed all of Moria's subordinates alone. This feeling is really not good. Kado, with the body of a dragon, flew around the thick sacred tree in a winding way, avoiding the pursuit of vines and watching his subordinates rat like mummies one by one. The next moment, Kado's dragon head suddenly turned and the body of a dragon flew towards Kaguya Satsuki. If there is no chance to deal with the sacred tree, then get rid of the woman who summoned the sacred tree. This is something I absolutely cannot forgive. Kado's dragon body continued to meander in the air, rushing towards Kaguya Satsuki, and a huge amount of heat quickly accumulated in his mouth. No matter what you are, put all my subordinates down to me. Huh. Kaguya Satsuki looked slightly surprised. Her eyes turned to the flying Kado and slowly stretched out her palm towards the dragon. The next moment, the light shout of the gods instantly resounded over the entire Onigashima, accompanied by a terrifying nightmare. 80 gods there strike. One by one, the illusory fists took shape in an instant, and the armed color domineering flowed on the fists. Kaguya learned how to use the power she had just obtained in an instant. Countless huge fists wrapped in armed color domineering directly hit Kado's body. Under the gaze of the white eyes, even dodging was impossible. One by one, huge fists hit Kado's body. How could it be? Kaido couldn't help but scream in pain, feeling his body destroyed by the 80 gods' airstrikes in disbelief. The huge dragon body was smashed to the ground. Kaido could even clearly feel that his internal organs were damaged. This was definitely the most serious injury he had ever suffered. This battle was an experience Kaido had never had before. No matter how powerful the enemy was, Kaido could always find his own opportunities. However, in this battle, he was defeated before he even launched any attacks and couldn't even touch the enemy's hair. So far, Kaguya Otsutsuki has only used 2 abilities. One is the birth of the God Tree Realm, which destroyed the entire Beast Pirates. The other is the 80 Gods Airstrike, which defeated the 4 Emperors Kaido in an instant. The dragon body fell to the ground, and blood splashed, and dyed the ground red. The dragon body was full of muddy blood, and there were even places where minced meat could be seen. Kaido had no choice but to release his dragon form. This strongest creature known throughout the world turned into a bloody man at this moment, and was so seriously injured that he couldn't even stand up. Tap 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 tap. A sound of footsteps fell into Kaido's ears. Uchiha slowly walked to Kaido's side, adjusted his mask, and said in a muffled voice, "Kaido, did you see it? This is the power of God. You bastard." Kaido tried his best to raise his head, his painful face full of blood, making the 4 emperors look extremely hideous. "I didn't expect I would fall into your hands. Isn't this quite normal?" Uchiha squatted in front of Kaido, spread out his palms, and continued calmly, "Then, please tell me now, what is your choice now?" "But, Kaido spurted out blood from his mouth, almost unable to suppress the pain. He stubbornly raised his head and looked at Uchiha, forcing himself to ask, "Tell me, you and those celestial dragons, the group of the world government." "It doesn't matter." Uchiha sighed, shook his head and said, "It seems that the title of God is really tainted. Garbage must be thrown away together after all." Uchiha reached out and touched Kaido's broken horn and whispered, "Kaido, do you know what to do now? Don't hurt my subordinates." Kaido struggled to sit up, blood dripping down his chin little by little, and he finally began to speak a complete sentence. "Since I have lost the title of Emperor, Wano country, whatever, just take it away." Kaido slowly raised his head, glanced at Kaguya Otsutsuki in the air, then looked at Uchiha, and finally looked at the sacred tree full of pirates. A trace of relief slowly appeared on Kaido's face. This one of the 4 emperors who once ruled the new world seemed to finally have the opportunity to reach the end of his life. "And my life, take it away too." Kaido gasped hard, slowly stretched out his palm, and grabbed his broken horn little by little. He directly stabbed his throat with the broken horn. "This guy is quite stubborn." Uchiha eyes flashed red, and he put the broken horn in Kaido's hand into the space of Kamu. He sighed, took off his mask, and revealed the cracks on his face. A flash of anger flashed across Kaido's bloody face. "What do you want to do, you guy? I will never be a watchdog." Uchiha looked at the slumped Kaido and said faintly, "Do you know why the people behind us are called gods?" "What?" Kaido barely opened his eyes and looked at Uchiha. Just when Kaido thought that Uchiha was going to decipher it for him, Uchiha continued faintly, "Because there is no boundary between life and death in the eyes of God. Even if your people die, your soul will be pulled back to continue working." Kaido's body suddenly burst out with power. His palms suddenly clenched. "What the hell is this god? This is not a god at all. It's clearly a demon, right?" At this moment, Kaido looked up at Kaguya Otsutsuki in the sky. He suddenly felt that the god mentioned by Uchiha seemed to be worse than the group of celestial dragons behind the world government. Chapter 481, Wano Country's Navy Spy. The new master of Wano Country. Kaido is a bit unlucky. Among the 4 emperors in the second half of the Grand Line, only Kaido was defeated by different enemies one after another, and the entire Beast's pirates fell into the hands of the enemy. Now he can't even keep a little dignity. Damn. How did he fall to this point? In less than a year, how did the Beast's pirates, who dominated the second half of the New World, become what they are now? It's outrageous. These guys who invaded Wano Country did not show their strength, but inexplicably jumped out and beat them directly. Uchiha didn't know what Kaido was thinking. He just stroked the crack on his cheek and threatened Kado, "Kado, don't disobey God's will. Otherwise, as God's punishment, except you, anyone involved with you will be used as a chess piece to be controlled, whether alive or dead." Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Kado looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki in the air again. This god was not just evil, he was even more cruel than this brutal pirate. But it does look like it. Because Kaguya's eyes seemed to ignore everything, as if this world was just a plaything of hers, as if she didn't care about anyone. No. Kaguya really didn't care about anyone. Just when Uchiha Obito was still threatening Kado, Kaguya's figure slowly floated in front of Uchiha Obito and Kado, and her voice was a little cold. "I'm going to see Hagoromo. I'll leave the matters here to you." After Kaguya finished speaking, she ignored Uchiha Obito. Her figure floated into a dark space gate that suddenly appeared and disappeared without a trace. It was the space-time technique Yomi Hirasaka. Uchiha Obito looked at Kaguya in surprise, shook his head helplessly, and said to Kado, "Let's continue the conversation. Kado, although we can still use you, if we kill you, it is not as good as your peak strength after all." Kado stared at Uchiha Obito and slowly clenched his fists. "This is called negotiation? Isn't this a threat?" While Uchiha Obito and Kado were negotiating, the battle of the entire Wano country had completely ended, and the 5 units of the Ninja Alliance had all entered the Flower Capital. In just one day, the entire Wano country inexplicably changed hands. Before the civilians of Wano country could react, a large number of ninja troops had already moved in, expelling the pirates of the Beast Pirates, recruiting the country's idle samurai, and hunting down the Kazuki clan and their retainers. Flower City. Uehara Naraku had arrived here a long time ago. After all, if he wanted to send tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces directly from the ninja world to this world, Uehara must be here. At this moment, Uehara Naraku was welcoming Conan's arrival in the Flower City that he had just transformed with the power of the wood element. This Flower City, which was originally reduced to ruins by the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Kado, has regained its beautiful scenery. Nico Robin stood beside Uehara Naraku, looking at the Flower City, where the cherry blossoms were blooming again, her face still full of amazement. Creation is much more difficult than destruction. Nico Robin's eyes swept across the entire Flower City, and slowly fell on Uehara Naraku. It's hard to imagine that this place was a ruin a few minutes ago, but now it has become a holy land of flowers. People can't help but want to live here forever. Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded, just looking ahead, with a slight smile on his lips. Flower City is where teacher Conan will live in the future. If it is still a ruin, it will be too disappointing for the teacher. Wano country will be the headquarters of Akatsuki in this world. As the center of Wano country, Flower City, the most fertile area, will definitely not be idle, and it is also the most suitable to become the future base of Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku simply took the lead and used the power of the wood element to carry out a greening project on this land. He couldn't just rely on the Yamato of Konoha, right? Nico Robin looked at Uehara Naraku with a flash of surprise in her eyes. It sounds like Mr. Uehara seems to have a good relationship with his teacher. HMM. After thinking for a while, Uehara Naraku shook his head and said, "It's okay. It's almost like they depend on each other." Nico Robin was a little stuck. A relationship of dependence on each other. Is this okay? Nico Robin couldn't help shaking her head. She became more and more curious about the teacher that Uehara Naraku mentioned. What kind of person is a person that Uehara Naraku respects? Is he strong enough to suppress the world? Just at this moment, a square black space door appeared beside them, and Kaguya slowly floated out of it. Uehara Naraku saw the appearance of Kaguya Otsutsuki. His forehead jumped, and couldn't help saying, "Lord Kaguya, why are you here? Has Kado been dealt with?" Kaguya nodded slowly, her body floated and appeared beside Uehara, and her hand was about to fall on Uehara Naraku. "Hagoromo. I'm not saying that, don't talk nonsense." Uehara Naraku rubbed his brows, and waved his hand, to stop Kaguya from approaching him. This woman couldn't explain it clearly. It's really trouble. This time, the war to occupy Wano country as a base. The reason why Uehara Naraku brought Kaguya here was also to make Kaguya the god guarding Wano country in the future. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with this decision. The only problem is, Kaguya Otsutsuki always recognizes the wrong person. Because in the ninja world, even though the war was over, Kaguya's son, the Six Paths Sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo, was still wary of Kaguya, and the relationship between mother and son was still tense. On the contrary, Uehara Naraku's attitude towards Kaguya was a little indulgent. Therefore, Black Zetsu often likes to despise the divine Six Paths Sage who protects the order of the ninja world, but praises Uehara Naraku for being full of human brilliance. For a while, the misunderstanding cannot be solved. Even though in this world, Uehara Naraku's power system has changed, Kaguya Otsutsuki seemed to have confirmed it, and her eyes were still fixed on Uehara. I know, Uehara. After hearing Uehara Naraku explain his identity again, Kaguya nodded in a serious manner, and instead of retreating, she reached out and stroked Uehara's cheek, tears streaming down her cheek. Are you doing well in this world? Mom has always been worried about you. Uehara Naraku's face darkened. What the hell is this? It's better to call him Ue. Nico Robin looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki with surprise, and then looked at the indifferent Uehara Naraku, and a hint of surprise gradually appeared on her face. Mr. Uehara's mother? Robin, don't listen to her nonsense, she recognized the wrong person. Uehara Naraku reluctantly broke away from Kaguya, rubbed his eyebrows and continued, I'm just the person responsible for protecting her. Nico Robin's face became more and more weird. Uehara Naraku glanced at Kaguya, sighed softly and said, this is the flower capital, the future base of Akatsuki. If you need anything, tell Black Zetsu. I have asked him to come as soon as possible. Yes. Kaguya nodded, still looking at Uehara Naraku. Just when the atmosphere was becoming more and more awkward, a team of ninjas appeared in their field of vision. The ninjas were all wearing Akatsuki's black robes. Only members of the Akatsuki organization can wear formal uniforms. Except for major occasions, the Five Shadows and Daimyo of the ninja world and those powerful ninjas generally prefer to wear the clothes of their villages. The team that came was Konan, Shiro and Kaguya Kimimaro. As the supreme commander of the entire ninja expeditionary coalition, Konan had a lot of work to do. She also had to check the situation of the ninja coalition in the war at all times. And by the way, she was also patrolling the entire Wano country to see what to do after the war. This was not a waste of time. After Konan inspected part of Wano country, she finally decided on 3 things. First, build an orphanage, build a hospital, and establish a school. This country is too backward. Although Wano country may be a little advanced in technology, it is far behind the ninja world in terms of system and other aspects. The villagers live worse than the civilians in the small countries in the ninja world. It is unimaginable. This Wano country does not even have a school. It was not until she met Uehara Naraku that Konan's slightly frowned brows slowly eased, and her mood slowly relaxed. Really? Uehara Naraku walked a few steps towards Konan, and suddenly a bitter smile appeared on his face, because it's been too long since we last met. Although they have been separated for less than a year. But a lot of things have happened during this period. Not too long after, in this strange world, when Uehara Naraku saw Konan again, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of a world away. Naraku. Konan's voice fell into Uehara Naraku's ears. Compared with Uehara Naraku's feelings, Konan didn't think too much, because when she was in the ninja world, she was worried about her disciples every day besides dealing with Akatsuki's affairs. Teacher. Uehara Naraku was about to say something. Konan walked forward a few steps, habitually reaching out to help him straighten his messy collar, and said in confusion, don't you like Akatsuki's uniform the most? Why don't you wear it here? This dress seems a little small. Maybe I'm still growing. Uehara Naraku's expression was slightly hesitant. After all, it was not convenient for him to wear the auspicious cloud black robe in this world. Even none of them wore the auspicious cloud black robe. Except for Uchiha Itachi, the impure world person. After all, the first batch of members who followed him into this world now have their own identities, and they must not be discovered by others that they are in the same group. Uehara Naraku looked down at Konan, who helped him straighten his collar, and the familiar memory gradually revived. He finally slowly stretched out his arms and hugged Konan's shoulders. Long time no see, teacher. Yeah. Konan reached out and patted his back in a soothing manner, whispering, I've never left your side for so long. How long can you stay here this time? A long time. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. This time, Uehara Naraku can indeed stay in Wano country for a long time, although his identity is a spy sent to Wano country by the Navy. This is really, it couldn't be more bizarre. No, or rather, this matter was originally arranged by Uehara Naraku. As the new ruler of Wano country, Uehara Naraku also serves as a part-time liaison officer for the Navy and the CP organization under the world government in Wano country. In other words, the CP agents and Navy spies of the entire Wano country are now directly exposed to Uehara Naraku's eyes, although they themselves cannot escape Uehara Naraku's palm. But there is still a big difference in the mood between catching the enemy yourself and the enemy delivering himself to the door. This matter is a bit complicated to talk about. Everything is some sequely left after Uehara Naraku manipulated the drastic changes in Wano country. A month ago, there was a drastic change in Wano country. Kurozumi Orochi was killed by Uchiha Sasuke, and the entire Wano country fell into Kaido's control. It should have been an opportunity for the weapons factory to start exporting in large quantities overseas. However, at the suggestion of Uehara Naraku, the trade between Doflamingo, the leader of the Dark World's trade, and Kaido was suspended for a month for some reason. During this month, Kaido was worried about the threat of Uchiha Obito, and did not go to Doflamingo to restart their trade. That's the problem. Doflamingo's trade is related to the world government. The Seaston weapons that the world government wants to get all come from Doflamingo, a middleman who likes to make a profit from the price difference. However, because the trade is temporarily suspended, Seaston is out of stock. There is even no time limit for when the supply will be resumed. The world government cannot get the urgently needed Seaston from Doflamingo, and is unable to intervene in the affairs of Wano country, and even does not get much intelligence. Since the Seaston produced in Wano country is very important for building the Navy and manufacturing weapons, in this case, the Navy Sword Force and CP agents were forced to go out in full force to find ways to obtain intelligence about Wano country. As the current Navy headquarters staff officer, Kabuto Yakushi generally has no secrets that can be hidden from him, and even most of the decisions are made by him. Therefore, Kabuto Yakushi proposed that Uehara Naraku, a colonel of the Navy Sword Force, use the identity of a former member of Baroque Works to sneak into Wano country to search for intelligence. There is no reason for the Navy's top brass to disagree with this decision. In addition, in order to complete the task as soon as possible, Kabuto Yakushi, who had just obtained the command of the CP agent, ordered the CP agent and Uehara Naraku to work together to search for intelligence about Wano country and restore the supply of Seaston weapons as soon as possible. If nothing unexpected happens, this matter is estimated to be delayed for a long time. Although the world government is anxious, it is impossible to order the Navy to attack Wano country with all its forces, because the warships cannot reach here at all, and they dare not use all their generals to encircle Kaido. This is too dangerous. Therefore, the Navy and the world government can only place their hopes on Uehara Naraku and CP agents. Even if they cannot restore the Seaston trade, they hope to find a time to restore the supply of Seaston weapons. Except for Kabuto Yakushi, the Navy has not thought about. The spy they sent out has already taken the highest position in Wano country. First update. Phew. I'm so tired. Chapter 482. What punishment will a person who wants to be an undercover agent in Akatsuki receive? Uehara Naraku did not appear in front of everyone. Although he is now the most senior person in the entire Wano country, he has to temporarily shoulder the responsibility of a Navy undercover, and it is not easy for him to show up casually. The trivial matters of Wano country were handed over to Conan and the Ninja Coalition. What Uehara Naraku has to do is to quietly lurk, slowly control the world through his own men, and surprise everyone in the world. On the other side, under the persuasion of Uchiha Obito, Kaido agreed to join the Akatsuki organization, and the entire Beast's pirates will become the outer armed forces of the Akatsuki organization. In order to avoid causing turmoil in the world, the fact that Kaido and the Beast's pirates were defeated by Kaguya was deliberately downplayed, and his position as the Four Emperors continued to be maintained. Anyway, except for the Akatsuki organization, it seems that no one can take away Kaido's position as the Four Emperors. in the entire Beast's pirates. The new saying is that their pirate governor Kaido has reached a strategic alliance with the god Kaguya who descended on Wano country. The price. Wano country is naturally dedicated to the gods. The three disasters of the Beast's pirates understood their big brother's approach very well. The people who invaded Wano country were very powerful, and the power of the new allies could definitely rival the other four emperors. Compared to the likes of Kurozumi Orochi, the Ninja Alliance and the Akatsuki organization were much stronger. As an exchange between allies, Uzumaki Naruto was sent to Onigashima to join the Beast's pirates, replacing Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Naruto, who happened to be able to transform into the golden nine-tailed beast, was quite suitable to stay in the Beast's pirates just in terms of image. After the war was declared over, Wano country slowly got on the right track. Kaguya Akatsuki, as the nominal supreme ruler of the entire Wano country, appeared quietly at the contact point of Uehara Naraku every day. As the real leader of the entire Wano country, Konan began to quickly organize the ninjas to follow the methods of the ninja world, first establishing hospitals and orphanages in Wano country, and collecting all the homeless orphans in Wano country. Later, under the command of Konan, the ninjas established ninja schools and samurai schools, requiring students of appropriate age to take entrance exams, whether they were civilians or nobles. Even, there was a samurai professor who defected to the Akatsuki organization. This kind of thing is a bit incredible. Even the Kozuki clan, before didn't seem to have done such a thing. Shogun, daimyo, nobles, samurai, these lineage inheritances have almost never changed, and civilians can only rely on the grace of the nobles to get to the top. In addition, the entire Wano country quickly began to split apart, and most civilians began to remigrate. Kuri, Hananomizuki, Hakume, Suzuko and other areas became human settlements, and the Hime area became a training ground. The weapons factory built by Kaido in Wano country was dismantled in batches, and all facilities were moved to the Rabbit Bowl area, just next to the Rabbit Well prisoner quarry. As for the prisoners in the Rabbit Well, since most of the prisoners were pirates or samurai loyal to the Kozuki clan, they did not change their fate because of the change of ownership of Wano country. Even their fate may be even more tragic, because these people will never see the hope of the Kozuki clan returning to Wano country. For them, the fate is tragic. For the civilians of the entire Wano country under the rule of the Akatsuki organization is much better than the Kozuki clan in Kurozumi Orochi. Even Shimotsuki Yasu, who once had a good impression of the Kozuki clan and even supported the Kozuki clan, had to admit this. Unfortunately, he would not change his loyalty, so he was also thrown into the Rabbit Well. Shimotsuki Yasu was so miserable, not to mention the others. Komatsu, Shutenmaru and others were all thrown into the Rabbit Well. Only Denjiro and Kazuki Hiyori survived, because Denjiro surrendered and became a samurai under the Akatsuki organization, hoping that Akatsuki would spare Kazuki's life. This condition. After Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto wandered around Wano country, the two met Kazuki and strongly demanded to agree. How can such a lovely girl be allowed to go mining? At the Akatsuki base in the flower capital, Jiraiya slammed the table in dissatisfaction. This is the most beautiful girl in the entire Wano country. I want to collect materials. Cough cough cough. Besides, her father has never done anything particularly wrong. That's true. Huangtu frowned and said in a deep voice, but now we have occupied Wano country and we are destined to be enemies. If it's so troublesome, it's better to kill her. The fourth Raikage said a little irritably, no matter what, we can't leave such a big hidden danger. This is a trouble for us. It doesn't matter, just make the decision. Temari flipped through her big fan boredly. The decision-making power must be handed over to Konan, but there is another person who can make the decision in the entire Wano country. His name is Uehara Naraku. In the end, Denjiro and Kazuki stayed. According to Uehara Naraku's guess, the time fruit is a bit strange, and it is unknown to which time in the future Kazuki Toki, Kazuki's mother, will send Momonosuke. After thinking for a while, Uehara Naraku called Hatake Kakashi and taught him a few tricks to deal with Denjiro and Kazuki. Flower capital. Denjiro was somewhat glad that he had saved Kazuki again and planned to hide again and continue his old work as an undercover agent under Kurozumi Orochi. These members of Akatsuki seemed to be not much smarter than Kurozumi Orochi. Late at night, Denjiro secretly gathered a group of samurai who defected to him, but these samurai were just caught by the ninjas. This really made Denjiro's mentality collapse. These bastards actually used him as bait. Surrounded by a group of ninjas, Denjiro held his sword with an ugly look, protecting Kazuki behind him, and there was a hint of despair on his face. Don't worry. The ninja captain in charge of the operation, Kakashi Hatake, looked at them, sighed softly, and said, "We will not kill you, and we will even send Anbu to protect you." Kakashi Hatake looked at Denjiro's suddenly changed face, and continued in a deep voice, "As the price of your life, you have to borrow the sign of the little princess of the Kazuki clan to provide us with these samurai with ulterior motives." After saying this, Kakashi Hatake pulled his forehead protector, and continued faintly, "If you can't provide us with the whereabouts of the rebels, then there is no need for you two rebels to survive." After saying that, Kakashi Hatake thought of someone's instructions, and said again, "By the way, before you die, we will inform the entire Wano country about your betrayal of your companions. We will tell the entire Wano country that we originally planned to give up pursuing these wandering samurai, but it was you who betrayed them, just to keep the little princess of the Kazuki clan alive." This method is really indescribable. Just by looking at the style, you can tell that it was done by Uehara. It just so happens that Uehara Naraku is working as an undercover agent in the navy of Wano country. How could he tolerate other people working undercover under his hands? Uehara even prepared follow-up measures. The entire Kazuki clan will become the most hated family in Wano country. Once this matter gets out, the entire Kazuki clan will never be able to gain a foothold in Wano country again, and no samurai will be loyal to them anymore. Kazuki, is it really coming to an end? Kakashi Hatake looked at Denjiro with a painful face, and said word by word, "You have no other choice but to continue to attract rebellious warriors for us. Otherwise, you will die soon, and the Kazuki clan will soon be discredited." At this point, Kakashi Hatake continued, "Don't provide false information. If it happens once, what fate will happen to the little princess you have to protect? You should know better than me, right?" Denjiro had never seen such a bad person like Kakashi Hatake. He looked at Kakashi Hatake with anger on his face and said, "Is this the ethics of you ninjas? Kazuki can't change anything. The people of Wano country have made their choice. Only you stubborn guys have no right to say anything about us, right?" Kakashi Hatake spread out his palms, looked at Denjiro, his eyes slowly became heavy and said, "There is one more thing. The reason why I tell you this is to let you know how many innocent people you are sacrificing for the Kazuki clan now, and how many innocent people will be buried for the name of Kazuki in the future. Denjiro, you know that you are doing the wrong thing of killing your companions, but you can't stop doing it. How clean can you be in the future?" Really? Denjiro originally wanted to scold Hatake Kakashi for being despicable, but he suddenly remembered that, in order to protect Kazuki and survive, he must follow Hatake Kakashi's orders. Indeed, he is not much clean. At this moment, Denjiro finally regretted it. Originally thought that he could be an undercover like before, but he didn't expect that this time he would be played around, and even forced to be unable to live or die. If he wants Kazuki to go, he must keep betraying those samurai who are willing to die for Kazuki. If he and Kazuki commit suicide, the Akatsuki organization will claim that he betrayed the samurai for the princess of the Kazuki clan, and the Kazuki clan will lose its reputation in Wano country. The samurai who were just captured by the ninja troops are proof of this. Denjiro. Kazuki suddenly pulled out the hairpin in her hand. Her face was no longer frivolous like an Warren, but gradually showed a firmness. If it is just to survive for the reputation of the Kazuki clan, then there is no need to do this. My father's choice back then is my choice. Back then, her father Kazuki Oden would dance naked downstairs of Orochi for a lie that he could save the people of Wano country, and was called a fool. At that time, the Kazuki clan was almost discredited, and only the 9 red scabbards were still following them. How could she be willing to kill more people for fame? Well, I underestimated you. Hatake Kakashi rubbed his forehead, thinking about what Uehara Naraku taught him, and continued, "What should I say at this time? If you are unwilling to continue looking for rebels for us, we may find it troublesome to find rebels. So we decided to kill the people of Wano country. After saying this, Hatake Kakashi sighed and said, "Oh, by the way, those people in the rabbit well, especially the 9 red scabbards, will be sentenced to cooking, all because of you. This is really like a big villain." These words don't sound like what a person said, because they were all taught to him by Uehara and Naraku. Even including what Kazuki might do, Uehara and Naraku guessed it all. This guy, no matter where he goes, he has to control the fate of others. Denjiro didn't know the person behind the scenes. He just listened to Kakashi's words and clenched his knife. At this moment, he really couldn't help but kill Hatake Kakashi. Zyrozy finally slowly put down the hand holding her hairpin. Her face was somewhat dead, and she said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Zyrozy looked at Hatake Kakashi, and the tears in her eyes gradually flowed down. "You let us live in the hell of our souls. Is this a punishment for the Kazuki clan? But we did nothing." Second update. Chapter 483. A new storm is about to rise on the sea. Kazuki Oden's daughter is Kazuki Oden. No matter what, her identity is too sensitive. Now that Akatsuki has occupied the entire Wano country, they naturally cannot allow the retainers of the Kazuki clan to continue to cause trouble. If they are willing to surrender, it will also be good for Akatsuki and for Uehara and Naraku's future plans. If Momonosuke came to this era through the power of the time fruit, but found that his sister Kazuki Hiyori and his retainers had betrayed him, at that time, I wonder what he would think. Now, under the guidance of Uehara and Naraku, Hatake Kakashi fought, forcing Kazuki and Denjiro to give up all hope and let Akatsuki arrange their lives. A large number of ninjas are scattered in various regions of Wano country, assisting the civilians of Wano country to quickly resume production. In Denjiro's intelligence, they secretly searched for samurai loyal to the Kazuki clan. In addition, Uehara and Naraku also provided information about CP agents, and the ninja coalition easily captured several CP agents who infiltrated into the rabbit well. Wano country quietly returned to peace. Uehara and Naraku stayed for a long time before he chose to contact the navy. It was a bit surprising that the person who answered his dendenmushi was actually Kabuto Yakushi, Colonel Naraku. On the other end of the dendenmushi, Kabuto Yakushi looked business-like, which sounded a bit inconvenient. "We are in the outer sea of Wano country. Is there any progress on your mission?" Uehara and Naraku was silent for a second, and then whispered, "A coup has occurred in the entire Wano country. The Akatsuki organization has occupied the entire Wano country. Their leader is a woman named Kaguya Otsutsuki, who claims to be a god who has descended on Wano country." Kabuto Yakushi was also silent. The two knew who the real leader of the Akatsuki organization was. To be honest, Kabuto Yakushi had long anticipated that Wano country might change its owner. If Uehara and Naraku wanted to be a spy for the navy in Wano country comfortably, the best way would definitely be to turn Wano country into his own territory. The only thing he didn't expect was that Uehara and Naraku didn't play by the rules and directly sent out that terrible woman Kaguya Otsutsuki. After thinking for a while, Kabuto Yakushi continued, "I see, Colonel Naraku. Is there any other information? What is the movement of the beast pirates?" The two sides have formed an alliance. Uehara and Naraku thought for a while and provided another piece of information. Akatsuki has a ninja force of tens of thousands of people, and they are spread all over Wano country. My work here is very difficult. Recently, they have been hunting down members of the Kazuki clan and CP agents of the world government. When Uehara and Naraku said this, his voice was a little obscure. Now they are still continuing to track down. I'm worried about being exposed, and I apply to stay in hiding and keep silent. Okay. Kabuto Yakushi and the dendenmushi agreed without hesitation. As long as Uehara and Naraku said that he was in danger of being exposed if he stayed in the territory of the Akatsuki organization, then there must be danger. There is no need to question this. Wano country, the outer sea. After Kabuto Yakushi hung up the dendenmushi, he glanced at Vice Admiral Churu and Vice Admiral Momosato beside him, and said softly, "Senior Churu, Senior Momosato, unless we are determined to go to war, all we can do, maybe just wait for the right opportunity." "That's right." Vice Admiral Churu thought for a while and whispered, "According to your intelligence theory, the intelligence provided by this little guy named Uehara and Naraku is enough. At least we know the identity of the enemy. The rest can only be investigated by him slowly. Yeah. Kabuto Yakushi nodded, pushed his glasses, and said in a deep voice, maybe we will have a new opportunity soon. Kado is a war maniac, especially since he has just gained a powerful ally. He lost in the war with the Whitebird pirates before, and he will definitely not give up easily. It just so happens that he also has a chance to fight Whitebird. According to our intelligence, a group of pirates under Whitebird have repeatedly passed through Fishman Island. They may want to let the former Shichibukagen return to Fishman Island. What do you mean? Vice Admiral Churu looked at Kabuto Yakushi in surprise, then nodded slowly and said, when the Whitebird pirates want to retake Fishman Island, will Kado really appear? The probability is very high. Kabuto Yakushi nodded slowly and said softly, as long as the Whitebird pirates make any moves, according to Kado's character, he will definitely not let Whitebird succeed easily. Especially, behind Kado stands the Akatsuki organization. Because of the existence of Uehara Naraku, the Akatsuki organization will not have any allies. Kabuto Yakushi can almost guess that Kado may have become a member of Akatsuki. How could a Four Emperors pirate group be tolerated near the Akatsuki organization's base? Unless they belong to the Akatsuki organization. On the island of ghosts, Uzumaki Naruto walked into this island full of pirates. Since Kado joined the Akatsuki organization, the Beast's pirates have already been the outer armed forces of the Akatsuki organization. Uzumaki Naruto joining the Beast's pirates is a kind of training. Along the way, there were pirates with hideous faces everywhere, which made Uzumaki Naruto's face a little surprised. These pirates look too outrageous. How come it feels like it was just randomly grown? Kado saw Uzumaki Naruto wandering on Onigashima, and his eyes became a little fierce. Those guys actually sent this hairy boy here. Huh. Plague Quinn looked at Uzumaki Naruto in surprise, and couldn't help but said in surprise, it was that kid. Brother, his strength is very strong. I always suspected that he should have some kind of mythical beast ability. Huh, this is normal. Kado raised his head and took a sip of wine, then looked at Uzumaki Naruto walking over and said slowly in a muffled voice, that kid seems to have some identity. Because after Kado joined the Akatsuki organization, he also saw Uzumaki Naruto and Kaguya Otsutsuki getting along with each other and heard their conversation. That Uzumaki Naruto is Kaguya's grandson. Damn, what the hell is this? Anyway, this is something Kado can't refuse. Besides, it is better for this silly looking Uzumaki Naruto to join the Beast's pirates than for Uchiha Obito, the bastard who likes to kill people. In order to welcome Uzumaki Naruto, who is suspected to have the ability of the mythical beast fruit, Kado held a banquet on Onigashima, and by the way, to boost morale. On the first day, everyone was very happy. On the second day, Kado found out why Uzumaki Naruto joined the Beast's pirates, because Uzumaki Naruto wanted to practice with him for a period of time, mainly to learn the three-color domineering. The people of the Akatsuki organization are all crazy, right? Aren't these guys too insulting? They dared to let Kado, the Emperor of the Sea, teach a little kid to learn the three-color domineering. Do they really think that he, the Four Emperors, has no temper? Besides, do they really think domineering is that simple? Domineering needs to be awakened, not just taught, especially since there is only one domineering in a million people. This little brat Uzumaki Naruto really has. This world is too outrageous. How can this silly looking yellow haired boy awaken Conqueror Haki? Even after Uzumaki Naruto awakened observation Haki, his perception range is larger than Kado. What a monster. Only armament Haki is a little troublesome. After all, armament Haki requires physical strength and long-term combat training. Kado's teaching method is crude. He simply found an uninhabited deserted island in the new world and fought with Uzumaki Naruto for 10 days and nights with physical skills and armament Haki. At the beginning, Kado really enjoyed the fight, and Uzumaki Naruto was a pure punching bag. When Uzumaki Naruto was forced by him, he quickly awakened armament Haki. Then, Kado lost. Kado has lost a lot this year, especially when he lost the battle in the area he was best at. As one of the Four Emperors with the strongest recovery ability, Kado always believed that no one could match him in endurance, but he met the monster Uzumaki Naruto. In this world, monster is a compliment. Huh, you young brats are really scary. Kado lay on the island and looked at the sky and said in a muffled voice, your armament haki has just awakened, but you have more haki than me. Ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Naruto also lay on the ground and scratched his head awkwardly. Kurama has learned to convert chakra into haki, so he can also provide haki for me. This kind of thing is not Kado's fault. After all, Uzumaki Naruto still has the Nine Tails as a plugin. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Kado next to him and suddenly asked, Mr. Kado, I heard that you have seen Sasuke. That arrogant brat. Ha ha ha, Sasuke is just a bit bad-tempered. The two chatted well. It must be said that Uzumaki Naruto's personality is quite contagious. Kado also believes that if Uzumaki Naruto goes out to sea, he also has the potential to become the Pirate King. His character is also as naive as Roger and Whitebird. If there is no Akatsuki in the world, Kado simply met Uzumaki Naruto. He would definitely make Uzumaki Naruto his subordinate, take him to find the great treasure, and be willing to recruit him at all costs. Unfortunately, there is Akatsuki in this world. Behind Uzumaki Naruto stands a god and a bunch of people. While Kado and Uzumaki Naruto were talking about Uchiha Sasuke, the Whitebird pirates were also discussing a big thing. Just as Kabuto Yakushi expected, this pirate group wants to return to Fishman Island. After Uchiha Sasuke and Portugiste Ace returned to the Whitebird Sea, these people finally put helping Jinbei and the Fishman Pirates to retake Fishman Island on the agenda. This matter cannot be changed anyway. If Whitebird's flag can be pulled down casually, then these pirates are too unqualified. For the pirates, that fluttering pirate flag is their most precious treasure. After Hoshigaki Kisame pulled out the flag of the Whitebird pirates and announced that the territory of Fishman Island was his, the hostility between them could not be changed. Besides, no one can stop them in this sea. Even the Beast's pirates and Kado, who are also the four Emperor's pirate groups, are not their opponents. Even the Navy can only use despicable tricks to deal with them. Kill Hoshigaki Kisame and replant the Whitebird pirate flag on Fishman Island. Announce to the whole world that no one can invade the territory of the Whitebird pirates. This is the reputation of the world's strongest pirate group. The third update. Go to sleep. Chapter 484. I'm scaring a crying little girl. Pirates don't have any beliefs or honor. No, maybe the flying pirate flag is our honor. The Whitebird pirates want to start a new war with the 7 warlords of the sea, Hoshigaki Kisame, for a pirate flag and a Fishman Island, to deal with this guy who provoked the Whitebird pirates, and to vent for Uchiha Sasuke. Because Hoshigaki Kisame also participated in the battle, to encircle and suppress Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke can understand this kind of thing, but it is really unnecessary. If you don't attack Hoshigaki Kisame, at most you will lose face once. If you attack Hoshigaki Kisame, you will probably lose face all the time in the future. However, Uchiha Sasuke can't persuade him. The only thing Uchiha Sasuke can do is to pass the news to Hoshigaki Kisame. It's really embarrassing. Obviously, these companions want to avenge Sasuke, but Sasuke has to inform his enemies to avoid a bad scene. This world is too ridiculous. Fishman Island. This island under the sea became the territory of Hoshigaki Kisame. When Hoshigaki Kisame announced that he had occupied Fishman Island, there were fishmen who resisted or assassinated him, and all of them were killed by Hoshigaki Kisame. As a member of the Kariga Kuranbu and Akatsuki, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't care about killing at all, and he was ruthless. Cruelty gradually became the synonym of Hoshigaki Kisame. For Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, Hoshigaki Kisame was a person he loved and hated, respected, and feared. After all, this guy did block many pirates and slave traders from Fishman Island, and anyone who invaded Fishman Island would be killed by Hoshigaki Kisame. However, Hoshigaki Kisame was also ruthless to the people inside. The entire Fishman Island was slaughtered by Hoshigaki Kisame on the first day he entered. There were never any prisoners under Kisame's hands, only bloody corpses. Fishman Island, Ryugu Castle. Today, King Neptune of Fishman Island hosted a banquet for Hoshigaki Kisame to thank him for clearing out Vanderdecken Ninth and his flying pirates that surrounded Fishman Island. because Vanderdecken Ninth has been harassing Neptune's daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, in the past few years, trying to marry her, and would attack the tower where Princess Shirahoshi lived from time to time. Now Vanderdecken Ninth and the flying pirates were killed by Hoshigaki Kisame, and from then on, Princess Shirahoshi's crisis was finally resolved. Now, Princess Shirahoshi can finally leave the tower. This mermaid princess, who has been protected in the tower by Neptune since she was a child, is about to turn 12 this year. She is very cute, with long pink hair draped over her body, a cute bun on her head, and a pair of big eyes that look very smart. But her body is very tall. Even though Princess Shirahoshi is only 12 years old today, her height is already over 10 meters. This world is really outrageous. Hoshigaki Kisame, who is nearly 2 meters tall, looks very small in front of King Neptune's family. Princess Shirahoshi swam quickly to her brother's side, curiously looking down at Hoshigaki Kisame, the guest who was drinking juice, and blinked involuntarily. Lord Kisame, do you like juice? Yes. Hoshigaki Kisame put down the cup in his hand, raised his head, and looked at Princess Shirahoshi, his mouth slightly grinning to reveal his full shark teeth. Princess, don't you like juice? It was obviously just an ordinary smile, but Hoshigaki Kisame smiled with the feeling of choosing someone to bite, and immediately scared Princess Shirahoshi so much that she couldn't help but shrink behind her father. This performance is too rude to the guests. After a long while, the tall little mermaid timidly poked her head out and whispered, I like it. Really? Hoshigaki Kisame's smile deepened, and he nodded slowly. It's good that your highness likes it. If the things we like are not liked by other people in the world, I will feel that this world is too strange. Why do you think it's strange? Princess Shirahoshi wanted to stick her head out to secretly take a look at Kisame, but after seeing his smile, her body couldn't help but tremble with fear. Hoshigaki Kisame still had a smile on his face and spread out his palms. The smile on his face suddenly became a little scary, because if this world is incompatible with us, the world should not exist, but should be destroyed. Ah. Princess Shirahoshi's eyes were instantly filled with tears, and the tears quickly flowed down her cheeks. While crying, she shouted, Lord Kisame, I like juice. King Neptune couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Just at this moment, the dendenmushi in Hoshigaki Kisame's hand rang. He looked up at Neptune and others, slowly connected his dendenmushi, smiled and said, it's a bit inconvenient here. What are you doing? A young man's voice came from the dendenmushi. Hoshigaki Kisame looked up at Princess Shirahoshi hiding behind King Neptune, chuckled and said, now Fishman Island is scaring a little guy who seems to be a little cribby. No, or should I say a big guy. Can't you bastards be human? The young man in the dendenmushi couldn't help but curse and talked about serious matters, because you pulled out the flag of the Whitebird Pirates before, and provoked the entire Whitebird Pirates. Now the Whitebird Pirates are going to settle accounts with you. After that, the young man hung up the phone directly. Obviously, the young man didn't care whether Hoshigaki Kisame could handle it, or he believed that Hoshigaki Kisame could handle it. Hoshigaki Kisame slowly put away his dendenmushi, not caring about the trouble of the Whitebird Pirates, and picked up the juice on the table again. This calm look surprised King Neptune. But for the sake of the overall situation, King Neptune couldn't help but say, Mr. Kisame, the Whitebird Pirates are the strongest pirate group in the world. It was thanks to them that we were able to conquer Fishman Island. What does that have to do with me? Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but smile. Mr. Kisame, don't be impulsive. King Neptune gently soothed Kisame's emotions and said in a deep voice, maybe I can go and talk about this matter, and Jinbei will definitely understand. Don't worry. Hoshigaki Kisame interrupted King Neptune, reached out and picked up his Samehada sword and put it on his back, then turned and walked out of Ryugu Castle. After Hoshigaki Kisame took a few steps, he seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, if King Neptune wants to contact the Whitebird Pirates and that guy Jinbei, just go now, but I hope you can think through the consequences. This war, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Although the Whitebird Pirates are powerful and aggressive, Kisame is not without the power to resist. This is Fishman Island under the deep sea. As long as they fight in the sea, there are not many people in the world who can compete with him. Not to mention that as a subordinate of Uehara Naraku, he has a powerful weapon in his hand. Even if he is really defeated, he can still continue to be a member of Akatsuki. Lord Kisame. Princess Shirahoshi suddenly flashed out from behind her father and tried to speak. Boss Jinbei is also a good man. Why are you? You are too young. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled and looked at Princess Shirahoshi, turned around and walked away step by step, leaving only his last voice. When you grow up in the future, you will understand. When you grow up, you will realize the cruelty of this world. However, when Hoshigaki Kisame left Ryugu Castle and returned to his residence, he was surprised to see a person who surprised him very much. Sea Knight Jinbei. According to common sense, Jinbei should stay on Whitebeard's ship until the war breaks out, but at this moment he inexplicably appeared on Fishman Island. He even took the initiative to appear in front of Kisame. When Hoshigaki Kisame saw Jinbei, he couldn't help but smile. His palm slowly clenched the Samehada sword behind him. Isn't this Mr. Jinbei? Are you here to take back everything you once had? No, I'm not here to be your enemy. Jinbei shook his head, looked at Hoshigaki Kisame with complicated eyes, and said in a deep voice, Sir Kisame, I came here in the hope that you can replant the pirate flag of Father Whitebeard on Fishman Island to avoid the outbreak of this war. Jinbei's feelings towards Hoshigaki Kisame are a bit complicated. Although this guy Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly took advantage of the situation when he went to the Whitebeard Sea and occupied the position of the 7 warlords of the sea and Fishman Island. Although Hoshigaki Kisame also killed many fishermen in Fishman Street during this period, even some of Jinbei's former brothers, but those fishermen also brought it upon themselves. But Jinbei had to admit that Hoshigaki Kisame did a good job. Or rather, Hoshigaki Kisame did a better job than him. Under the protection of Hoshigaki Kisame, the entire Fishman Island has not had many pirates and slave traders come to Fishman Island to plunder. No matter how strong the pirates are, they cannot escape Hoshigaki Kisame's underwater pursuit. Even this guy's ruthless when it comes to killing fishmen or mermaids. This makes Jinbei feel complicated. And Jinbei is also very clear that those fishmen are also the root cause of the tension between Fishman Island and humans, but Jinbei has never been able to do it. This Hoshigaki Kisame is much more courageous than him. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't care what Jinbei was thinking. He just shook his head and grinned. If you want a war, then come on. They defeated me. Wouldn't it just help you get these positions back? I don't care about that. Jinbei shook his head quickly and continued to persuade with a serious face. Do you know what your war with the Whitebeard pirates means? This time, Whitebeard and the 16 squads are all out, including you who assisted the navy in the encirclement and suppression of Uchiha Sasuke some time ago. Hoshigaki Kisame, I don't want to see you die in this war. Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help blinking his little eyes. What's wrong with this world? Is Jinbei rushing here in advance to tip off his enemy? Jinbei looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and said in a deep voice, Sir Kisame, I never returned to Fishman Island to snatch those false names, but to stop the war. I don't want to see you go astray. Please follow me and apologize to Father Whitebeard. Chapter 485 The person standing behind Hoshigaki Kisame. Jinbei actually came back secretly. Originally, Jinbei hurried back to Fishman Island because he wanted to defeat Hoshigaki Kisame himself, so as to avoid any trouble for the Whitebeard pirates. But after Jinbei rushed back to Fishman Island and secretly visited several places, he found that Hoshigaki Kisame had done a lot for Fishman Island and solved many troubles of Fishman Island, which gradually reduced Jinbei's hostility towards Kisame. However, Jinbei still wanted to use the fact that Whitebeard had once protected Fishman Island, hoping to persuade Hoshigaki Kisame to go to the Whitebeard pirates to plead guilty and obtain Whitebeard's forgiveness. Even after this incident was over, Jinbei never thought of continuing to compete with Kisame for the position of Fishman Island, and even planned to join forces with Kisame to defend Fishman Island together. To be honest, Jinbei's behavior was a matter of loyalty. Unfortunately, times are different. Hoshigaki Kisame has never received any favor from Whitebeard. His final destination in this life is Akatsuki. What does the Whitebeard pirates and Fishman Island have to do with him? Do you really think he is a fishman? Kisame is a ninja. a ninja from the Hashigaki clan of the water country in the ninja world. He will be a core member of the Akatsuki organization for the rest of his life, codenamed Nanto. I'm so sorry. After hearing Jinbo's words, Hashigaki Kisame had a smile on his face. He didn't seem to have any sincerity in apologizing. He just looked at Jinbo and chuckled. I'm one of the Shichibuke of the world government. How could I be in collusion with Whitebeard's pirates? What? Jinbo frowned and couldn't help but stare at Hashigaki Kisame with a little confusion on his face. He seemed to be looking at a brainless idiot. You can't really not tell which is more important, the position of the Shichibuke or Daddy Whitebeard? Hashigaki Kisame still had a smile on his face and said slowly, the Shichibuke are more important. For me, they can save me from being hunted down by the world government. But Jinbei clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Dad's flag once made anyone dare not covet Fishman Island. The Samehada in my hand can also make people dare not covet Fishman Island. Hashigaki Kisame suddenly grasped his Samehada sword in his hand, wielding it towards Jinbei, and his mouth slowly grinned. If you want to ask for forgiveness, go by yourself. Hashigaki Kisame's smile revealed a hint of cruelty, and his voice was a little cold. It's just a war, and I will never be stingy with this country called Fishman Island. Do you think I should bow to others for this small island? Jinbo's face showed a hint of doubt. At this moment, he didn't quite believe Hashigaki Kisame. This guy is obviously someone who cares a lot about Fishman Island. He will not let go of any pirates or slave ships that invade Fishman Island. How could he say such a thing? I'm sorry. Jinbo's eyes suddenly changed. He spread his palms a little bit and looked at Hashigaki Kisame. His voice suddenly became serious. Since you don't want to go, I have no choice but to take you to apologize to my father. Jinbei suddenly rushed towards Hashigaki Kisame. A fist gathered all Jinbo's strength and smashed into Hashigaki Kisame's body. Samehada punch. Ha. Want to fight Samehada with your fists? Hashigaki Kisame was not afraid. He chuckled and waved the Samehada sword in his hand to meet it. A sharp slash mixed with water splashed towards Jinbei. This slash directly forced Jinbei to take a step back. After taking a step back, the next step is to take countless steps back. The Samehada in Hashigaki Kisame's hand chopped Jinbo's body continuously, and the slashes one after another almost instantly forced Jinbei to be unable to move forward or backward. The houses on both sides of the street were instantly destroyed by the slashes. Jinbei quickly stretched his palm over a ball of water, quickly gathered it into a ball of water, and threw it towards Hashigaki Kisame. Fishman Karate, Takarakan. However, what greeted Jinbei was exactly the same move. Hashigaki Kisame condensed a ball of water with one hand, smiled lightly and said, the power of Fishman Karate. Do you think I can't master it? For Hashigaki Kisame, he can freely find the power that suits him on Fishman Island, and the physical skill of Fishman Karate is very suitable for him. The most important thing is, Kisame has chakra in his body. Some attack moves that are limited by the terrain can be performed unscrupulously through chakra. The next moment, the water balls of the two people collided at the same time. Just when Jinbei was somewhat surprised, the figure of Hashigaki Kisame rushed over from countless water drops, waving Samehada and slashing at his shoulder. Sure enough, he is a swordsman. Jinbei's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he quickly leaned back to avoid the knife. Just when Jinbei felt a little relieved, in his sight, the cloth strips on the Samehada sword suddenly shattered. Bang! Samehada opened its mouth and bit Jinbei's body. Jinbei looked at Samehada, which was covered with sharp thorns, with astonishment on his face. Is this a sword with the power of a devil fruit? The next second, Jinbei suddenly felt the changes in his body. He broke away from Samehada and flew back. No, my physical strength and domineering were actually sucked away by it. Jinbei stared at Hashigaki Kisame, and his face gradually became a little ugly. They only fought a few moves, but Jinbei never got the upper hand. Now seeing Samehada's sword that can absorb domineering and physical strength, Jinbei's heart gradually became a little unsure. This battle is not as easy as Jinbei imagined. No wonder Hashigaki Kisame can replace him, because this guy is very strong. Hashigaki Kisame holds the handle of Samehada's sword in his hand, feels the domineering power coming from Samehada, and smiles at the corner of his mouth, and chuckles. My Samehada likes you very much, Jinbei. No, or it likes the domineering power in your body. Sumehada really likes to extract the domineering power of fishmen. It's a pity that there are few fishmen who are willing to do well. Jinbei is undoubtedly the strongest person in the fishmen now. You actually made a weird fish into a knife. Jinbei looked at the whole appearance of Sumehada in Hoshigaki Kisame's hand and clenched his fist. It seems difficult to take this guy away today. Why leave? Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, stepped on the ground, and flew into the air, waving Sumehada and smashing towards Jinbei. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. Water splashed in the air. Two equally powerful fishmen started a physical battle on this island under the deep sea. The noise of their battle soon alarmed the king of Fishman Island, Neptune. But when the soldiers of Ryugu Castle arrived, everyone was a little at a loss. One of them was Hoshigaki Kisame, who now guarded their Shichibuke. The other was Sea Knight Jinbei, the captain of the guard who once protected them. This battle, they didn't know how to intervene. Besides, this battle was not something they could intervene in. Mr. Kisame, Jinbei. After King Neptune came from Ryugu Castle, he saw that the two were still fighting. He waved his trident to block between them, splitting them in two, trying to interrupt their fight. Jinbei stopped his attack, panting slightly and looking at Hoshigaki Kisame on the opposite side. In this battle, he was almost completely at a disadvantage. Hoshigaki Kisame's face was still calm, and he even had the smile before the battle. He slowly stroked Sumehada, as if nothing had happened. Although the result of this battle has not yet been decided, but the winner and loser are immediately decided. Alright. Hoshigaki Kisame looked up at Jinbei and said with a chuckle, since you once protected Fishman Island, I'll let you go this time. If you dare to do something unrealistic next time, the result will not be what you said today. Kisame, are you really not willing to go with me to apologize to dad? Jinbei looked at Hoshigaki Kisame. A hint of anxiety appeared on his face. Kisame, don't be impulsive. Fishman Island and dad have never been enemies. Are you sure you don't need this chance? Hoshigaki Kisame still had a smile on his face. He slowly pulled out a strip of cloth, gently wrapped it around the Sumehada sword, and said calmly, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish now. Jinbei. King Neptune hurriedly bent down, interrupted Jinbei who wanted to continue speaking, and turned to look at Hoshigaki Kisame. Mr. Kisame, go and have a rest. I'll send soldiers to handle the follow-up matters here. That couldn't be better. Hoshigaki Kisame still had a smile on his face. His eyes fell on Jinbei, who was still a little angry, and he chuckled. I hope that next time, we can decide the winner. Jinbei just gritted his teeth. To be honest, he really didn't want to fight Kisame. Because they were both rare strong men among the fishmen, and Jinbei also had a faint admiration for what Hoshigaki Kisame did on Fishman Island. In addition, the strange knife in Kisame's hand restrained his power. In fact, Jinbei didn't know that. He, who had mastered the fishman karate, actually restrained Hoshigaki Kisame's power very much. He was facing a Hoshigaki Kisame who used physical skills and swordsmanship. Fishman karate restrained water style ninjutsu to some extent, and could easily guide the water flow, so Kisame was also a little restrained in this battle. In short, this battle was barely over. After Hoshigaki Kisame left, King Neptune was relieved. He looked at Jinbei beside him and sighed. Let's go back to the palace and talk. Yeah. Jinbei nodded slowly, looking at the back of Hoshigaki Kisame without saying a word. This guy has been protecting Fishman Island. Why is he unwilling to resolve the feud with the Whitebeard pirates? It is obviously a win-win situation. Jinbei's brows frowned more and more. He vaguely remembered that Uchiha Sasuke of the Whitebeard pirates once mentioned something on the Moby Dick. Behind this guy Hoshigaki Kisame stands a person that Uchiha Sasuke fears. The young man who is not afraid of even Whitebeard Edward Newgate, but when he mentions the person behind Hoshigaki Kisame, he dare not be too arrogant. Even when Portgas Ace mentioned that person, Uchiha Sasuke would stop him, as if he was afraid that Ace would say something he shouldn't say. Because of that person. Is it because Hoshigaki Kisame dared not contact the Whitebeard pirates? Second update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486. News that shocked even pharmacist Kabuto. Fishman Island, Ryugu Castle. Neptune drank a large glass of wine with satisfaction and sighed softly because Kisame likes to drink juice. We can't drink alcohol. Huh? Like to drink juice? Jinbei's eyes were slightly surprised. He couldn't help but think of Uchiha Sasuke who liked to drink juice in the Whitebird Pirates. The black-haired young man not only drank juice himself, but also forced Ace to drink juice. Even Whitebird, who couldn't drink alcohol, gradually began to drink juice. It is said that Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, has also been drinking juice recently, and even forced his captain Shanks to drink juice. And everyone only drinks orange juice. This juice, where did it come from? Is there something wrong? Jinbei looked at King Neptune, with a hint of apology on his face, and sighed. Recently, I have been following my father in the Whitebird Pirates to drink juice. Give me a glass of orange juice too. King Neptune's expression gradually became silent. Isn't it good for everyone to drink? Why do you want to drink juice? Even his daughter Princess Shirahoshi had just left the tower, and her drink changed from milk to juice. This was because she was scared by Hoshigaki Kisame. Fortunately, Jinbei's character is not as dark as Hoshigaki Kisame. Jinbei sighed and spoke first. I came back this time to make Kisame apologize to Whitebird and resolve the misunderstanding that Kisame had pulled down the flag of the Whitebird Pirates. But now it seems hopeless. Kisame's character is very stubborn. King Neptune also sighed, shook his head and said, if you want him to bow his head, there is no possibility at all. No, maybe he has no choice. Jinbei vaguely understood Kisame's thoughts. Because there is another person standing behind Hoshigaki Kisame, he dare not contact the Whitebird Pirates. Maybe he has never been able to help himself. Jinbei suddenly began to excuse Hoshigaki Kisame. This kind of thing also made Neptune's expression a little strange. You two just had a fight. But Jinbei didn't mention it again after he mentioned it, and continued, when I return to the Whitebird Pirates, I'll see if I can persuade my father. Please. Neptune nodded and continued, why don't I go with you? Maybe it can be explained clearly. No, the Whitebird Pirates' target is only Kisame. Jinbei shook his head and fell into thinking again. This battle between the Whitebird Pirates and the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Hoshigaki Kisame, in addition to punishing Hoshigaki Kisame for pulling down Whitebird's flag, also retaliated against the world government's ambush of Uchiha Sasuke and the 2nd Division. Could it be that they also wanted to test the person behind Kisame? Perhaps this is the only way to explain it. Even with Uchiha Sasuke's persuasion, Whitebird did not waver in his determination, and even led the Whitebird Pirates to go out in person. A mere 7 Warlords of the Sea. It is indeed not worth Whitebird's personal dispatch. When Jinbei thought of this, a trace of regret appeared on his face. For Fishman Island, I didn't expect that Kisame, and I would take the same path. For Fishman Island, Jinbei took over the position of Shichibuke, and on the other hand, he has been working hard to maintain the relationship with various powerful pirate groups in the world. Fortunately, Whitebird, who Jinbei and Fishman Island had previously joined, was good to Fishman Island and never exploited Fishman Island. Did Hoshigaki Kisame find a stronger person to rely on for Fishman Island? Jinbei still felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't think there was anyone more suitable to be the shelter of Fishman Island than Whitebird. Neptune looked at Jinbei in surprise, not quite understanding what Jinbei meant, and just poured himself a glass of wine. In fact, it is also thanks to Mr. Kisame that Fishman Island has been able to maintain peace during this period, and the island has become more and more stable recently. At this point, Neptune said again, yesterday he solved the flying pirates, and Shirahoshi will be able to leave the tower and go out to play in the future. Is Shirahoshi finally able to come out? A smile appeared on Jinbei's face. Jinbei thought of Kisame's style and words again, and his smile slowly faded. He sighed and said, that guy is actually a good person with a cold face and a warm heart. Now I don't know if the path he is taking is right. He insisted on choosing Whitebird. Kisame insisted on choosing the person behind him. Perhaps they have to wait until the person behind Kisame shows up and ends this war before they know whose choice is right. However, Jinbei still won't change his mind due to his understanding and respect for Whitebird, because Whitebird had sheltered them when Fishman Island was in the most difficult time. Even if they have chosen to join others, they can't refute the face of their benefactor Whitebird, right? Don't worry, King Neptune. Jinbei drank the juice in the cup and said in a deep voice, this war is not as simple as we imagined, and Kisame is just a pawn in this vortex. It seems that all we can do now is to wait for the result. On the sea, the news that Whitebird personally went out and rushed to Fishman Island on the Moby Dick spread throughout the sea in a blink of an eye. It is said that this is to punish the unreasonableness of the 7 warlords of the sea Hoshigaki Kisame and to respond to Hoshigaki Kisame's previous encirclement and suppression of the Whitebird pirates. Marineford, the office of the Navy Admiral. During this period, Admiral Kizaru finally recovered from his injuries and rushed back to Marineford from the holy land of Mirajoa and began his life of slacking off at work. Navy Admiral Buddha Sengoku, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Churu and Kabuto Yakushi were sitting here, except for Admiral Akenu who was guarding the G1 branch, and Vice Admiral Garp who slipped out again. The top leaders of the entire Navy were here. They all came here for the news that Whitebird and the Shichibukai Hoshigaki Kisame were about to go to war, to discuss how the Navy should respond. No matter what, the war between Whitebird, the so-called strongest of the 4 emperors, and Hoshigaki Kisame, the Shichibukai, is inevitable for the Navy. If they just stand by and watch, the Navy will have no credibility. It's really scary. Kizaru slowly held a cup of tea, and from time to time he glanced at the intelligence sent by the CP department, with a slightly strange smile on his face. The Uchiha Sasuke who defeated me twice, actually went out with Whitebird? When Kizaru talked about Uchiha Sasuke, there was no fear on his face, and even no reluctance, as if the 2 failures were nothing to him. Indeed, they were nothing. Kizaru and Uchiha Sasuke met twice purely because of his bad luck. He played a defensive role every time. Otherwise, with the power of the flash fruit, he would definitely be able to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Moreover, Kizaru's 2 defeats were also considered sacrifices. The first time, when Kizaru stopped Uchiha Sasuke, all the civilians on the island were evacuated, including 3 celestial dragons. The second time, when Kizaru stopped Uchiha Sasuke, the navy of the G1 branch also survived. Speaking of it, whether in the eyes of the 5 elders of the world government, or in the marine headquarters, Kizaru's 2 failures are actually more merits than faults. And this guy who has been slacking off, is unexpectedly reliable at critical moments. After hearing what Kizaru said, Marshal Sengoku coughed lightly a few times, and began to comfort his subordinates. Borsalino, don't take that kind of thing to heart. Uchiha Sasuke is just lucky. No, it's not his luck. Kizaru shook his head slowly, and continued with a smile. The little guy is indeed very strong. Not worse than Whitebird, when he was young. Everyone couldn't help but look at Kizaru. Although they all knew that what Kizaru said might be true, it always made them feel that Kizaru was flattering himself by boasting about the strength of his enemies. After all, even Sengoku could not do anything to Whitebird when he was young. That's right. Vice Admiral Churu closed his palms and sighed softly. The Whitebird pirates after Uchiha Sasuke joined are undoubtedly the strongest pirates in the world. In this world, except for the Navy, no one can stop them. Yes, that's true. Kabuto Yakushi also nodded, flipping through the information in his hand, and said calmly, no, or it seems so. But they are not unstoppable. Kabuto Yakushi took out a bounty order and handed it to Vice Admiral Churu. I wonder if Senior Churu still remembers the news we got from Colonel Naraku? The Kaguya Otsutsuki from Wano country? Vice Admiral Churu took the bounty order from Kabuto Yakushi in surprise, looked at the yellow-haired young man in the bounty order, and frowned slightly, because the person on the bounty order didn't seem surprising. It seems that this yellow-haired young man is even smiling a little foolishly. The chief inspector of the Beast's pirates, Uzumaki Naruto, has a bounty of 520 million baileys. The first bounty reached 520 million. Although Uzumaki Naruto is a rookie pirate and only defeated 1 pirate group, he did not do much evil, but his identity is indeed amazing enough. This is the chief inspector of the Beast's pirates, a position second only to the pirate governor Kado, and even above the 3 calamities. Is this the new pirate from the Beast's Pirates? Vice Admiral Churu turned his head and glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and couldn't help asking, does this have anything to do with what we are talking about? Could this be the one who can turn the situation around? I don't know. Kabuto Yakushi slowly stretched out his palm and said in a deep voice, not long ago, a CP team died in Wano country. Before they died, they sent the information they got to Colonel Naraku, and he urgently passed the information out. Kabuto Yakushi pointed to the yellow-haired young man on the bounty order and whispered, this guy named Uzumaki Naruto is the descendant of Kaguya who occupied Wano country. And if you think about it carefully, the Beast's Pirates are one of the 4 Emperor's pirate groups, and they can definitely be called a group of strong men. It is impossible for just anyone to become the chief inspector of a large pirate fleet. That's right. Vice Admiral Chiru's eyes also changed slightly, and he whispered, we had similar speculations at the beginning, but we couldn't find anything at all. Now I have found it. Kabuto Yakushi clasped his palms together and calmly expressed his guess. Their alliance should be stronger than we thought. When the Whitebeard pirates gained a monster, the Beast's pirates might also have monster. At this point, Kabuto Yakushi continued to add, there is also an unconfirmed rumor. It is said that Uchiha Sasuke was once a member of those people in Wano country, but later he betrayed them for some unknown reason. Kabuto Yakushi slowly pushed his glasses and glanced at everyone present. His voice gradually became heavy, or he himself was shocked by what he said next. Before Uchiha Sasuke abandoned those invaders from Wano country and entered the sea, his teammate at the time was this Uzumaki Naruto. The third update. Chapter 487. We are still colleagues from now on. This news is indeed quite shocking. After hearing the information provided by Kabuto Yakushi, everyone in the office of the Navy Admiral could not help but show a trace of surprise on their faces. Kizaru slowly put down his cup, and after the smile on his face disappeared for a moment, he took the bounty order of Uzumaki Naruto with a smile. It doesn't seem so surprising, and he doesn't look like a scary guy at all. No. Marshal Sengoku shook his head, and his face gradually became more serious. I was a little careless. This kid called Uzumaki Naruto may really have great power. Usually, Garp looks silly, but his fist is not something that everyone can block. Vice Admiral Churu nodded, with a subtle expression. Vice Admiral Churu, Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp are all from the same batch of Navy, and they know each other very well. For example, Garp's IQ is indeed not very high. Well, to put it bluntly, he is just a funny guy. In this regard, Garp and Uzumaki Naruto look a bit similar. From the photo, Uzumaki Naruto is also a fool. Who can really say that these guys with brain problems are not strong? Little Kabuto's intelligence theory is very accurate. Vice Admiral Churu glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, who had a stack of intelligence at hand, and said softly, the Whitebeard pirates' actions against Hoshigaki Kisame were predicted before. This time you mentioned this little guy from the Beast's Pirates. Do you also think that the Beast's Pirates will definitely go to war with the Whitebeard pirates during this period? Yes. Kabuto Yakushi nodded seriously. His intelligence theory is not a 100% prediction at all, but Kabuto Yakushi first makes a reasonable guess about what will happen, and then privately manipulates to ensure that the event happens according to his own prediction. If it doesn't work, he will go to Uehara Naraku. In this way, his prediction is naturally foolproof. So, Kabuto Yakushi has always predicted very accurately. To be honest, this is cheating. But the effect is significant. The Navy pays more and more attention to Kabuto Yakushi, and now almost all intelligence channels are gradually in the hands of Kabuto Yakushi, except for CP0, which is directly under the Celestial Dragons, and cannot be transferred at will. The remaining CP forces all obey the command of Kabuto Yakushi. Marshal Sengoku sat in his seat, thought for a while, and said in a deep voice, even if Kado and Whitebeard go to war, we can't be sure of their start time. The current priority is still the trouble between Hoshigaki Kisame and Whitebeard. Maybe there is a certain probability that it can be confirmed. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and whispered, we only need to do one thing, to force the war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates to start early. Everyone in the office showed a hint of doubt. Kabuto Yakushi took out a piece of information and handed it to Sengoku and continued softly. According to the information from the CP organization, Kado of the Beasts and Joker of the Underground Dark Organization have resumed trade, and we have also regained a batch of Seaston weapons. Kabuto Yakushi tapped the table lightly with his fingers and said after a pause, "The Joker who has been controlling the Dark World's trade is none other than Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea, who is our biggest headache. Kado and he have always had a vested interest. Yes, Doflamingo is undoubtedly the 7 warlords of the sea who is the most troublesome for the Navy. Most of the other 7 warlords of the sea can be abolished with a reason, but this guy Doflamingo will not have this situation, because his identity is that he was once a celestial dragon, and he seems to have mastered the secrets of the celestial dragons. The world government and Doflamingo also have a good relationship. Marshal Sengoku once tried to submit a report to abolish Doflamingo's status as a 7 warlord of the sea with the help of Uchiha Sasuke's defeat of Doflamingo. Unfortunately, this matter was rejected by the world government." Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Sengoku, who looked unhappy, and continued in a low voice, "As long as we use the matter of recruiting the 7 warlords to force Doflamingo and Whitebird into a huge conflict, or force Doflamingo to ask Kado for help, Kado will definitely take the initiative to go to war with the Whitebird pirates to protect his own interests. It happens that he has regrouped and can take this opportunity to take revenge." After that, Kabuto Yakushi knocked on the table again and said in a deep voice, "According to my judgment, there are many devil fruit users in the 2-4 Emperor's pirates, and their battlefield is likely to be in the Punk Hazard area at that time." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, and confidence returned to his face. He calmly retracted his fingers. "In this way, Whitebird will definitely withdraw to his own waters, and we don't need to send a strong military force to protect the 7 warlords." Everyone in the office of the Navy Admiral fell silent. There was nothing wrong with the strategy provided by Kabuto Yakushi. The only trouble was that the Navy took the initiative to provoke a war between the 2-4 Emperor's pirates, which was not very pleasant to say. Moreover, if 2 of the 4 emperors start a war in Punk Hazard, the situation of this war may be out of control. Kabuto. Marshal Sengoku took off his glasses and whispered, "There is nothing wrong with your plan. It is indeed the best plan for the Navy." After saying this, Marshal Sengoku sighed and said, "But nothing can go according to plan 100%. If something goes wrong in the middle, the Beast's pirates did not go out to start a war, and because we stood idly by, Doflamingo and Hoshigaki Kisame were killed by Whitebird, the 7 warlords of the sea system would suffer a fatal blow." Yes. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head. His eyes slowly fell on the 2 admirals in the office. "I have also considered this, so I suggest that Admiral Kizaru, who has the fastest support speed, patrol the route between Fishman Island and Dressrosa." "Oh." Kizaru couldn't help rubbing his palms and said with a smile, "In this case, will I have to work hard for a while again? My injury has just healed." Aokiji scratched his head and said softly, "Let me go. Borsalino should stay here. I remember that he seemed to have hunted down Fisher Tiger. With his identity, it would be inappropriate for him to appear on Fishman Island." "No." Kabuto Yakushi looked at Admiral Aokiji, shook his head seriously and said, "Admiral Kizaru can stay in the Dressrosa area of the New World. Although I'm 100% sure that there will be a war between the 2-4 emperors, the details cannot be absolutely controlled. Therefore, there are some troubles in the middle, such as the deterrence and conscription of Doflamingo, which requires Admiral Kizaru to do, and the attempt to pursue the 2-4 emperors' pirate groups after the war. Admiral Aokiji is also very powerful, but in terms of support and pursuit speed, it is obviously inferior to the ability of the Pikachu fruit." After saying this, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, and once the situation is out of our control, Admiral Kizaru's Pikachu fruit ability is flexible enough. When we have to change the plan, he can play a stronger role, such as delaying one of the 4 emperors' pirate groups, and the Navy will support the encirclement and suppression to win a great victory. At the end, Kabuto Yakushi's eyes slowly fell on Kizaru, and he said sincerely, "The most important thing is that, although we all know in the Navy that Admiral Kizaru's 2 defeats were inevitable and his merits outweigh his faults, but other people in this world don't think so, so we must find a way to find an opportunity to try to restore the image of an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Aokiji glanced at Kabuto Yakushi speechlessly. This Kabuto Yakushi's words were quite sincere, as if he was considering Kizaru in the Navy, but Aokiji didn't need to think about it, and didn't believe it at all. Aokiji now only wants to know one thing, that is, are the guys from the Akatsuki organization going to take action against Admiral Kizaru? The places this guy asked Kizaru to go are all controlled by the Akatsuki organization. Once Kizaru goes in alone, if something goes wrong in the middle, will Kizaru still be the same Kizaru after returning to Marineford? To be honest, Aokiji would rather let Kizaru slack off at work in Marineford. Moreover, in recent times, Aokiji and Akeno, two admirals of the Navy headquarters, have been intentionally or unintentionally trying to withdraw from the competition for the future Navy admiral, hoping that Kizaru will take the position in the future, or at least maintain the purity of the Navy admiral. Now Kabuto Yakushi, no, or rather, the Akatsuki organization, is planning to kill two birds with one stone, and wants to send Kizaru out on the pretext that only admirals can monitor the battlefield during the war between the four emperors' pirate groups. This must be a bad intention. The four emperors' pirate groups all have undercover agents from their Akatsuki organization who can monitor the battlefield. Why does Kabuto Yakushi insist on Kizaru? If you say that Kabuto Yakushi is trying to help Kizaru find some merits in this war to save his image, Aokiji absolutely doesn't believe it. I can go. Kizaru glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and said with a smile, "Our new generation of wise generals have made such a wonderful plan. I really want to go and see it." Borsalino. Aokiji rubbed his forehead. Just when Aokiji wanted to continue speaking, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and whispered, "In order to ensure the implementation of our plan, I will go to Dressrosa with Admiral Kizaru." Okay. Kizaru still had that smiling face. He continued slowly, "Then along the way, I hope our new generation of wise generals will give us a lot of advice." Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, his face showing some seriousness. If this plan can be implemented perfectly, and even justice can have a perfect result in the war, it must rely on the ability of Admiral Kizaru. Don't be too restrained. Kizaru waved his hand with a smile, and he didn't look like an admiral at all. Although I'm an admiral, I hate thinking about such troublesome things. This time I will obey your command. Marshal Sengoku glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, then at Kizaru, and calmly made his own decision. Then let's do this. You go and execute the plan of the Four Emperors War first, and I will start to mobilize the branch navy, and be ready to participate in this war at any time. Actually, there is no need to be so troublesome. After nodding, Kabuto Yakushi continued, "If both sides of this war remain restrained, we may only be able to sit back and watch their war end. If this war is protracted, that is the time for our navy to really enter the battlefield." Well, Sengoku nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "In fact, it doesn't matter if they remain restrained. The ocean should not have too many variables now, and our original purpose was to save Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, at the lowest cost to avoid the imbalance of the times." Kabuto Yakushi nodded along with his words. Kabuto Yakushi didn't know whether the times would lose balance, but after the war was over, the navy would definitely have a bright future. Thinking of this, Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Kizaru. The admiral of the Navy headquarters was still smiling, and it seemed that he never had a serious time. On the contrary, Aokiji, who was next to Kizaru, had a sad face. "Really? What is there to worry about? We will still be colleagues in the future." First update. Chapter 488. Anyway, you are also a loose organization. Marineford. In Aokiji's office. This office is a bit unrefined. There is a sleeping mat on the floor. Aokiji lies lazily on the mat and slowly closes his eyes. What a trouble. After Aokiji returned to his office from the meeting, he kept this posture, muttering, "One move means winning 3 pieces. Is this the subordinate that guy values the most?" Aokiji thought at first that Kabuto Yakushi's plan was to help resolve the troubles encountered by Hoshigaki Kisame, and to provoke and weaken the Whitebird pirates and the Beasts pirates. As a result, Kabuto Yakushi took this opportunity to lure Kizaru away. No. Or maybe this is Kabuto Yakushi's real purpose. The guys in the Akatsuki organization really want to catch all the admirals of the Navy headquarters. Once Kizaru has to join the Akatsuki organization, the 3 admirals of the headquarters and a naval staff officer in the entire Marineford are all undercover agents of the Akatsuki organization. Well, evil has completely invaded the headquarters of justice. Contact that guy Sakazuki. Aokiji took out his dendenmushi and slowly dialed Akanu's dendenmushi. Sakazuki, I have something to ask you. Is there something? Akanu didn't sound very happy. But it must be said that, after Aokiji and Akanu both became undercover agents of the Akatsuki organization, the relationship between the two of them eased a little, and the number of contacts increased significantly. Maybe it was because they had a common secret. Aokiji didn't hesitate too much, and told Akanu about what happened at the Marineford meeting. Kabuto Yakushi and Borsalino are going out to perform a mission together. I feel that he may not be able to escape the fate of our contact. Akanu on the other end of the dendenmushi fell silent. What the hell is going on? The two of them finally reached a tacit understanding to stay away from Marineford so as to try to let Kizaru take the throne safely in the future. And Kizaru might also join Akatsuki. If the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters have all become undercover agents of the Akatsuki organization, who will enforce the justice of the Navy, can Aokiji and Kizaru, 2 guys who like to slack off and be lazy, uphold justice as much as possible under the oppression of the Akatsuki organization? I know about this. Akanu responded with a muffled voice, and then said angrily, one by one, sooner or later, they will all be unreliable guys. If the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters are all undercover, then Aokiji and Kizaru, 2 unreliable guys, are really unreliable at all. The Navy can basically be declared finished. Aokiji glanced at the dendenmushi that was hung up, and his expression became a little subtle. Can he be blamed for this? It's as if they can stop the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki's Kabuto has now completely deceived Sengoku and Vice Admiral Jiro, even including officials of the world government, and a large number of naval officers are also very convinced of him. What can he, an ordinary admiral of the Navy, do? New World. G1 branch base. After Akanu hung up Aokiji's dendenmushi, he lit a cigar for himself and called Kizaru's dendenmushi. Unfortunately, the call didn't connect after a few rings. Akanu couldn't help but darken his face, gritted his teeth and said, this guy, did he call the wrong dendenmushi again? After a long time, the dendenmushi finally connected. A young man's voice fell into Akanu's ears. Admiral Akanu, this is the Navy Science Corps. I'm the most tight-lipped man in the world. Zante Omaru. The old man forgot to bring the dendenmushi when he left here just now, and he left with Vice Admiral Kabuto Yakushi. I know, that bastard. Akanu couldn't help but curse and hung up the dendenmushi. Akanu was puffing on the cigar in his mouth. He smoked one cigar after another, and the whole room was slowly filled with smoke. In other words, if you want to contact Kizaru, you must contact Kabuto Yakushi first. Akanu sat in his room, smoked out his cigar, pressed the butt of the cigar on the table, picked up his dendenmushi again, and slowly dialed a person he had never contacted before. The leader of Akatsuki, Uehara Naraku. It was really strange to say that, since Uehara Naraku used the 4 tails to implant his body and forced him to join Akatsuki, he had never contacted him or used him. The first time the two of them contacted, it was actually Akanu who took the initiative. Akanu looked at the dendenmushi on his table, and after it was connected, a complicated expression flashed across his face. Just when he wanted to lower his head and say something, the other end of the dendenmushi spoke first. Admiral Akanu? Uehara Naraku's leisurely voice came out of the dendenmushi. He said hello, and seemed a little impatient. Well, it seems that this is our first contact. Do you have any important information for me? Akanu shook his head to himself, and said to the dendenmushi in a deep voice, no information. I just want to talk to you about the Navy. Oh, don't worry. Uehara Naraku's chuckle came out of the dendenmushi immediately. I just happen to have good news to tell you. We will be able to recruit Admiral Kizaru soon. Maybe when the next Akatsuki collective meeting comes, you will see that your 2 colleagues are here. In the future, we can make the Navy whatever we want. Akanu clenched his fists. Arsehole, what else can the Navy become? Akainu wanted to contact Uehara because he was worried that Akatsuki would make the navy look weird. The bastard Kabuto Yakushi was too fast. Sure enough, the meeting in Marineford was not about discussing the war between the two four emperors, Whitebeard and Kaido. The real purpose was to lure out Kizaru and force him to surrender. Akainu grabbed the dendenmushi on the table, and his voice suddenly became much louder. He said in a deep voice, "Barusalino is my classmate and friend, but his personality is unpredictable and not trustworthy at all." Back then, Akainu and Kizaru were classmates. The two were also called monsters among the recruits. Even without the power of the devil fruit, they had extremely powerful strength, and the two monsters will naturally appreciate each other. In fact, Akainu and Kizaru have a good relationship. Occasionally, they will drink tea and soak in hot springs together. The two of them are truly harmonious colleagues. Haha. As for Aokiji, he must have been excluded by them. Akainu held the dendenmushi in his hand and continued in a deep voice, "Borsalino's ability is the shining fruit. Lord Uehara Naraku, even if you can use the same ability, you may not be able to completely capture him. If you show your strength to forcibly recruit Borsalino, but he escapes, it will easily arouse the vigilance of Marshal Sengoku and may expose my and Kuzen's identities. This is very dangerous for me." Well, Uehara Naraku's voice is still indescribably relaxed. He calmly comforts Akainu's emotions. "Don't worry, this won't happen. This is the best." Akainu hung up his dendenmushi with force. He didn't hear the last words of Uehara Naraku on the other end of the dendenmushi. He will definitely not escape. On the other side, Wano country, the flower capital. Uehara Naraku sat in a conference room, looking at the dendenmushi in his hand in confusion. Someone actually dared to hang up his phone. What's wrong? Kaguya Satsuki sat next to Uehara, looked at Naraku Uehara, and asked softly, "Hagoromo, did something happen? Did anyone offend you?" "No, it's okay. I'm not Hagoromo either." Naraku Uehara shook his head, put away his dendenmushi casually, glanced at all the members present, and ordered, "The Whitebeard pirates have left their waters. Mr. Shikaku, immediately let Kaido and Uzumaki Naruto set off, and lead the beast's pirates to Punk Hazard. Prepare to intercept the Whitebeard pirates there." "Yes." Shikaku nodded and asked a question. "Do we need the Ninja Alliance to join the war?" "In any case, no need. Wano country must continue to close the country." Uehara Naraku interrupted Shikaku and whispered, "Except for Naruto, at least before the real war breaks out, the Ninja Alliance who know my identity will temporarily stay in Wano country and work hard to learn Haki." At this point, Uehara Naraku's eyes slowly fell on the people present. If there are ninjas who want to travel in this sea, they must be reviewed. Even everyone present is no exception. Just as Uehara Naraku was about to continue to say something, he couldn't help but frowned and slowly raised his finger. A long-released impure world reincarnation also contacted him. "It's really strange. What's going on today? Some guys who basically don't contact him are contacting him." This time, the person who contacted Uehara Naraku was Uchiha Itachi. Because of the connection between them, Uchiha Itachi's thoughts were instantly transmitted to Uehara Naraku. "Uehara Naraku, I know a person named Charlotte Katakuri here. We have a good chat. This person wants to join the Akatsuki organization." Uehara Naraku's expression was a little subtle, and he just perfunctorily said to Uchiha Itachi, "Katakuri? Don't leak my information. Really, you brothers really have a common language." Uchiha Itachi fell into silence. The other side of the sea of Big Mom. Charlotte Katakuri was lying on the ground. His body was covered with burns. His mouth was exposed. It was obvious that he had just experienced a big battle. And Katakuri was defeated. This man, who was almost 100% perfect in the Charlotte family, failed in this battle and could only let the enemy do whatever he wanted. Uchiha Itachi stood beside Katakuri, slowly put down his fingers, opened his eyes, and looked at Katakuri with a pair of scholar eyes. "The leader has agreed to your joining the Akatsuki organization. You can survive." After Uchiha Itachi said this, he spread out his palms and whispered, "And I understand your actions to protect your sister. I will not kill you, and I will keep the secret for you. Even if you don't join Akatsuki, it doesn't matter." "Really?" Katakuri closed his eyes and shook his head and whispered, "What a tricky person. Forget it. At least I will do a few things for you to let Broly go. Anyway, you are also a loose organization. According to the information I got privately, it seems that you can withdraw from this organization at any time." Uchiha Itachi couldn't help being silent for a while. Then he said, "Who told you about Akatsuki? Has anyone invited you to join Akatsuki before?" Katakuri looked up at the sky and answered softly, "About 2 months ago, a guy named Black Zetsu appeared in Wanoku, sneaked into my room, and took the initiative to invite me to join Akatsuki, telling me that Akatsuki could help me protect my family." Uchiha Itachi fell silent again. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should tell Katakuri the truth. Akatsuki has never been a loose organization. At present, any member who wants to leave Akatsuki will have a bad ending in life. Second update. Chapter 489. Whitebird Pirates and Kado Pirates set off separately. The encounter between Katakuri and Uchiha Itachi was purely accidental. Itachi Uchiha originally came to the sea area of Big Mom to travel, and happened to meet Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Broly, who were out on patrol. The siblings thought that Uchiha Itachi was an intruder and wanted to deal with Uchiha Itachi, but they had no way to deal with Uchiha Itachi's immortal body after reincarnation. And Uchiha Itachi also had a very high combat IQ. Katakuri had a premonition of his possible defeat and risked his life to save his sister Broly, and kept protecting Broly, and left the battlefield using the mirror. During their battle, Uchiha Itachi watched as Katakuri, the brother, turned his body into a sticky ball in order to protect his sister, and was almost burned by the fire of Amaterasu. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi decided to let him go. Unexpectedly, there was still a little fate between Katakuri and the Akatsuki organization. 2 months ago, Black Zetsu and Katakuri had communicated. Black Zetsu caught Katakuri's weakness, saw through Katakuri's true heart, and believed that Katakuri had the power to become a member of Akatsuki, so he lured Katakuri to join Akatsuki. At that time, Katakuri refused. So Black Zetsu did not report this matter. After Katakuri lost to Uchiha Itachi today, because he wanted to repay Uchiha Itachi's favor, he still plunged in. I hope this guy will stay in Akatsuki honestly when he knows the truth. Akatsuki is not a loose organization. It is not easy to join, and it is even more difficult to quit. Unfortunately, Katakuri's name is now registered with Uehara Naraku, and it is too late to quit Akatsuki now. Now Uchiha Itachi doesn't know what to say. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and whispered, "Forget it, you are not a core member of our Akatsuki anyway. Everything still depends on how the leader will treat you in the future." The leader of Akatsuki. Katakuri frowned and said, "That person is also very strong, right?" "I don't know." After Uchiha Itachi shook his head, he nodded, and his tone gradually became more complicated. "Humans have limits." Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his head and looked into the distance, facing the sea breeze, whispered, "But God should have no limits." God. A light suddenly flashed in Katakuri's eyes. The next second, Katakuri forced himself to sit up, found something to wrap around his chin, and whispered, "In the future, if there is anything I can do, please contact me. I have to return to Ongyuo immediately, so that Broly won't worry." "Yeah." Uchiha Itachi nodded and whispered, "I hope you can remember that what Akatsuki needs you to do is definitely not that simple." Katakuri waved his hand indifferently and responded in a deep voice, "As long as you don't hurt my family, I can do anything." "Your logic is wrong." Uchiha Itachi sighed and continued calmly, "If you don't do what Akatsuki asks you to do, the people you want to protect will be in great danger." After that, Uchiha Itachi added, "Of course, if you can do it, the rewards you get are not low." Katakuri was full of question marks. This Akatsuki organization, is it threatening? The threat of Akatsuki. No one dared to ignore it. Whitebird Pirates, on the Moby Dick. Uchiha Sasuke was standing on the deck, saying the same thing, trying to persuade Whitebird. The guy standing behind Kisame is a person with a very strong desire for revenge. He will take away the most precious things in his enemy's life without hesitation. Gilala. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Whitebird laughed nonchalantly, and then his face gradually became serious. "Sasuke, the man you are talking about is the leader of Akatsuki." Did he take away your brother? This is what Whitebird guessed, based on information from many sources. Although Uchiha Sasuke never talked about his home in full, it seemed that it was because of his fear and timidity in his heart, but Whitebird still secretly learned something from Portgas Diaz. For example, in order to protect him, his brother Uchiha Itachi had to kill the entire clan with another Akatsuki member named Uchiha Obito. For example, his brother Uchiha Itachi died in his hands, but was resurrected and reused by the leader of Akatsuki. For example, Uchiha Sasuke missed his brother very much, but knew that his brother was controlled by the leader of Akatsuki. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Whitebird, gritted his teeth and nodded. Indeed, the man standing behind Kisame is the leader of Akatsuki. A person who is definitely not something we should provoke now. I see. Whitebird slowly stood up with the help of a chair. He stretched out his hand, smiled and stroked Uchiha Sasuke's head, and looked at his sons on the Moby Dick. Little ones. Whitebird laughed heartily. Then let's go and help Sasuke get his brother back this time. Ha 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 ha, of course. That's right. Sasuke is our general. We are a family. Sasuke's brother is our brother. How can we watch our family wandering around? The entire Moby Dick was suddenly plunged into a sea of joy. Now the Whitebird pirates have left the Whitebird Sea and are sailing towards the first half of the Grand Line. Their destination is Fishman Island. Jinbei, who returned from Fishman Island, looked at this scene and sighed slowly. As he expected, the Whitebird pirates' goal has never been Ashigaki Kisame, but the person standing behind Kisame. Idiots. Uchiha Sasuke bit his lips, glanced at the people around him, and couldn't help clenching his fists. There was a touch of red on his eyes. I don't need your help. Now, return to the ship immediately. These idiots, no matter how you persuade them, they won't be persuaded. It would be fine if they were going to fight Ashigaki Kisame, but they didn't expect that the purpose of these guys was actually Uehara Naraku, who was standing behind Ashigaki Kisame. Damn. Are they too proud? Do they really think they are invincible on the sea? The truly invincible person on this sea is probably drinking juice in a corner. Sasuke kid. Whitebird slowly squatted down with a hearty smile on his face. We are a family. If there is anything, it is a duty to help. After that, Whitebird looked at Sasuke's eye circles and patted his head. Girlalala. Don't put on a stinky face. Go drink a glass of juice, kid. Ha 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 ha. This is the pirate who likes to drink juice the most on the Moby Dick. A kid who is almost 18 years old and still doesn't dare to drink. There was a burst of good-natured laughter from the bottom. They obviously didn't have any bad intentions. The entire pirate group had accepted Uchiha Sasuke, even though the little guy had never called Whitebird dad. Uchiha Sasuke's face flushed. He just secretly clenched his fists. This group of enthusiastic idiots really made him embarrassed to get angry. This group of pirates is really much more comfortable than the world of ninjas. Among this group of people, Marshal Teach was also full of his own smile, but his smile hid a bit of ferocity and sadness. No matter who wins or loses this war, it will not benefit him. Whitebird wants to take the opportunity to deal with the people standing behind Ashigaki Kisame. If he wins and takes back Uchiha Itachi, then Teach will definitely not be able to stay on this ship. If Whitebird loses, it means that the Akatsuki organization that competes with him for the dark fruit is too strong. Just as the Whitebird pirates are sailing towards Fishman Island, the opponents they are destined to meet are also heading towards the predetermined battlefield. The Beast Pirates. 2 huge warships are heading towards Punk Hazard. The 2 ships were the warships of Kaido the Beast and Jack the Drought. They only brought more than 2,000 subordinates this time. On the flagship of the Beast Pirates, Kaido sat on the deck, poured a mouthful of strong liquor into his mouth, wiped the corners of his mouth, and then muttered, Nerishikaku asked us to rush to Punk Hazard. That is the territory of Doflamingo. I hope that guy will know better. After that, Kaido took another sip of wine, snorted coldly and said, this time in the war with Whitebird, I have to avenge my previous shame. You little brat has defeated me. Don't hold me back and embarrass me again. Yeah. Uzumaki Naruto took a sip of juice, laughed confidently, and said, Sasuke and I have been sparring frequently since the ninja school, but I have never lost. After saying this, Uzumaki Naruto did not blush. Kaido, who was about to drink, stopped immediately and couldn't help but said, "Hey, Naruto, I heard that Uchiha Sasuke is the only genius in your place. You have always been the last one in the class." Ah, ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly and laughed. "My childhood grades don't count. He never beat me when he grew up." Kaido's eyes showed a hint of doubt. If Uzumaki Naruto hadn't shown strong power in the previous battle, Kaido really didn't believe that Uzumaki Naruto could deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, Kaido had some confidence in Uzumaki Naruto. However, after hearing Uzumaki Naruto say that he had never lost, Kaido felt unwell. Wouldn't this war develop in a strange direction? This battle mainly depends on him and Uzumaki Naruto. Kaido himself lost to Whitebird, and Uzumaki Naruto lost to Uchiha Sasuke. That was really a disgrace. But the arrow is on the string, and has to be shot. After the Akatsuki organization issued the order, this war can no longer be stopped. The third update. Go to sleep. A small climax tomorrow. Chapter 490. This is Red Hair, a matter on the sea. The sea was turbulent. While the Whitebird pirates were heading towards Fishman Island and Kaido was leading the Beast's pirates to Punk Hazard, the Navy would definitely not be idle. Navy Staff Officer Kabuto Yakushi and Admiral Kizaru rushed to the Holy Land of Mirajoa from Marineford, crossed the Red Earth continent directly, boarded a Navy warship from the other end of the Holy Land of Mirajoa, and hurried to Dressrosa. Kabuto Yakushi and Admiral Kizaru stood on the bow facing the wind. Kabuto Yakushi was touching a dendenmushi in his hand. He glanced at Admiral Kizaru beside him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The latest news. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and laughed softly. Kaido's desire for revenge seems to be more urgent than we thought. After the news of the Whitebird pirates and Hishigaki Kasane came out, the Beast's pirates had already set out. 4 Emperor's pirate groups. It's so scary just to think about it, Kizaru said, while smiling and looking down at Kabuto Yakushi, as expected of a wise general of the new generation. It seems that nothing is beyond the expectations of the staff officer Kabuto. It's just that we have the advantage of intelligence. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head modestly, and his face gradually became serious. Although everything is going according to our deduction, who knows what will happen on the sea? In the end, it still depends on the outcome of the battle between the 4 Emperor's pirate groups. How humble. Kizaru praised with a smile. Kabuto Yakushi, the naval staff officer, is actually quite popular in Marineford, because his intelligence theory has been very popular in the Navy recently, and coupled with his frequent accurate predictions, he is increasingly valued by the world government and the Navy. Logically speaking, such a young man should be successful at an early age. However, Kabuto Yakushi is not arrogant at all, perhaps because he grew up in a naval base and later experienced many changes, so he is quite mature. No matter whether the person in front of him is an admiral or an ordinary naval soldier, Kabuto Yakushi can be polite, neither flattering the admiral nor being arrogant to the ordinary soldiers. What an amazing person. Admiral Kizaru pushed his glasses like Kabuto Yakushi, and the smile on his mouth gradually became more and more intense. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Admiral Kizaru's actions and seemed to shake his head helplessly, as if he had no way to deal with this admiral who had some old and naughty thoughts. New World. Punk Hazard. Due to the order issued by Kizaru, the highest commander of the Navy's scientific forces, all the researchers at the naval base here have been evacuated, and the prisoners detained in this base have all been transferred to Impelton. The entire island is empty. Under such circumstances, the Beast's pirates landed directly in Punk Hazard. They will be stationed here temporarily and look for opportunities to attack the Whitebird pirates. Kaido did not hide this news. This island is not far from Fishman Island. The Beast's pirates can attack or intercept unscrupulously based on this island. Once Whitebird got the news, he would definitely not sit back and watch the Beast's pirates staring around the battlefield. At that time, Whitebird would definitely rush to Punk Hazard first and drive away the Beast's pirates. In this way, the war will naturally proceed as scheduled. Unfortunately, plans cannot keep up with changes. Kaido did not hide the news that he was stationed in Punk Hazard. Before he attracted Whitebird, he first attracted the most nosy one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. The red-haired pirate's red force slowly wandered towards Punk Hazard. Obviously, red-haired Shanks was not on vacation on the small island of Punk Hazard. When the whitebeard pirates might start a world war by attacking the 7 warlords of the sea, Ashigaki Kisame, red-haired Shanks did not want Kaido to join the war. He wanted to control the scale of the war. The port of Punk Hazard. The Red Force swam slowly over. Red-haired Shanks stood on the bow of the Red Force, waving his one arm, and greeted the members of the Beast's pirates in a friendly manner. What a coincidence. Are you also here for vacation? Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, took a sip of juice, frowned and said, although Shanks, the idiot, is greeting seriously now, in the eyes of the Beast's guys, it should be a complete provocation. No matter how you think about it, Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors, does seem to be provocative. Arsehole. Kaido happened to be near the port. When he saw red-haired Shanks, a flash of anger flashed across his face. Red-haired bastard wants to meddle in other people's business again. This time he came to stop the war between Whitebeard and Ashigaki Kisame. Red-haired bastard meddles in other people's business without knowing anything. Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting next to Kaido, saw the red-haired Shanks on the Red Force. He was a little confused and just waved his hand in response. Good afternoon. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the red-haired Shanks who was laughing heartily on the bow and smiled and called out loudly, hey, do you want to have a party together? After that, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and looked at Kaido next to him. That person is very enthusiastic. Is he an old friend of our pirate group? Kaido was silent. The eyes of the entire Beast's pirates looked at Uzumaki Naruto speechlessly, and they all fell into silence. That red-haired Shanks is their mortal enemy. Red-haired, known as the #1 Aussie bastard on the sea. When red-haired Shanks heard someone from the Beast's pirates respond, he couldn't help showing a little surprise on his face, and subconsciously touched his chin. Kaido seems to have a very interesting little guy. Well, Ben Beckman stood beside Shanks and spoke slowly. That guy is considered Kaido's vice captain. Uzumaki Naruto, only 17 years old this year, single-handedly defeated a super fleet that challenged Kaido not long ago. Therefore, the first bounty on that guy by the Navy exceeded 520 million baileys. Ben Beckman is the vice captain and the butler. Ben Beckman must be paying attention to the rising star of the Beast's pirates. He also knows some information about Uzumaki Naruto, but it is limited to those circulated in the outside world. It's just that everyone's first impression of Uzumaki Naruto is that this little guy is silly and looks like he doesn't have any brains. So young too? Red-haired Shanks didn't think Uzumaki Naruto was stupid. He showed more interest and said with a smile, let's go, Beckman, let's go meet Kaido and take a look at this interesting newcomer. The 4 emperors pirate groups finally met in Punk Hazard. The war between the 4 emperors has hardly stopped. It is obviously unlikely that the Beast's pirates will have a good face towards the members of the red-haired pirate group. In the eyes of a group of tall and strong guys, red-haired Shanks and his companions walked towards Kaido step by step. Red-haired Shanks looked at Kaido and smiled, as if they were old friends for many years. Long time no see, Kaido. Red hair. Kaido's eyes slowly fell on the face of red-haired Shanks. His palm slowly grasped his mace, and domineering began to flow through his body. The next moment, Kaido swung his mace and smashed it towards red-haired Shanks. You bastard, do you want to interfere with my business again? The surging airwaves swept around. When a group of people couldn't help but retreat under Kaido's domineering power, red-haired Shanks pulled out his own rapier and blocked the mace neatly. Obviously, 2 weapons of strange shapes, but they maintained a complete balance in the hands of the 4 emperors. The next moment, a ball of domineering suddenly erupted from red-haired Shanks' body, and this domineering power was even stronger, sweeping up to meet Kaido's domineering power, and the huge air pressure continued to oppress the people of the Beast Pirates. The sky of Punk Hazard changed color in an instant. The cumulus clouds in the sky were slowly split in 2 by the domineering auras of the 4 emperors, and the clouds were even carried upstream by the domineering a little bit. Just when some members of the Beast's pirates were about to faint under the oppression of Red Hair's domineering aura, a huge golden foxtail wrapped them up. Uzumaki Naruto was covered with a layer of golden chakra coat, and behind him was a golden tail composed of 9 chakra coats. It was he who directly took action to protect the members of the Beast's pirates from the conflict of the domineering auras of the two four emperors. Drought Jack glanced at Uzumaki Naruto with a hint of surprise in his eyes and whispered, "Thank you for protecting these good-for-nothing little guys, Naruto." Drought Jack has always been generous with his respect for his own people, especially the powerful ones, but for those powerful enemies, Drought Jack is often a little confused. "It's okay." Uzumaki Naruto's face gradually became solemn. His eyes were fixed on the red-haired Shanks who was confronting Kado, and he said in a deep voice, "That red-haired guy is very strong." Drought Jack's voice was a little stuck. He still replied, "That guy is our old rival, Captain Shanks of the Red Hair Pirates, a guy who likes to meddle in other people's business. There is no one in the entire ocean who doesn't hate him." "Hey, Jack, this is too rude." While red-haired Shanks was in a stalemate with Kado, he turned his head to look at Drought Jack who was slandering him, and said with a smile, "I haven't said anything now. How can you say that I'm meddling in other people's business?" Even though he was confronting Kado, one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks could still find time to refute Drought Jack's slander. This guy, in this conflict of the four emperors conqueror haki, clearly still had a lot of energy to spare. Kado frowned, slowly put away his mace, and asked in a muffled voice, "You bastard, aren't you here to hinder me this time?" "I don't think so." Red-haired Shanks put away his rapier, scratched his chin, raised his head, and smiled at Kado. "So don't always shout for war and killing, so impulsive. You're lucky this time." Kado's expression eased a little, and he said coldly, "Since you're not here to hinder me, you bastard are not really here for vacation, are you?" "No." Shanks shook his head, looked at Kado seriously, and spread his palms. "I will definitely not interfere with your business, so I also want to ask you not to interfere with other people's business." Kado's expression gradually became subtle. Even if red-haired Shanks didn't need to continue, he probably knew what this red-haired bastard was going to say. "It's none of your business." Red-haired Shanks looked at Kado's face, not caring at all, and still persuaded him seriously, "Give me some face, Kado. Don't interfere with the war between Whitebird and Hashigaki Kisame, at least not now, bastard." A flash of anger flashed across Kado's face. He stared at red-haired Shanks, as if he wanted to eat the guy in front of him alive. "You guy, are you here to make fun of me?" Damn. He thought red hair had changed. This guy is still the same. Isn't this fucking mother of the sea? First update. Chapter 491. Is this another monster to be tested? In this sea, red-haired Shanks is famous for being nosy. Or rather, this red-haired guy prefers to join in the fun. The news that the Whitebird pirates are going to attack the 7 warlords of the sea Hashigaki Kisame has spread all over the sea, and the news that Kado is planning to rekindle the war with Whitebird in the Fishman Island area has also spread. This guy jumped out again at this time. A puff of hot air spurted out of Kado's nose. He glared at the nonchalant Shanks and couldn't help but clenched the mace in his hand. "If you want to make fun of me, you've come to the wrong place today." "Don't say that." Shanks waved his hand with a giggle and looked at Kado with a smile. "I'm also too bored on the sea. Wouldn't it be nice for me to be your opponent, asshole?" Jack the Drought took a step forward, snorted coldly, and directly transformed into a mammoth form, saying in a muffled voice, "Who do you think you are, Jack?" Ben Beckman interrupted Jack the Drought. He slowly sucked a sip of his own juice, glanced at the huge mammoth coldly, and continued, "Don't speak when you shouldn't." Uzumaki Naruto was a little slow to react. He glanced at the mammoth next to him, stretched out his hand, and stroked the mammoth, and exclaimed, "Jack, is this the ability of your fruit? This is too powerful. How can an elephant have such long tusks?" Drought Jack's momentum suddenly weakened. What kind of inspector is this Uzumaki Naruto? Is this the time to lose his mind? Even Kado's face darkened. Did the people sent to him by Akatsuki only have strength but no IQ? Drought Jack turned his head and looked down at Uzumaki Naruto with a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. "Hey, Naruto, now is not the time." Ha 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 ha. Shanks couldn't help rubbing his belly and laughing wildly. "Hey, Kado, the newcomer on your ship is really cute." Ha 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 ha. The whole red hair pirates couldn't help laughing. Just when everyone around him was laughing, Ben Beckman couldn't help frowning and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto standing next to Drought Jack. Ben Beckman thought differently. According to Ben Beckman's observation, those who are pure-hearted or thick-skinned on the sea will not be hindered by external things and are more likely to focus on training. In other words, these thick-skinned guys who may lose their focus from time to time are more likely to stand at the top of the sea than those who have superb wisdom because they are more focused. It is definitely a very difficult character to deal with. Moreover, these guys are very stubborn and often will not turn back until they hit the wall. According to the information Beckman has, Uzumaki Naruto may also have this potential. Uzumaki Naruto, be serious. Kaido stopped Uzumaki Naruto with an ugly face, and his eyes turned back to red hair Shanks. Hurry up and get rid of these nosy bastards of red hair. We still have to find trouble with Whitebeard. Yes. Uzumaki Naruto regretfully let go of Drought Jack's tusks. Uzumaki Naruto slowly turned around and looked at the red hair pirates. His fist suddenly closed, and a strong and domineering aura instantly emanated from him. Then let's get rid of them quickly. The golden chakra coat on Naruto Uzumaki's body instantly extended, and 9 huge tails fluttered behind him. His eyes fell on the people of the red hair pirates. I can't wait to see Sasuke. It must be said, Uzumaki Naruto is still very trustworthy when he is serious. Following Naruto Uzumaki's actions, the members of the Beast Pirates standing behind him each drew their swords and guns, looking at the red hair group with fierce faces. The members of the red hair pirates looked at the enemy opposite, drew their weapons with sneers on their faces, and each of them gradually gathered their own strength. Although the members of the red hair pirates are obviously few, their aura is very strong, and almost everyone can be called a strong man. The whole punk hazard was instantly on the verge of a sword. This battle is inevitable. Jesus, look at the quality of that kid. Ben Beckman lowered his head and shouted to the man standing behind him. Before Ben Beckman finished his words, a pirate standing behind Beckman suddenly made a gunflower, holding the sniper rifle in his hand and aiming directly at Uzumaki Naruto. Bang! A bullet flew out. A golden chakra tail suddenly sprang out of Uzumaki Naruto's body, and the tail suddenly pulled back and directly shot away the bullet, but the tail was also shot through in an instant. But there is no time to sigh now. The war has been declared to have begun. With the shot, fired by Jesus Boo of the red hair pirates, both sides immediately rushed towards each other, and the two pirate groups immediately fought into a group. Kaido waved his mace and hit red hair Shanks hard with one blow, and the battle between the two four emperors began. Bang! Shanks waved his rapier to block the mace. Kaido's palm suddenly exerted force, pressing down little by little. Red hair, I have more people than your subordinates. Numbers are never an advantage, Kaido. Shanks smiled, drew out his rapier, ducked to avoid Kaido's mace, and suddenly slashed with a slash, directly forcing Kaido back. The youngest of the four emperors kicked the ground to pieces and rose up. The tip of the rapier fell on Kaido's body like raindrops, and countless lightning flashed from Kaido's body in an instant. Kaido forced Shanks back with a punch, took a look at the surrounding battle situation, and said with a gloomy face, numbers are an advantage. Although Kaido said so, but the actual battle situation was a little different. The two sides had just started fighting, and the entire red hair pirates were almost defeated. The Beast's pirates relied on the advantage of numbers, and could not withstand the offensive of the red hair pirates. Really? A smile appeared on the corner of red-haired Shanks' mouth. He also took a look at the battle situation around him, but now it seems that the probability of your losing. Before red-haired Shanks could finish his words, a childish voice suddenly resounded across the battlefield. Ninjutsu multiple shadow clone technique. The next moment, hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto's clones swarmed out. These Uzumaki Naruto's figures merged into the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The sound of Naruto releasing ninjutsu came one after another, and one Rasengan after another flashed a black light. Armed Super Haki Rasengan. This somewhat innocent name should never be underestimated. A member of the red-haired pirates quickly blocked in front of a Uzumaki Naruto clone. His upper body instantly turned black, trying to use the defensive armament Haki to block the attack. However, an armament Haki Rasengan fell on him, but it broke through his defense in an instant. The Rasengan attack directly hit his body hard, and even the haki in his body could not be condensed. Kado's eyes flashed. Has this kid mastered a way to break through his body's defense again? Fortunately, they are now in the same group. It must be said that the support of the Akatsuki organization is very powerful. Kado seems to feel that he can win any war. When thinking of this, Kado's eyes fell on Shanks again, and he said coldly, "There is still an advantage in numbers." Red hair. Really? I misjudged it. Red-haired Shanks's face became a little serious. He slowly raised his western sword and said in a deep voice, "Then please allow me to go all out. Humph, you who lost an arm." Kado swung his mace and smashed it down, his face full of disdain. "What qualifications do you have to tell me to go all out?" Their battle suddenly became fierce. On the battlefield of Punk Hazard, the Beast's pirates, which had fallen into a disadvantage directly after the war, persisted with the support of Uzumaki Naruto. These pirates even launched a counterattack in an instant under the leadership of hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto, and for a time, the entire Red Hair pirates retreated step by step. Ben Beckman's face was ugly. He pulled out a pistol in his hand and shot through the arm of a Uzumaki Naruto. The clone of Naruto instantly turned into smoke and dissipated. Ben Beckman was known to have the strongest brain. He immediately realized that this was the enemy's weakness. The pistol in his hand once again pierced the thigh of a shadow clone, and the shadow clone also turned into smoke and dissipated. Ben Beckman's pistol shot through another clone and shouted, "These clones are fake. Their bodies can't withstand any attack." "Beckman, I found it too." Jesus waved his hand and smiled as he loaded a bullet into the sniper rifle. He didn't need to aim at all and shot a shadow clone in the middle of his eyebrows. This battle was really full of twists and turns. Although the Red Hair Pirates' combat power was amazing, the battle scene where they faced ordinary members of the Beast Pirates was just like Naruto Uzumaki facing them. To be honest, the situation on the battlefield was a bit subtle. The reason why the Red Hair Pirates were able to hold their own in all the wars was because when Red Hair Shanks stopped the strongest, the vice captain Ben Beckman, who was almost as strong as Shanks, began to mow the battlefield recklessly. Now, the situation has finally changed. Among the four Emperor's pirates, the Whitebird Pirates also have members who can compete with Ben Beckman. No, this statement is wrong. Uchiha Sasuke, who announced that he had joined the Whitebird Pirates, even defeated Beckman directly despite being far inferior to them in terms of time, place, and people. So, does Uzumaki Naruto from the Beast's Pirates also have the corresponding power? Ben Beckman lit a cigarette for himself, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto who was rushing around on the battlefield, slowly blew out a smoke ring, and walked towards Uzumaki Naruto. Another monster to be tested. Second update. Chapter 492. Two people looking for trouble with their former teammates. Armed Super Haki Rasengan multi-shot. A dozen golden chakra palms suddenly sprang out from Uzumaki Naruto's body, each holding a pitch black Rasengan, which knocked away a dozen enemies. Once he encountered a battle, Uzumaki Naruto's intuition would be extremely sharp. Even if Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones were completely destroyed, only his main body was left, which could gather his strength. Facing a group of members of the Red Hair Pirates, he had a greater advantage, and his ninjutsu was more peculiar than Uchiha Sasuke. The Rasengan, which was condensed by the armament haki and chakra, was a technique that could directly break through the defense of armament haki and act on the enemy's body. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the battlefield, and the situation gradually tilted towards the Beast's Pirates, which made him feel a little relaxed. In his field of vision, a figure suddenly appeared with a pitch black short knife in his hand, and walked towards him step by step. The vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman casually waved his ninja sword, chopped down several pirates who attacked him like a leisurely stroll, and walked step by step to Uzumaki Naruto. Ben Beckman. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto frowned. He could clearly sense the power in Ben Beckman's body. This guy was different from others. After the two people introduced themselves, they didn't waste time. Ben Beckman suddenly rushed up with a knife. Uzumaki Naruto's speed was not slow at all. He instantly picked up a kunai in his hand and covered the kunai with armed color domineering, blocking Ben Beckman's knife head on. A surge of domineering suddenly spread from the battlefield. The scholar domineering was wrapped in a touch of black and almost instantly lifted all the enemies around them. This battlefield will not allow the weak to appear. Even Kado and Shanks, who were still fighting fiercely, couldn't help but set their eyes on Uzumaki Naruto and Ben Beckman. HMPH Kado couldn't help but snorted coldly, withdrew his gaze with disdain, and swung the mace at Shanks again. Uzumaki Naruto is my secret weapon to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. It seems that your vice captain is in trouble. No, Shanks still had a smile on his face, and the rapier in his hand deftly blocked a sharp spike on the mace. He chuckled and retorted to Kado, Beckman will never lose. He is my vice captain. He has already lost. Kado pressed down on his mace, lowered his head fiercely, and said in a deep voice, red-haired, remember this, you'd better not hinder me again. This is not a trivial matter. Red-haired Shanks felt the power coming from the mace, and his face gradually became serious. Kado, I just came to stop you from hindering others. High-sounding Kado cursed coldly. The next moment, the two of them, each waving their weapons, collided with each other again, and the sky of Dressrosa seemed to crack. No, even the earth could not bear their power. Whether it was the battle between Kado and Shanks, or the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Ben Beckman, their full efforts made the island on the verge of collapse at any time. Senjutsu. Wind escape. Armament. Super domineering spiral shuriken. A spiral shuriken instantly condensed in the palm of Uzumaki Naruto's palm, and all kinds of energy in his body were quickly injected into this spiral shuriken. The next moment, Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand and threw this strange spiral shuriken at Beckman, and the spiral shuriken rushed over almost unstoppably. Everything around was destroyed by this black spiral shuriken. To put it bluntly, anyone who stood in front of the spiral shuriken would be directly chopped into pieces by the armed color domineering wind blade outside it, and its sharpness was no less than the slash of the great swordsman. This was the first time Ben Beckman had seen this kind of move. He also knew that he could use his observation haki to sense its power. If he was hit, it might even kill him. Kid, don't underestimate the red-haired vice captain. After taking a deep breath, Ben Beckman turned around and swung his sword, slashing at the spiral shuriken with all his strength. This slash was almost Ben Beckman's full strength attack. This slash left a deep pit on the ground, and this slash lived up to Beckman's expectations. Cut the spiral shuriken cleanly. Ben Beckman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this crisis has been resolved now, this kid named Uzumaki Naruto really can't be underestimated. No, that's not right. It hasn't been resolved yet. Ben Beckman's face changed drastically, and he looked at the armed haki in the spiral shuriken in disbelief. Like fine needles, densely gathered together. Countless fine needles composed of armed haki continued to fly towards him. This spiral shuriken with a lot of ingredients was so powerful that it was almost difficult to control. When Ben Beckman cut it open, it directly detonated the energy in it. The energy in the spiral shuriken burst out instantly. This is the real killer move of the spiral shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto no longer looked at Ben Beckman. He seemed to have known the fate of the enemy and calmly spread his palm. What a terrible opponent. Even Sasuke Susanoo can't easily block the current spiral shuriken. Don't underestimate me, kid. Ben Beckman snorted coldly, and the knife in his hand swung violently. The power in his body quickly flourished. A slash was like a hurricane, sweeping away the explosive power of the spiral shuriken in an instant. A dazzling light flashed. The energy of the spiral shuriken disappeared without a trace, but scars were left on the ground. The center of the battlefield between Uzumaki Naruto and Beckman was completely formed into a gully area with a huge gap and unevenness. Really amazing. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Ben Beckman, who was panting across from him, smiled and praised. I thought you would be killed by me accidentally. Are all the brats nowadays so arrogant? Ben Beckman gritted his teeth, his face slightly not looking good. How come this brat gave him the feeling that he was more difficult to deal with than Uchiha Sasuke? No, it should be said that it was a battle between human forms. But, according to Ben Beckman's estimation, this brat named Uzumaki Naruto, although he did not have the powerful power of Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo, should also be a powerful user of the mythical beast fruit. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to hold on to the position of deputy of the beast pirates. However, up to now, Uzumaki Naruto has only revealed his Conqueror Haki once during the conflict between Kaido and Shanks. Now he seems to have not used his mythical beast fruit form yet. Kid, you saw your strength. Ben Beckman stretched out his knife and pointed it at Uzumaki Naruto. Let me see how powerful the deputy of the beast pirate is. I know this is definitely not the limit of you, kid. Ben Beckman's momentum burst out with all his strength. He still has enough strength to fight Uzumaki Naruto, but Ben Beckman doesn't want to delay any longer. Is that so? After hesitating for a while, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly became serious. It just so happens. I also want a quick battle. The next moment, a strong breath appeared on the entire battlefield. Everyone couldn't help but feel a suffocating sense of oppression. These pirates who crisscrossed the second half of the Grand Line almost immediately sensed that a terrifying monster was about to come out of the cage. Roar. A huge roar spread throughout Punk Hazard. The golden chakra coat on Naruto Uzumaki's body expanded rapidly, and his body turned into a golden nine-tailed demon fox hundreds of feet tall in the blink of an eye. A surge of domineering aura surrounded the golden nine-tailed fox and instantly spread to the surroundings. All the pirates on the battlefield were forced to retreat involuntarily by this domineering aura. This is. Ben Beckman stretched out his arm to block the collision of domineering aura. His face was a little solemn. He just stared at the tall golden nine-tailed fox and immediately began to think about the information he had. It seems it doesn't look like any fruit. Senjutsu armed super domineering tailed beast ball. The next moment, the golden nine-tailed fox transformed by Naruto Uzumaki suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a black-tailed beast ball towards Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman hurriedly stretched out his knife. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, and this knife directly blocked the attack of the tailed beast ball. No, or it only blocked it for a few seconds. In Ben Beckman's perception, this tailed beast jade has the power to destroy the world. If it is directly hit and exploded by this tailed beast jade, even he will not be able to survive. No, even the people around him will not be able to survive. Ben Beckman tried to stop the tailed beast jade and slowly felt that he was running out of strength. When he was having trouble resisting, a figure appeared beside Beckman. It was the red-haired Shanks who had been paying attention to this side. Shanks hurriedly left Kaido's battlefield, waving the western sword in his hand, and worked together with Ben Beckman to pick up the tailed beast jade and fly it out. The dark-tailed beast jade soared into the air and landed far away on a coast of Punk Hazard. The explosion produced a raging fire that shot straight into the sky. The whole Punk Hazard seemed like an earthquake. In the shock wave of the explosion, the sea was set off by waves like the sky, sweeping towards the depths of the sea. Everyone tried their best to steady themselves, looking at the explosion area in shock. A corner of the island was sunk directly. If it happens a few more times, the whole island will be destroyed. Do you want to continue? Uzumaki Naruto's voice echoed in Punk Hazard. Wait, you reckless brat. After Kaido stopped Uzumaki Naruto, he shouted, Jack, take the people to a safe place. Red-haired Shanks took a deep look at the golden nine-tailed fox and immediately made the same decision, saying loudly, Ben Beckman, take the others away immediately. Shanks. Ben Beckman frowned and was about to reject red-haired Shanks' proposal in a deep voice, but after looking at his stubborn captain, he could only reluctantly agree. I know, I'll pick you up after I take the people away. No need. Shanks shook his head, held the rapier in his hand, and said in a deep voice, after solving the trouble here, I will come to find you right away. This sentence was equivalent to the red-haired pirates admitting defeat. Both Shanks and Ben Beckman knew very well that Shanks was not solving the problem, but was going to cover the retreat as a captain. This war, they can't continue. Although it is one thing to stop Kaido from interfering with Whitebeard's battle, it is not worth it for red-haired Shanks to sacrifice his companions' lives for this. Humph, go away, red-haired. Kaido sat casually on a stone, put down the mace in his hand, and waved his hand nonchalantly. Since you lost, don't bother me again in the future. Now Kaido has no intention of keeping the red-haired pirates. The mission Kaido received from the Akatsuki organization is to stop Whitebeard from invading Fishman Island, which is destined to prevent him from sacrificing too much time for a red-haired. As for red-haired, It's not worth mentioning in the future. Kado is confident enough that if these guys come to meddle in other people's business again, their Akatsuki organization has countless strong men, and they can directly kill the entire red-haired pirates. After hearing what Kado said, Shanks slowly retracted his sword and waved his hand to signal his subordinates to put away their swords and guns. Shanks looked at Kado, and a smile reappeared on his face. He said with a chuckle, "Well, really, you can communicate. Do you really have to hinder Whitebeard? Whitebeard and Uchiha Sasuke are very difficult to deal with. Although Whitebeard is still the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, and even Sasuke does not hold any position. But when discussing the combat power, everyone mentions the Whitebeard pirates, and usually lists Whitebeard and Uchiha Sasuke separately." Humph. Kado glanced at Shanks and said coldly, "I used to be on the same ship with Whitebeard. I know his troubles very well." Everyone present couldn't help but have a subtle expression. Shanks even thought of his good friend Buggy, who often quarreled with him. By the way, did Whitebeard do something particularly sorry to Kado? Kado would rather miss the opportunity to severely damage the red hair pirates than to miss the trouble with Whitebeard. Coincidentally, Uzumaki Naruto also disbanded his Golden Nine-Tails state, walked to Kado's side, and said with a smile, "Sasuke and I were in the same class. But his strength is not that good, much worse than mine." Everyone's eyes couldn't help but become more subtle. Anyone who has seen Uchiha Sasuke's true strength subconsciously ignored Uzumaki Naruto's last sentence. This world is really wonderful. According to the relationship between Kado and Whitebeard, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are the chief and deputy of the beast pirates trying to cause trouble for their former teammates. The third update. Another 4,000 words. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Encounter. Moby Dick. The Whitebeard pirates saw the latest news. Marco raised his eyebrows, looked at the news in the newspaper, and rolled his eyes unhappily. Morgan's news is getting worse and worse. The war between the two four emperors pirates can be summarized in just one sentence. Huh. Ace couldn't help but look at Marco curiously. Marco handed the newspaper in his hand to Ace and said boredly, "The Red Hairs and the Beasts had a big battle in Punk Hazard. In the end, Shanks withdrew. It seems that the Beasts pirates won." "That's natural." Uchiha Sasuke looked at the bounty order inserted in the newspaper. Looking at the yellow-haired young man on the bounty order, his expression gradually became absent-minded, and a touch of nostalgia gradually appeared on his face. On the bounty order, there was a silly young man. The chief inspector of the beast's pirates, the nine-tailed demon fox Uzumaki Naruto, offered a bounty of 520 million baileys, regardless of life or death. The bounty for Uzumaki Naruto has not changed much, because the Navy still doesn't know much about Uzumaki Naruto's power, but Uchiha Sasuke knows it very well, and a hint of worry appeared on his face. Was this idiot also dragged into this world by Uehara Naraku? Uehara Naraku arranged for Uzumaki Naruto to join the Beast's pirates. Obviously, Uzumaki Naruto was the opponent chosen by Uehara Naraku for him. Uzumaki Naruto. Portgusty Ace scratched the back of his head and looked at the wanted poster in Uchiha Sasuke's hand curiously. "This name. My teammate when I was in the ninja class." Uchiha Sasuke still stared at the silly grinning Uzumaki Naruto on the wanted poster and snorted coldly, "HMPH. A loser. Does he really think he can compete with me? It doesn't sound convincing." Ace put his arm around Uchiha Sasuke's shoulders and chuckled. "But I remember that when Sasuke scolded me before, he always liked to use him as a negative example." "No." Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, turned to look at Ace, and was a little angry. "I thought you could still be saved, but now I realize that you're even more stupid than him. Hey, this is too much. Forget it." Uchiha Sasuke rubbed his forehead, shook his head and said, "Why should I compare two idiots? One or two? Neither is good. No, there are some differences. Uzumaki Naruto is definitely stronger than Ace, and his fighting instinct is somewhat amazing. The two of them are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakras, and Uchiha Sasuke firmly believes that Uzumaki Naruto will not lag behind him too much. That tail end has been chasing him. Moreover, Uehara Naraku would never send Uzumaki Naruto here for no reason. It is obvious that Uehara Naraku has great confidence in Uzumaki Naruto. When he thought of this, Uchiha Sasuke slowly put away the bounty order in his hand. He glanced at Ace and asked in a low voice, "How far are we from Fishman Island?" "Well, it's almost there, right?" Port Gusty. Ace scratched the back of his head. "This route is different from the route we took when we came out of Fishman Island. We can find a place to coat the film and dive directly. We should be able to arrive tomorrow. Don't think about it." Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, his eyes fell on the sea, and his voice gradually became a little cold. "Ace, we can't go to Fishman Island anymore. The enemy we are facing today may show up. If the Whitebird pirates went to Fishman Island, the war might involve Hashigaki Kisame. According to Uehara Naraku's protective personality, he would never allow the war to affect Hashigaki Kisame, the subordinate who has been following him. Uehara Naraku definitely has the ability to control the war, and he will definitely stop the war outside Fishman Island." The newspaper was delivered a little later. According to this time, the Beast's pirates should have started to prepare to intercept them in this area. Uchiha Sasuke slowly closed his eyes, and his perception instantly detected the movement. The next second, his eyes were fixed on the sea. Under the sea, two huge ships floated up from the bottom of the sea. In Uchiha Sasuke's perception, there was a very familiar chakra in Kado's breath. Are the members of the Beast's pirates ambushing under the sea? Uchiha Sasuke was not the only one who discovered the enemy on the Moby Dick. Whitebird Edward Newgate slowly took off the infusion tube on his arm, reached out and grasped the big knife next to his seat, and a generous smile appeared on his face. "Gilalala. Guys, there are guests coming. Everyone be alert." The warning whistle spread throughout the Moby Dick. The next moment, the entire Moby Dick moved at the news, and figures appeared on the deck one by one. All those with observation haki were sensing the enemy's presence. As the two large ships under the sea were getting closer and closer to them, they also sensed that a powerful enemy was coming. Crash. The waves on the sea surface surged. Two huge ships covered with coatings suddenly emerged from the sea, one on the left and one on the right, directly surrounding the Moby Dick flagship. The moment they emerged from the sea, the coating instantly shattered. The flags on these two ships were the logo of the Beast Pirates. Facing Whitebird, who possessed the power of the Trema fruit, Kado knew very well that if he could not get close to the Moby Dick, he would only become a target for Whitebird to use the power of the Trema fruit. Therefore, after the Beast Pirates repelled the Red Hair Pirates, under Kado's order, the boatmen hurriedly coated the hull. After the coating, they could dive to the depths of the sea and gradually approach Whitebird's Moby Dick flagship. Kado's plan was successful. Two warships of the Beast's pirates approached and surrounded the Moby Dick. If an artillery battle was to take place, the Beast's pirates would have already gained a huge advantage. Whitebird didn't care at all, but slowly walked to the railing of the ship, looking at the tall Kado on the enemy ship, and couldn't help but grin. "Gullah." Whitebird looked up at Kado, who was looking serious, and said with a smile, "Kado, we haven't seen each other for a while, right?" "Humph." Kado snorted coldly. Just when Kado wanted to answer, Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing beside him, waved his arms excitedly. "Sasuke. Sasuke. I'm here to see you." Naruto. On the Moby Dick. Uchiha Sasuke's face darkened, and a flash of anger flashed across his face, staring at the yellow-haired young man on the Beast's pirate's ship. Uzumaki Naruto, this idiot, always manages to disrupt the rhythm of the battlefield. Doesn't this guy know that it's wartime between the Beast's pirates and the Whitebird pirates? Why is this idiot jumping out to steal the limelight? Doesn't he know that being an undercover agent requires one to learn to be low-key? Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto ignored Uchiha Sasuke's thoughts. His figure flew up, jumped off the boat in an instant, and stood on the sea. Uzumaki Naruto looked up at Uchiha Sasuke on the Moby Dick, a trace of nostalgia and disappointment on his face. "It's been a long time since we last met, idiot." Uchiha Sasuke's face darkened, and he stared at Uzumaki Naruto on the sea, and couldn't help saying, "Don't try to be cool in front of me. It's been less than a year since we last met." Ahahaha, is that so? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, raised his head with a laugh and said, you are a year ahead of me, but now I'm catching up, Sasuke. Portgusty Ace couldn't help it first, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto on the sea, and then looked at Uchiha Sasuke beside him. Sasuke, that person can also stand on the sea. It's just treading water, just the basic skills of a ninja. Uchiha Sasuke was full of pride, and sneered, humph, that idiot took a long time to finally learn to tread water. After saying this, Uchiha Sasuke remembered the truth, that Uzumaki Naruto could not practice chakra control, and his face couldn't help but darken again. Because Uzumaki Naruto had too much chakra in his body. Gala la la la. Whitebird glanced at Uzumaki Naruto on the sea and laughed heartily. It seems that he is a newcomer who is more active than Sasuke. While talking, Whitebird turned his head to look at Sasuke, and continued with a smile. Sasuke kid, is this your old friend? Almost. In fact, the relationship between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto is more complicated. Uchiha Sasuke's figure rose from the ground, and landed on the sea. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, a hint of helplessness flashed through his heart. You joined the Beast's pirates? Yes. Uzumaki Naruto spread out his palms, a helpless look flashed across his face. You also know that as a ninja of Akatsuki, you must obey orders, if possible. Actually, Uzumaki Naruto wanted to find a ship by himself, take Uchiha Sasuke to the sea, and bring Hatake Kakashi and Jiraiya. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto had to obey Uehara Naraku's orders, not only because Uehara Naraku brought peace, but also because of Uehara Naraku's somewhat complicated identity. HMPH. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and continued, that guy sent you here to stop me, right? Yeah. After Uzumaki Naruto nodded, his fists clenched suddenly, and his face suddenly became serious. He told me that this might be an opportunity. Let the chakra fate of Indra and Ashura end on the sea. When he said this, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly raised his head and continued in a low voice, but I still don't want to fight with you. Sasuke, you and the Whitebird pirates leave here. Gilalalala. Whitebird stood on the railing, looking at Uzumaki Naruto on the sea, and couldn't help laughing loudly. This battle is not something that a little guy like you can decide. Gilalalala. Kid, if you want me to leave here, at least someone with weight should come. Isn't my weight enough? Kaido stood proudly on the bow, holding his mace tightly, looking at Whitebird fiercely. Newgate. I'm not here to play house with you. Not enough. Whitebird squatted on the boat with the big sword in his hand, grinned, and smiled confidently. Kaido. I'm Whitebird. As the Emperor of the Sea. These guys don't talk about giving way. First update, I treated my cervical spondylosis today, a little late. Chapter 494. Gambling is prohibited within the Akatsuki organization. On the sea. While the Whitebird pirates and the Kaido pirates were still confronting each other, the navy ships that were responsible for monitoring the war also quietly anchored around. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters glanced at Kabuto Yakushi beside him and said with a smile, it seems that our staff's prediction seems to have made a mistake. I never thought that this war would start at sea. Kabuto Yakushi did not find a reason to refute, but nodded seriously. This is my dereliction of duty. After returning to Marineford, I will ask Marshal Sengoku for a demotion. These words have been spoken. Anyone can hear that Kabuto Yakushi is frustrated. He is the most popular vice admiral in the navy recently. This attitude made Kizaru a little uncomfortable. Kabuto Yakushi's attitude was too serious. Kizaru, the admiral of the navy headquarters, was even a little embarrassed to tease Kabuto Yakushi. Kizaru patted Kabuto Yakushi's shoulder and smiled to calm him down. But don't blame yourself too much. It's not your fault. Kizaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi and continued slowly. No one would have thought that red-haired Shanks would come to participate in this war. But Kabuto Yakushi's face showed a serious expression. As a staff officer of the Navy headquarters, all factors must be considered completely to provide the Navy with a complete combat plan. After that, Kabuto Yakushi even took out his notebook and whispered, I will remind myself again, be careful of the red-haired pirates. This pirate group acts too casually, and anything that happens in the future may be affected. Well, the red-haired pirates must be arranged. Kabuto Yakushi never thought that the red-haired pirates, who have the lowest presence among the 4 emperors' pirate groups, would almost make his plan go wrong. If Uzumaki Naruto wasn't strong enough, if the red hair pirates really drove away the beast's pirates, it would be very disadvantageous for Hoshigaki Kisame. At that time, Kabuto Yakushi would probably have no choice but to release his impure world army to help. Admiral Kizaru didn't think of all this, he just continued dryly, "Don't be too hard on yourself. At least Kaido and Whitebird still met. You don't have to comfort me, Admiral Kizaru." Kabuto Yakushi sighed, feeling a little depressed. This time, we can only say that God blesses justice, and our luck is pretty good. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and continued in a low voice. However, even so, the battle between the 4 emperors' pirate groups on the sea will be restrained. It is almost impossible for us to reap the benefits after their battle. It doesn't matter, a smile appeared on Admiral Kizaru's face again. Anyway, our original purpose was just to prevent one of the 7 warlords of the sea from failing. Well, Kabuto Yakushi nodded heavily, pushed his glasses, and whispered, "But we are not completely powerless. I hope our backup plan will work. It's really scary." Kizaru also pushed his glasses and said with a smile, "You are worthy of being a wise general of the new generation. You have formulated a new plan in just a few days. You use the war between the 4 emperors to attract the power of the 7 warlords of the sea to accept the call up. The 7 warlords of the sea claim to be strong and will definitely not miss the opportunity." Kabuto Yakushi slowly closed his palms, with a trace of uneasiness on his face. "It's a pity that I applied to Marshal Sengoku to recruit the 7 warlords of the sea, but 2 of them refused the call up, and only 5 of them came. The world's #1 swordsman Hawky Mihawk, the bounty hunter Kakuzu who is active on the sea, and Hoshigaki Kisame of Fishman Island, Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa, and Gekko Moria. They also want to see the war between the 4 emperors' pirate groups. Only the Amazon Queen Boa Hancock and Tyrant Bear are left. These 2 people are not interested in the war between the 4 emperors, and they didn't even come. 7 warlords of the sea are scary enough." Kizaru nodded slowly and continued with a smile. "Gekko Moria and Kaido have an old grudge, so he is probably the most active one to accept the call." "Well." Kabuto Yakushi nodded and whispered, "I hope that this Shichibuke who once fought Kaido can bring us some surprises. Wars between the 4 emperors are not uncommon. However, the scale of the war between the 4 emperors, such as Whitebird and Kaido, is still rare, especially since their location is not far from the first half of the Grand Line. Whether the Shichibuke want to pass through Merijoa or Fishman Island, they can quickly reach this area. It just so happens that they can all be transformed into part of the Navy's combat power. Even if there are a few obedient ones, it will be enough. Of course, in Kabuto Yakushi's deeper level, the Shichibuke recruited this time is also a conspiracy against them. According to Kabuto Yakushi's speculation, the head-on war between the 4 emperors will definitely attract some of the Shichibuke to come. Let the entire Shichibuke system be reshuffled. Among them, 3 of the 7 warlords of the sea, Kakatsu, Doflamingo and Hoshigaki Kisame are all his own people. They came here specially because they are protected by 3 reincarnated Hokage, and they want to use several Hokage to deal with Admiral Kizaru. Kabuto Yakushi's fingers gradually closed together. He turned to look at Admiral Kizaru and said in a deep voice, "These 7 warlords of the sea are a bit unruly. I hope Admiral Kizaru can intimidate them." "Ah, that's hard to say." Admiral Kizaru shook his head quickly and said with a giggle, 7 warlords of the sea, I'm no match for them." Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help frowning again and whispered, "Should we ask for support from Admiral Akainu?" "Don't worry, let's wait and see." Kizaru looked at the helpless Kabuto Yakushi and couldn't help but smile and continued, "After all, the 7 warlords of the sea are appointed by the world government. We can only hope that they dare not be too presumptuous to us. Just a few of the 7 warlords of the sea, except for Hawky Mihawk who is a bit troublesome. Kizaru doesn't really care about the others." After Kizaru finished speaking, he couldn't help but asked with a little surprise, "Why haven't they arrived yet?" "The war between Whitebird and Kaido is about to begin. It should be soon." A light flashed across the eyes of Kabuto Yakushi. "This big drama intertwined with dark shadows will start soon. In fact, their own people have already arrived. As for Gecko Moria and Hawky Mihawk who didn't come, is there any need to think about it? They must have had an accident on the way. On the sea, the Beast's pirates and the Whitebird pirates are still in confrontation. Because it is really difficult to set up the battlefield for this war, only Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, two guys who can tread water, can act recklessly. Hey, old man. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the stalemate, raised his head, and looked at Whitebird standing on the Moby Dick. Don't waste time anymore. The navy has arrived, right? Can I use this war to make a bet with my old friend? Rather than letting a big battle loose, it's better to let him fight Uzumaki Naruto directly. Besides, Uchiha Sasuke thinks that he has been in the pirate world for a long enough time, and he has made great progress in both swordsmanship and domineering. This battle should be within his control. It's really rare. After hearing what Sasuke said, Whitebird couldn't help but laughed heartily. His eyes fell from Kaido on the enemy ship to Sasuke. Gilala. I'm not used to you, little brat, speaking so politely to me. After laughing, Whitebird turned his head and looked around him. Guys, Sasuke is in a good mood today and didn't talk back to me. Should we agree to him? Ha 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 ha. Of course we should agree to him. It's really rare. Promise him, Dad. This is the first time Sasuke has been so polite to Dad. Promise him. On the Moby Dick, after a thunderous cheer from the captains of the Whitebird pirates, everyone agreed to Uchiha Sasuke's request. Whitebird looked down at Sasuke on the sea, grinned and said, Gilala, did you hear that, kid? We have agreed, kid, just do whatever you want. Whatever you want to do is fine. Whitebird seemed to have guessed Sasuke's thoughts, holding the big knife in his hand and stopping on the deck, laughing loudly and continued, Sasuke kid, don't worry about anything else. I'm right behind you today. Uchiha Sasuke's palm tightened suddenly. At this moment, Sasuke's mood became more and more complicated. Before he had time to say anything, Whitebird agreed to everything. He was too trusting of him. Whitebird's temper was actually not good, but this old man has always been very tolerant of him. Got it. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head suddenly, clenched his fists, and a touch of scarlet flashed in his eyes, looking at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's domineering aura burst out instantly. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said in a deep voice, Naruto, let's make a bet. What bet? A trace of caution flashed across Uzumaki Naruto's face, and he immediately spread out his hands and explained, Hey, have you forgotten? Akatsuki prohibits gambling. This matter is simply outrageous. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage in the Akatsuki organization, loves gambling very much. That woman has been complaining about Conan for a long time because she always loses, and the only person who can win is one of the Akatsuki members. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but curse and said in a deep voice, that ban is only for 2 people in the organization. What does it have to do with you, Naruto? Besides, you don't want this war to go on like this, do you? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto and nodded, then told him his plan. We haven't fought for a long time, right? Let's have an all-out showdown between the two of us. If you lose, the Beast's pirates get out of the way for us. If you win, the Whitebird pirates will retreat directly back to the New World. After thinking for a while, Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Sasuke, you should know that this bet is not very friendly to you. Because no matter whether he wins or loses, the Whitebird pirates will not be able to move forward. Uchiha Sasuke must be aware of this. If Sasuke wins, the Whitebird pirates will continue to move forward, but will fall into the abyss faster. If Sasuke loses, the Whitebird pirates will retreat directly. Uzumaki Naruto has amazing intuition in this regard. He figured it all out almost instantly. Because this kind of thing, he has done it a lot. Uchiha Sasuke wants to lose on purpose, right? Is he trying to take the opportunity to save the Whitebird pirates? Just when Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up, Uchiha Sasuke said with a cold face, but don't think I will show mercy. This time, the two of us will do our best. Let this world also see their power. Second update. Chapter 495, Ninjas Battle. No one in the entire sea had ever seen a real ninja fight. Whitebird sat on a chair with a big sword in his hand, dragging a bowl of juice in his hand, looking at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto on the sea with a smile on his face. Gigala. What an interesting kid. After Whitebird raised his head and drank the juice in the bowl in one breath, he asked with a smile, "This is the first time we have the opportunity to see Sasuke go all out." "Yeah." Ace stood beside Whitebird, nodded with a chuckle and said, "Ha ha ha ha. In fact, this is the first time I have seen Sasuke so serious." Gigala. Of course I have to be serious. After Whitebird laughed and shook his head, a solemn look flashed in his eyes, because his opponent is not simple at all. Whitebird's eyes were fixed on Uzumaki Naruto. In the body of the yellow-haired kid, there was a power that even he dared not underestimate. On the side of the beast pirates, Kado looked down at Uchiha Sasuke and snorted coldly. This four emperor who had been defeated by Uchiha Sasuke sat cross-legged on the deck, grabbing his wine gourd and drinking crazily. Under the gaze of the two four emperors' pirate groups, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto's faces remained calm, and they stared at each other. "Let's start." Uchiha Sasuke raised his finger with a cold face. After Uzumaki Naruto was surprised for a second, his face gradually became solemn, and his fingers slowly raised up, as if it was a ritual. "This is the seal of opposition." At this moment, the two people seemed to have returned to the ninja school, and they seriously formed the seal of opposition that they had practiced in ninja battles. The seal of opposition symbolizes that they are about to start fighting. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto stepped on the sea at the same time and rushed towards each other quickly, and the domineering aura of the two people burst out at the same time. Bang! The arms between the two suddenly collided. The momentum of chakra and the domineering aura of domineering color soared into the sky with their movements. The entire sea was instantly stirred up by their collision, and the sky was instantly torn in half by the domineering conflict. A huge shock wave quickly spread out in the surroundings. The three pirate ships were almost overturned in an instant, but fortunately, the two four emperors, Whitebird and Kado, were present and helped to maintain the warships. "What a joke." Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebird Pirates, stood firm and looked at the two people on the sea with surprise. "That guy named Uzumaki Naruto actually also has Conqueror's Haki." "Yeah." Ace nodded. He also possessed Conqueror's Haki. His face gradually became serious, and it can actually compete with Sasuke's Haki. Diamond Jaws nodded, and couldn't help but continue. "What's even more surprising is that his strength can also compete with Sasuke. Sasuke's strength is about the same as mine." "Jaws, Sasuke's strength is actually stronger than yours." Marco shook his head beside him, watching the battle on the sea, and whispered, "But that guy's strength is stronger than Sasuke. It's just that Sasuke's fighting skills are more powerful." Sure enough, after Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto exchanged a blow, the two quickly started a physical confrontation with punches and kicks, and they still maintained their normal forms. In their ordinary forms, their fighting power is amazing enough. The waves are almost always raised by their fighting. Two ninjas who grew up together on this sea. At this moment, they contributed a feast of physical skills. No, this is not a feast, it's just their appetizer. "Naruto, you have practiced physical skills deliberately." A red light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan. After his palm blocked Uzumaki Naruto's fist, his armed color domineering was instantly covered, and he punched Uzumaki Naruto back with a bow step. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto with indifference, and a hint of arrogance flashed across his face. "But, that's useless. With the help of Sharingan, my observation color domineering can immediately identify the attack you launched. Sasuke, but my fist is stronger." Uzumaki Naruto didn't care about the punch he took at all. A smile flashed across his face. He didn't hesitate at all, and rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke again. "It's more troublesome than before." Uchiha Sasuke frowned and dodged the wave after wave of attacks launched by Uzumaki Naruto. He finally realized the importance of chakra. Even though Uzumaki Naruto came a little late, because of the chakra, the increase he got in this world is actually more than his own. "I've been trying to catch up with you." Uzumaki Naruto's palm suddenly grabbed Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke stepped on the sea, flew back from Naruto's attack, and quickly closed his palm. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Balls of fire flew out of his mouth one after another. Uzumaki Naruto also dodged immediately, but he could only face wave after wave of fire-style ninjutsu. After avoiding the phoenix fire, a huge fireball fell down. Fire style, great fireball technique. Isn't this a waste of chakra? Uzumaki Naruto frowned in surprise, and a ball of black armament haki suddenly condensed on his fist, and he punched the fireball with a bang. According to their strength, even if the great fireball technique is strong, it will inevitably become weak, and it only needs a punch of armament haki to directly smash it. The rain of fire fell on the sea. Just when Uzumaki Naruto raised his head in some confusion, he only saw that Uchiha Sasuke's body turned into a ball of fire. At the same time, a ball of falling fire behind him suddenly disappeared. Heavenly hand power. Uzumaki Naruto immediately realized that Uchiha Sasuke used the heavenly hand power to directly exchange positions, and the next moment he felt a sharp pain on his face. Uchiha Sasuke punched Uzumaki Naruto in the face, and after knocking Uzumaki Naruto directly out, he flew back to catch up. Uzumaki Naruto took a look at Sasuke's rushing figure, and instantly put on a layer of golden chakra coat, entering Kurama mode. A golden chakra giant hand emerged from his body, and slapped Sasuke directly, knocking Sasuke into the sea. What a pity. Thatch, the captain of the 4th division of the Whitebeard Pirates, shook his head and sighed. Sasuke had the opportunity to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. Hahaha, don't worry. Flower Sword Vista touched his beard and said with a smile, don't forget that Sasuke is a great swordsman. Even I dare not underestimate a great swordsman. Hey, Vista, you're over now. Marco couldn't help but raise his eyelids and complained, I really don't know where this confidence comes from. Sasuke's swordsmanship is the strongest except for his father. The next moment, the sword light suddenly rose. A powerful slash flew directly from underwater. This slash instantly broke through the sea surface and rushed into the sky. Just swinging the sword from the sea can produce such a powerful slash. Uzumaki Naruto almost narrowly avoided the slash, and he finally realized that his teammates also got a way to become stronger. Great swordsman. There is no doubt that Uchiha Sasuke's swordsmanship has also been super increased in this world. In fact, what Uchiha Sasuke holds in his hand is one of the world's 12 strongest supreme swords. A flash of surprise flashed across Uzumaki Naruto's face, and he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Sasuke who stood on the sea again from the sea. Sasuke, you guy want me to cut you in half? Uchiha Sasuke frowned, waving the knife in his hand and rushed up. How could you die so easily? What's more, even if you die, Uehara Naraku can revive you. Uchiha Sasuke no longer held back and slashed towards Uzumaki Naruto one after another. Flower Sword Vista looked at Sasuke's slash and couldn't help but say, I feel like Sasuke can challenge Hawkeye Mihawk for the world's greatest swordsman. Givela. Whitebeard shook his head and laughed. If it's just swordsmanship, Hawkeye won't be defeated so easily. Want to be the world's greatest swordsman? Unless Uchiha Sasuke uses Susanoo to cheat. But now, not everyone can take on Uchiha Sasuke's slash. However, Uzumaki Naruto didn't care at all. A dozen golden chakra giant hands suddenly emerged, and a ball of pitch black domineering almost spread from the inside of the giant hands to the outside. These giant hands were actually all transformed from armed color domineering. The next moment, these giant hands mixed with black and gold directly grabbed Sasuke's slash and crushed these powerful slashes directly. This scene made everyone's eyes widen involuntarily. Uchiha Sasuke's heart flashed with surprise. Even he was a little impressed by the world's love for Uzumaki Naruto. This is the sea. After Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. He used the power of the sky again. This time, the target of the power of the sky was the sea water under Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto, and a long spear composed of black flames suddenly emerged from his body, and the domineering aura of armed color instantly spread over the black flames. The black flames were shiny black under the blessing of armed color. A long spear instantly penetrated Uzumaki Naruto's body. But in the next second, Uzumaki Naruto's body turned into a ball of smoke. Shadow clone. Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed. No matter how long it has been, what he hates most is Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone technique. After this idiot learned the shadow clone technique, he has played this technique to the fullest. I caught you. Uzumaki Naruto's voice suddenly came from underwater, and an arm grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's scarf, and he was about to drown him directly into the sea. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sasuke swung the sword in his hand, and a slash instantly chopped into the sea, forcing Uzumaki Naruto to give up this attack. The two men were fighting and defending, and they stood on the sea again. The appetizers of the two men have already amazed the members of the two Four Emperors pirate groups. Whether it is the fighting skills or the little tricks of using ninja techniques in the battle, they are beyond their knowledge. The members of the Beast Pirates and the Whitebird Pirates realized that these two people not only have strength, but also have more exquisite fighting skills than them. Ha 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 ha. Flower Sword Vista didn't care at all, and continued with a smile. But speaking of it, why doesn't Sasuke use Susanoo? It feels like it can end the battle faster. Get a little hour. Of course it can't be used. Whitebird smiled and shook his head, and said to defend Sasuke, this battle has just begun. They will definitely take a long time. And that kid named Naruto also has a corresponding power in his body. A power that made Whitebird sigh. The third update. Chapter 496. The horrifying battle situation. On the sea. The sun sets. The battle lasted for a long time. However, the fighting power of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto is still abundant, and the battle between them is still exciting, which makes the two Four Emperors pirate groups unable to connect. The Beast Pirates. Drought Jack looked at the sea, that was constantly shaken by the battle between the two, stood beside Kaido, and said hesitantly, Brother Kaido, are we really not going to take action? Well, Kaido drank the wine in a daze and burped loudly. Don't worry, just sit here and watch. The god of Wano country personally admitted. Uzumaki Naruto will never lose to Uchiha Sasuke. Just at this time, a huge wave rolled and was about to submerge their warships, and the battle on the sea became fierce again. Groups of broken clouds appeared in the sky. Countless lightning began to swim in the clouds. Lightning escape. A red light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan, and he raised his palm suddenly and swung it towards the sea, killing. The next second, the lightning in the air turned into a thunder beast and suddenly fell, hitting Uzumaki Naruto on the sea, forcing Uzumaki Naruto to fly back and distance himself from Sasuke. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke took advantage of this opportunity, and half of his body suddenly burst out of Susanoo, and he drew his bow and shot out. This action was done in one go. One after another, purple giant arrows flew towards Uzumaki Naruto one after another. As soon as the first arrow was shot, the second and third arrows almost followed. Uzumaki Naruto's face was full of surprise. The next moment, his body suddenly turned into a golden nine-tailed beast hundreds of meters high. 9 huge tails quickly blocked in front of him, forcibly blocking 3 attacking giant arrows for him. The giant arrows fell on the sea and set off huge waves. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care at all. His Susanoo quickly turned into a complete form. The mountain-like martial god suddenly drew out his ninja sword and slashed across the sky. This slash directly blew away the golden nine-tailed beast hundreds of meters high. The sea surface rolled and splashed a large piece of waves, as if it was also hurt by this slash, and it couldn't calm down for a long time. Seeing this scene, most people couldn't help but grit their teeth. Most people present had endured this slash. The full strength slash of the complete form of Susanoo is not something that everyone can withstand. However, the golden nine-tailed beast that flew backwards instantly stabilized its body in the air and instantly performed the shadow clone technique. After the 4 golden nine-tailed beasts separated, they ran quickly along the sea surface and directly surrounded the complete form of Susanoo. This is on the Moby Dick. Ace couldn't help showing a hint of surprise and turned to look at Marco. Hey, Marco, is this also the same mythical beast as you? I don't know. Marco couldn't help shaking his head, and I've never heard of this ability. Dad, have you seen what kind of ability that is? Gilila, that kid is not a devil fruit user. Whitebird laughed loudly and shook his head. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. That's not his power. It's lent to him by the monster in his body. Even though Whitebird had seen many strange abilities on the sea, he had never seen an ability like Uzumaki Naruto who could transform into a golden nine-tailed beast, especially the ability to cast a clone, and the clone's momentum was also very strong. Naruto Uchiha Sasuke stood in the crystal of Susanoo, looking at the four golden nine-tailed beasts with a vigilant face. These were not simple shadow clones. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but grit his teeth and said coldly, "You really like the shadow clone technique, huh?" Uzumaki Naruto stood on the body of the golden nine-tailed fox, smiled and explained, "Maybe it's because, when I was in school, I was least good at clones." The next moment, the four golden nine-tailed foxes gathered chakra at the same time. One after another, huge-tailed beast Jade opened their mouths and sprayed towards the perfect form of Susanoo in the center of their encirclement. Uchiha Sasuke could only control the perfect form of Susanoo and waved the ninja sword in his hand, slashing out one after another and detonating the tailed beast Jade directly in the air. The flames of the explosion on the sea continued. One after another, the tailed beast Jade raged on the sea, as if it didn't need chakra, and the continuous explosions rang in everyone's ears. The sea surface could not be calm at all. As soon as one wave fell, another wave came. Find the real body first. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, then controlled Susanoo to fly towards the golden nine-tails, stabbed out a huge ninja sword, and directly pierced through the chest of a golden nine-tails, nailing the golden nine-tails to the sea. After the first attack worked, Uchiha Sasuke did not stop and flew to avoid the attack of another tailed beast Jade and solved the two golden nine-tails clones in succession in the same way. However, Susanoo's body was finally blown through two big holes by the explosion of the two tailed beast Jades, and even the ninja sword in his hand was directly knocked away. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke simply controlled Susanoo to punch the last golden nine-tails, where Uzumaki Naruto's real body was. The domineering aura instantly burst out from Susanoo's body. The pitch-black armed domineering aura flowed on Susanoo's fist, indicating that the power of this punch should not be underestimated. No matter who it is impossible to ignore the full force attack of Susanoo and Uchiha Sasuke. This attack may even directly destroy the foundation of a small island. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto's voice was fearless. He controlled the golden nine-tailed fox and clenched his fists, rushing towards Susanoo. The domineering aura soared into the sky. Whether it was the armed aura or the domineering aura of the golden nine-tailed fox was not inferior to the complete form of Susanoo. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. They are the two ninjas standing at the top of the ninja world. They also have the fusion of the power systems of the two worlds. They have already developed their power to the extreme. Even Whitebird, who is known as the strongest in the world, was a little surprised. He clenched the sword in his hand and laughed loudly. Giralala. Little ones, stand firm. HMPH. Kaido raised his head and took a sip of wine and ordered in a muffled voice, "Let the helmsman stabilize the boat. Find a place to hide yourself. You can't resist what's coming." Even without the reminder of the two four emperors, all the pirates present knew that the collision between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto was not something they could resist. Sure enough, the fists of the golden nine-tails and the complete Susanoo collided with each other. A shock wave instantly began to spread from their fists to the surroundings, and the cumulus clouds in the sky that were originally fragmented were completely dispersed by this shock wave. The sea surface rolled outwards rapidly from their feet. Under the force of this impact, hundreds of meters high waves quickly rose from around them and swept towards the periphery. Whether it was the flagship of the Whitebird pirates or the Beast's pirates, they would be directly overturned by this shock wave in an instant. Whitebird snorted heavily and stood up suddenly. The majestic domineering color flowed through his body. He raised his sword to block the surging shockwave. The captains on the Moby Dick couldn't help swallowing their saliva, looking at the surging wave swept by the shockwave with horror. The battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. It's too amazing. Even if it's just their aftermath, it's not a force they can easily resist. Even with the protection of Whitebird, they still can't help but look horrified on their faces. Kaido's actions are even more straightforward. This four emperor simply stood up, swung his mace violently, and shook the incoming shockwave hard, protecting his flagship. Under the domineering suppression of the two four emperors, the overwhelming waves quickly split and scattered towards the surrounding sea. Too strong. Port Gustiace couldn't hide his surprise, clenched his fists tightly, his face full of solemnity. Is that Sasuke's former teammate? Indeed, he is quite strong. Marco nodded slowly. It is really hard to imagine where Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto grew up, and how terrible is that place that can cultivate these two powerful guys? Even the full strength war between the four emperors is no more than this, right? Just the aftermath of their collision has produced such a terrifying wave. No wonder Uchiha Sasuke doesn't want them to join the battle. Because Sasuke knows very well that the battle between him and Uzumaki Naruto is not something that other people in the White Bird Pirates can participate in. On the sea in the center of the battlefield, after the perfect Susanoo and the Golden Ninetales fought each other for the first time, the two people instantly started to fire at full power, and it seemed that they could overturn the sea with a punch and a kick. Endless waves surged around. The warships of the White Bird Pirates, Moby Dick and the Beast's pirates, were like duckweed in the sea. If it weren't for the four emperors on board, the ships would have capsized long ago. No, it should be said that one ship has already capsized. Drought Jack's mammoth was overturned by the shock wave generated by the first collision between the complete Susanoo and the Golden Ninetales, because it was too close. A group of pirates drifted on the sea holding the broken planks. As for Drought Jack himself, he lay on the bottom of the sea again, watching countless sea fish that fled from this sea area in panic swimming in front of him. He could only wait quietly for rescue after the battle. Well, too close to the battlefield. Just when Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were still fighting in this sea area, the waves generated by the first wave of impact caused by their collision appeared in the field of vision of the Navy warships, and the Navy warships monitoring the battlefield were also shaking. Although the waves are getting smaller and smaller, there is still a possibility of overturning the warships. On the warship, Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters stood on the bow and instantly released his armament haki, easily repelling the waves. It's so scary. Kizaru glanced at the waves that were gradually forming one after another and said with a smile on his face, with this power, those two brats are not much worse than Kado and White. But Kabuto Yakashi's expression also became slightly solemn. We originally listed Uchiha Sasuke as one of the extremely evil people that the Navy must deal with in the future. Now it seems that we have to add another name. I didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto is a monster like Uchiha Sasuke. Kizaru still had a smile on his face. He turned to look at Kabuto Yakashi and asked, Officer Kabuto, do we still need to continue with the plan? It's really dangerous now. Wait for our reinforcement first. Kabuto Yakashi waved the Dendenmashi in his hand and replied softly, Kakuzu, Doflamingo and Hoshigaki Kisame are about to arrive. The Navy must not let the pirates underestimate us. Even if our strength may be a little weaker, we must not reveal any flaws in our determination to enforce justice. 3 of the Shichibuke have already arrived. As for the remaining Gekko Moria and Hawky Mihawk, these two Shichibuke should not be having a good time now, right? Yakashi Kabuto slowly pushed his glasses. Gekko Moria should be lucky. The only members responsible for sniping him are Scorpion and Deidara from the ARP Pirates. But Hawky Mihawk, his luck is not so good. First update. Chapter 497. Mihawk and Uehara Naraku's first encounter. Grand Line. A small boat was sailing slowly on the sea. This small boat was only a tiny bit big, and only one person could sit on it. It looked like this small boat could not withstand any wind and waves on the Grand Line. However, no one would doubt that this small boat would have an accident on the sea, because the owner of this boat was the world's #1 swordsman, Hawky Mihawk. According to his strength and superb driving skills, he could easily pass through the wind and waves. Along the way, Hawky Mihawk drove this small boat to the waters near Fishman Island to watch the world's top battle between the White Bird Pirates and the Kado Pirates, and by the way, see if he could help the Navy or something. Just as Hawky Mihawk was sailing with the wind and closing his eyes to take a nap, he sensed someone approaching his ship, as if he was coming for him. It was a warship carrying citrus. This warship. Mihawk slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of sharp eyes under the wide brim of his hat. He stared at the warship in front of him, and a hint of doubt flashed across his face. A warship sent by the Navy? Yes. A man with narrowed eyes and a smile stood on the deck of the warship, and a crisp voice fell into the ears of Hawky Mihawk. Mr. Joracle Mihawk, I'm Captain Uehara Naraku of the Navy headquarters sent by Vice Admiral Kabuto Yakashi to greet you. There is no need for that. Hawky Mihawk shook his head calmly, and there was a hint of unquestionable meaning in his cold voice. I will find the sea area where they are fighting by myself. If I take a navy warship to watch the battle, it may cause some trouble. If I remember correctly. Hawky Mihawk remembered that this Uehara Naraku was once a subordinate of Crocodile, the former Shichibuke, and then Crocodile was imprisoned. So this guy is an undercover sent by the navy among the Shichibuke. This kind of person. Hawky Mihawk doesn't like it at all. Moreover, this man named Uehara Naraku has a faint ominous aura on his body, which makes Hawky Mihawk feel a little repulsive to him. Maybe this Uehara Naraku is also one of those annoying guys from the world government CP agents? Thinking of this, Mihawk closed his eyes with an impatient look on his face. You lead the way in front, I will follow behind. Before he finished speaking, Hawky Mihawk suddenly thought of something. The next moment, Hawky Mihawk's observation haki instantly covered the entire warship, and his eyes changed slightly. How could there be only one navy officer, Uehara Naraku, on this warship? In this case, it would be too wasteful. It doesn't make sense. How did Uehara Naraku know that he, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had accepted the secret call of the navy this time? And how did he know that it was Vice Admiral Yakushi Kabuto who invited him to this area of water? Joracle Mihawk's eyes instantly raised again, staring at Uehara Naraku on the deck of the warship, as if he wanted to see through everything about him. Uehara Naraku, the captain of the Navy headquarters, had no idea what Hawky was thinking, and he didn't care about Hawky's attitude, still squinting and smiling. Mr. Mihawk. Uehara Naraku was still persuading him tirelessly. If you take our warship, the speed will be faster, and we have already monitored the battle between the Whitebird pirates and the Beasts pirates, and Admiral Kizaru is also waiting for you. Don't block my way. Hawky Mihawk slowly lowered his head and interrupted Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku showed some hesitation on his face, and he continued to explain in a low voice, I came here from a long way to greet you. Clang. Mihawk slowly stood up and pulled out the black knife behind him. Since he didn't know what was going on and didn't want to pay attention to the Navy captain in front of him or the little agent pretending to be a Navy colonel, then there was no need to waste time. According to Hawky Mihawk's approach, he naturally wanted to destroy the warship that blocked his way with a single knife and continue to move forward along his own route. As for killing Uehara Naraku, Hawky Mihawk didn't deliberately think about doing such a thing. He just wanted to destroy the warship to avoid wasting his time. Mr. Mihawk, this is Uehara Naraku, who was standing on the deck of the warship, had a flash of surprise on his face. He looked at Hawky Mihawk, who had drawn the black knife, with some fear and uncertainty. The whole person seemed to be scared silly. Because you are too long-winded. Hawky Mihawk swung the black knife in his hand, and a powerful slash directly chopped at the warship, about to split the warship in two. This is too much. Uehara Naraku's face suddenly flashed with anger, and he flew up from the deck and kicked the powerful slash away with one foot. Uehara Naraku landed on the warship again, looking down angrily at Hawky Mihawk on the sampan. Joraku Mihawk, you are just a Shichibuke, and you dare to attack the navy. These words made people feel as if he was the admiral of the navy. Hawky Mihawk's eyes fell on Uehara Naraku again, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. He was a little surprised that Uehara Naraku kicked his slash and broke it. Is this really something a navy captain can do? Even the vice admiral of the navy headquarters can't just stand up to his slash. At least from the current point of view, this Uehara Naraku should be a naval colonel with extraordinary status and strength. No wonder the navy sent this guy to meet him. Hawky Mihawk looked at Uehara Naraku, put away his black knife expressionlessly, and said coldly, just a test. Even if you are the navy, you can't break the agreement between the 7 warlords of the sea at will. Help me tow the ship up. After that, Mihawk carried the black knife on his back and flew onto the deck of the warship. Okay, deal with it quickly. Let's go now. Yes. Uehara Naraku still looked at Hawky Mihawk with anger on his face. He gritted his teeth hatefully, as if he was still dissatisfied with Hawky Mihawk's previous actions. Uehara Naraku stared at Hawky, still with anger on his face, and said, then please take a rest, Mr. Mihawk. I will take care of it immediately. Uehara Naraku glanced at Hawky Mihawk's coffin boat. A look of disgust appeared on his face, and he pulled the rope to tow the coffin boat behind the warship. Hawky Mihawk looked at Uehara Naraku's way of handling the tugboat in surprise, and his expression couldn't help but change. Huh? Is this how you handle it? What else? Uehara Naraku snapped his fingers speechlessly. The next moment, the sea breeze instantly floated up from the sea, blowing the sails on the warship, driving the warship to sail quickly. Hawky Mihawk looked at this scene with surprise. He can actually control the sea breeze out of thin air. Is this Navy captain really serious? Just when Hawky Mihawk wanted to ask something, he suddenly remembered his towed vehicle and reached out to stop Uehara Naraku. Hey, wait. Unfortunately, it was too late. As the warship sailed quickly, the coffin boat that had just been towed by the warship flipped over in an instant, floating in the sea like a piece of wood. What kind of godlike navy is this guy? Does this guy know how to deal with sampans and sea vessels? Even though Hawky Mihawk is calm and usually not moved by external things, his expression is a bit ugly when he sees his boat being treated so roughly at this moment. Hawky Mihawk has a feeling that, when he met this navy, his whole mood is a little bad. Uehara Naraku was not aware of it at all. He took a look at Hawky's ship that was towed over by the warship, and his mood finally improved a little. He smiled at Hawky Mihawk again. Mr. Mihawk, the journey will be long. Would you like a glass of juice? Hawky Mihawk shook his head and showed a cold face to Uehara Naraku. Just give me a bottle of red wine. Why are there so many people drinking juice on the sea recently? The last time Hawky Mihawk participated in the siege of Uchiha Sasuke, he went to see red-haired Shanks by the way, and saw Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, holding a juice straw and not drinking a drop of alcohol. And Hawky Mihawk vaguely remembered that Hoshigaki Kisame and Doflamingo, the two seven warlords of the sea who had taken action together, always drank juice. When did this become popular? Why are there so many people drinking juice on the sea now? Is it because they don't drink beer heartily enough, or because they don't drink red wine elegantly enough? Why do they like drinking juice like children? Uehara Naraku still had a smile on his face, but he just shook his head and said, sorry, my family is strict. There is no red wine on the ship. Now there is only juice. Hawky Mihawk was choked. What kind of broken warship is this? Is it really here to receive him? Any naval officer who receives the seven warlords of the sea should at least know that his favorite thing is red wine. Uehara Naraku seemed to feel a little rude. After hesitating for a while, he explained, however, the juice on the ship is freshly squeezed from fresh oranges. After a moment of silence, Mihawk found a chair and sat down. He glanced at the orange tree on the warship and said calmly, forget it, let's have a glass. Okay. Uehara Naraku nodded seriously, took a cup from the table in the cabin, and placed it next to Hawky. The next moment, a wisp of sea breeze blew. Several oranges fell from the tree and floated above the cup. Uehara Naraku spread his fingers towards the oranges, and the next second the oranges were instantly cut into pieces. Uehara Naraku suddenly clenched his fist again, and a huge force appeared out of thin air, slowly crushing the orange fragments. Orange juice dripped into the cup. Hawky Mihawk's eyes were fixed on Uehara Naraku's movements. This captain of the marine headquarters was indeed extraordinary. This move alone was a bit amazing. Uehara Naraku, like a waiter, picked up the cup and walked to Mihawk's side, smiling and asking, Mr. Mihawk, would you like some ice? Mihawk was silent for a while, staring at the smile on Uehara Naraku's face, and then slowly nodded, yes, okay. A wisp of cold air emerged from Uehara Naraku's palm, and suddenly an ice cube appeared on the cup full of juice in his hand. Uehara Naraku slowly placed the glass of fresh iced juice in front of Hawky, smiling and saying, please enjoy it. I hope Mr. Mihawk can have a pleasant journey on this warship. Because the future life of this world's greatest swordsman, perhaps, it should, possibly, will not be particularly pleasant. Second update. I thought my cervical spondylosis was cured. But my neck hurts even more. I hope everyone can save some monthly tickets, because at the end of the month the monthly tickets will be doubled. I have to start paying off my debts. Chapter 498 I have the responsibility to make you realize what kind of organization Akatsuki is. On a warship, filled with orange trees. When Uehara Naraku handed Hawky Mihawk the juice, he glanced at the cross on Mihawk's chest and the black knife next to Mihawk. Interesting. The cross is a small knife. The black knife is called Knight, one of the 12 supreme swords in this world, known as the world's strongest black knife, and the favorite knife of the world's #1 swordsman Hawky Mihawk. Hawky Mihawk took a sip of the juice in the cup, and couldn't help frowning. I can't imagine why there are still people who like to drink this kind of childish stuff. Uehara Naraku's mouth curled up, and he chuckled and explained, maybe it's because those people's families are more strict. Uehara Naraku felt that his personality was becoming more and more friendly. If it were in the past, Hawky Mihawk would be hung up and beaten by him, and then hung on the back of the warship. Now, Uehara Naraku would not do that. Uehara Naraku glanced at his system panel and said softly, Mr. Mihawk, there are enough lounges in the cabin. I didn't bring too many soldiers with me to avoid disturbing you. We will arrive at the area where the Whitebird pirates and the Beasts pirates are fighting tomorrow morning. I see. Hawky Mihawk nodded slowly, and a hint of curiosity flashed across his face. Colonel Uehara Naraku, are you a devil fruit user? Uehara Naraku thought for a while, nodded seriously and said, you can say that, but I'm not a complete user. Well, it seems that you can say that. Now he can freely display many natural fruit abilities. Compared with the natural fruit ability, Uehara Naraku's domineering should be stronger now. Recently, Uehara Naraku has been quietly operating in the waters near Wano country, and even Nico Robin has been temporarily placed in Wano country by him. During this period, Uehara Naraku was carrying out some branch or scenic missions of the Grand Line, but these ordinary sailing missions have rich rewards. Side quest, continue sailing on the Grand Line, 281,000. Quest not completed, reward unknown. It feels like it's like he was asked to travel on the Grand Line on purpose. Maybe this is the meaning of being in the pirate world. As long as he continues to sail, his power will become stronger and stronger, and sooner or later he will take this world into his pocket. It's really puzzling. Uehara Naraku, regular form, world power. 5,200,000 life energy. 1,215,300 overlord haki, top armament haki. 1,215,300 observation haki. 1,215,300 life energy recovery. 1296/secretary armament haki recovery. 1024/secretary observation haki recovery. 1024/secretary remaining gold coins. 14,210 during this time, Uehara Naraku just let the members of the Akatsuki organization stir up trouble on the sea, but he quietly became stronger in secret. Now I feel more and more like a serious behind the scenes mastermind. In the past, I was really too frivolous. The reason why Uehara Naraku was willing to show up today was naturally because Hawky Mihawk, as the world's greatest swordsman, had several tasks. In addition, Uehara Naraku was a little worried that, if you send out other members, they might fail against Hawky Mihawk. And, this serious looking great swordsman is quite interesting. To be honest, the members of the Akatsuki organization are too frivolous. Those guys often behave like humans. They really need such a serious great swordsman to improve the overall style of the Akatsuki organization. The sunset. The moonlight on the entire sea gradually became brighter. The warship filled with orange trees is still sailing. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his finger and looked at the battle between the pirates of the Red Sand Scorpion and Gekko Moria. It is estimated that the battle between them will take a long time. After Uehara Naraku frowned, he monitored the final battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The battle between these two guys is expected to take longer. I have to say, this world has a huge increase in the strength of ninjas. Their physical strength has gradually become abundant, and both their physical fitness and chakra energy are slowly increasing. It's a bit weird. If it weren't for the black hole skill and the tenfold increase of the long steps to the godhood, if it was just Uehara Naraku's normal state, he really wouldn't be sure to deal with the joint efforts of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. When thinking of this, Uehara Naraku couldn't help but look at Hawky Mihawk. This world's #1 swordsman who could make Whitebird admire him. Wouldn't it be troublesome to fight him? Hawky Mihawk looked at Uehara Naraku in surprise, frowned, and said, Colonel, what's wrong? Aren't you going to cook dinner? I forgot to bring the chef. Uehara Naraku glanced at his system panel, and an awkward smile appeared on his face. Sorry, I just wanted to not let those soldiers disturb you, but I forgot to bring the chef. My skills are limited to rough grilled fish. I don't know. Huh. Hawky Mihawk frowned subconsciously and asked, then, is there enough food in the warship's kitchen? Maybe. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's fingers moved, and the seawater rolled up in an instant, setting off a spiral current, sending the sea fish directly to the deck. Uehara Naraku nodded with satisfaction, turned to look at Hawky Mihawk, and said softly, it should be there now. Mihawk's eyes became sharper. Since he boarded the warship, the naval captain in front of him has been showing some strange abilities. This guy is really not simple. Hawky Mihawk personally cooked a dinner, and looking at Uehara Naraku who was feasting in the restaurant, he felt a little bad again. Is this naval captain really okay? Over the years, Hawky Mihawk has seen many people. As he met more and more people, Hawky Mihawk likes his sword more and more. However, like Uehara Naraku, who has a weird personality, courage, and thick skin, the world's #1 swordsman has rarely seen a naval colonel with a weird personality, courage, and thick skin. Okay. After dinner, Uehara Naraku wiped his mouth contentedly, raised his head, and looked at Mihawk sitting across the table, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. As expected of the world's #1 swordsman, your cooking skills are really good. Uehara Naraku's eyes revealed a touch of sincerity, and he asked seriously, let's talk about business. Mr. Mihawk, do you want to come to this ship, and be the chef of this ship? The air suddenly became quiet. The entire warship's restaurant gradually appeared with wisps of murderous aura. Murderous aura is cultivated by a swordsman who has been stained with blood for many years. The surrounding environment can be affected by the swordsman's emotions, not to mention the world's #1 swordsman in front of him. Hawky is the world's #1 swordsman. How could he be so humble as to become a chef on a warship? Everyone knows that this is absolutely impossible. This is an insult to Hawky Mihawk. This guy named Uehara Naraku is provoking him. This guy is either very powerful or crazy. Naraku Mihawk looked at Uehara Naraku calmly, and said indifferently, do you know what you are talking about? Very clear. Uehara Naraku tapped his fingers slowly, ignoring the murderous intent of Hawky Mihawk, and continued with a smile, this ship is my vehicle now. Not many people can get on this ship, and the chef naturally cannot be chosen at will. Boring. Naraku Mihawk interrupted Uehara Naraku, reached out and grabbed the black knife beside him, with a little impatience on his face. When I boarded this warship, I thought I met an interesting guy, and would have an interesting journey. The next moment, Naraku Mihawk pointed the black knife in his hand at Uehara Naraku, and continued in a cold voice, you are the second person who has broken my endurance limit. Because I have mastered a little power, I want. Wait, who is the first person? Uehara Naraku's focus was obviously different. He touched his chin and said slowly, is it the red-haired Shanks among the 4 emperors? Mihawk was silent for a second. It was obvious that Uehara Naraku guessed right. Mihawk still remembered the battle between Mihawk and red-haired Shanks. Mihawk even went to the red-haired sea many times to compete with him in swordsmanship, and did not stop until the 4 emperors broke their arms. Even so, Hawky Mihawk recognized the friendship of red-haired Shanks, and understood the extent of that guy's eccentricity, which greatly increased Mihawk's tolerance limit. Uehara Naraku's question directly interrupted Joker Mihawk's thoughts and what he wanted to say next. Now is not the time to mention red-haired Shanks. Joker Mihawk twisted the black knife in his hand violently, pointed at Uehara Naraku and said coldly, no one, don't waste our time, report your real name and identity, a guy like you can never be an ordinary navy. Isn't this too hasty? Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed. However, after Uehara Naraku sighed, he did not continue to delay. The next moment, Uehara Naraku supported the table, slowly stood up, stared into Hawky's eyes, and his face gradually became calm. Akatsuki. The first word Uehara Naraku said made Mihawk's eyes flash, because this name had caused a lot of sensation on the sea some time ago. It was because of the appearance of Uchiha Itachi of Akatsuki that the Navy forces failed to encircle Uchiha Sasuke. It is said that this is a very hidden organization, and recently there have been some rumors on the sea that Uchiha Sasuke of the White Bird Pirates seems to be one of the members who defected from Akatsuki. It is said that Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, may also have an inexplicable relationship with Akatsuki, which has not been found out yet, and Kado, the 4 emperors who dominate the second half of the New World, seems to have become an ally of Akatsuki. A member of Akatsuki? Mihawk's grip on the black knife in his hand became tighter and tighter, and a hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. How did you find out my whereabouts? If I remember correctly, there should be no connection between us. No. Uehara Naraku slightly raised the corner of his mouth, raised a finger and shook his head. Do you need me to remind Mr. Mihawk? Uehara Naraku looked at Hawky Mihawk, and the smile on his face became deeper and deeper. Remember what you said in front of Uchiha Itachi. Akatsuki is an unknown small organization. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of fierceness. As the leader of Akatsuki, Uehara Naraku slowly closed his palms, and the sound of his joints came out little by little. I have a full responsibility to come here to tell Mr. Mihawk. Uehara Naraku's body gradually floated with a hint of domineering, and his eyes became faintly grim. Let you clearly understand what kind of organization Akatsuki is. The third update. Sleep. Chapter 499. The man who challenges the world's greatest swordsman. What kind of organization is Akatsuki? Joracle Mihawk had also secretly paid attention to it. Itachi Uchiha, the first Akatsuki member to appear on the sea, was able to use a strange ability to exert the strange power of the 10-fist sword. Mihawk could not help but be impressed. But now, Mihawk had only one thought. This Akatsuki organization is a bit too stingy. At the beginning, he did not know the situation of Akatsuki and just said something casually. The leader of Akatsuki came here specially to pick a fight with him, the world's #1 swordsman. This leader is a little petty. Is this guy really the leader of Akatsuki? On this sea, the real strong and the leaders of the big forces are all men with broad minds to accommodate the sea. The leader of the Akatsuki organization in front of him is too narrow-minded. Akatsuki organization has never been famous on the sea, and this so-called leader should be one of the major reasons for the influence. Mr. Mihawk, your expression is a bit rude. Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Hawky, and his voice echoed in the cabin of the warship. Do you really think I'm that kind of narrow-minded person? As the supreme leader of a powerful organization spanning 2 worlds, how could Uehara Naraku come to trouble him because of a word from Hawky Mihawk? Just by the way, this time, Uehara Naraku personally intercepted Hawky Mihawk. In addition to completing the side quest on Hawky Mihawk, the most important purpose is to control this Shichibuke in his own hands. After all, this is also a person who can stand in the top war in the future. The next moment, Uehara Naraku suddenly appeared in front of Hawky and kicked Hawky Mihawk heavily, forcing the great swordsman to take a few steps back. Mihawk stared at Uehara Naraku, who suddenly appeared, marveling at his speed, and could only hurriedly raise the black knife in his hand to defend. So fast. Bang. Uehara Naraku kicked the black knife. The sound of metal clashing spread throughout the cabin. Just by kicking, he also had the power to compete with the black knife. A big hole was instantly smashed in the cabin of the warship, and Hawky Mihawk and his black knife were kicked out of the cabin directly. Trouble. Hawky Mihawk frowned and stretched out his black knife, trying to directly insert it into the warship to stop his body from flying backwards. Too naive. As Uehara Naraku's voice sounded, a flash of light reflected in Mihawk's eyes. It was a fruit knife in the kitchen. The fruit knife cut through Hawky's eyes, forcing the great swordsman to raise his head to avoid the knife light, otherwise his eyes would be directly cut. Uehara Naraku turned his wrist, and the fruit knife was thrown to the ground by him. The next second, his palm turned into a fist. While Hawky Mihawk raised his head and retreated, he punched Hawky Mihawk in the chest. Bang. Even though Hawky Mihawk held the black knife in an attempt to defend himself, he was still hit in the chest by a punch. The Shichibuke was punched and flew to the sea. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku looked at Hawky Mihawk falling into the sea, leaned over and picked up the fruit knife that fell on the deck again, and said calmly, Mr. Mihawk, I will create a fair battlefield, so that you can exert all your strength. Uehara Naraku held the fruit knife upside down, and flew onto the sea. The moment he fell, the sea became turbulent. Wave after wave of waves spread around, and the warship was slowly pushed away by the waves. As the warship moved away, the sea began to gradually calm down. The entire sea became calm, and there was not even a ripple on the sea surface, as if this was not the sea at all, but a pond that had turned into stagnant water. A chill fell on the sea. The sea water quickly began to freeze, and the temperature of the air dropped rapidly. This is. Hawky Mihawk's eyes changed. He flew from the sea to the ice, looking at the surrounding environment, and wherever he looked, there was a thick piece of ice. This sea area has completely turned into an ice plain. Now, is this the completely fair battlefield that guy said? Hawky Mihawk's expression was a little weird. If I remember correctly, freezing should be the fruit ability of the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. Don't care about these details. Uehara Naraku shook his head indifferently. Hawky Mihawk's expression was subtle. Can you use the fruit ability of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, or those details that don't need to be cared about? No matter who it is impossible to ignore this power. Uehara Naraku held a fruit knife in his hand and pointed it at Hawky Mihawk. A serious look gradually flashed across his face, and he whispered, "Mr. Joracle Mihawk, please allow me to challenge you, the world's #1 swordsman, here." Hawky Mihawk was silent again. After a long time, the great swordsman's sharp eagle eyes fell on the fruit knife in Uehara Naraku's hand, and he asked calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, the knife in your hand is just an ordinary fruit knife in the kitchen, right?" Well, I must be right. Because that fruit knife was just used by Hawky Mihawk when he was cooking, cutting some fruit, and making a fruit salad. This guy uses a fruit knife to challenge him, the world's #1 swordsman? Is he provoking him, or deliberately insulting him? Even if there is no big knife or good knife around, just find an ordinary knife. It has to look good. Oh, sorry. Uehara Naraku glanced at the fruit knife in his hand, rubbed his eyebrows, raised his head, and looked at Hawky again, with a slight smile on his lips. Is the fruit knife too big? But as for the table knife, I'm really not used to it. Really, words that make people angry. Hawky Mihawk shook his head and sighed. He slowly tightened the supreme big knife in his hand. His eyes suddenly became serious. This guy is definitely provoking him. Since you want to humiliate me. Hawky Mihawk turned the black knife in his hand, pointing at Uehara Naraku, and said coldly, "Then, are you ready to bear the price for insulting a swordsman? The price of the world's strongest black knife tearing your body into pieces?" Of course. Uehara Naraku rushed towards Hawky Mihawk with a fruit knife upside down, his voice echoing in the cold night. With the sharp black knife in Mr. Mihawk's hand, maybe you can barely help me trim my nails. Arrogant. Hawky Mihawk looked at Uehara Naraku coldly, shaking the black knife in his hand, and a powerful slash instantly flew towards Uehara Naraku. But, this guy does have the qualifications to be arrogant. In this world, not everyone can force him, a great swordsman, into the sea with just 2 or 3 moves. The leader of Akatsuki. This title is already worthy of Hawky Mihawk to use the black knife. The powerful slash from the black knife flew towards Uehara Naraku, but Uehara Naraku waved the fruit knife in his hand and directly chopped it apart. Is the armed color domineering wrapped around the knife? Hawky Mihawk looked at this scene, his eyes flashed, holding the black knife in his hand, and rushed towards Uehara Naraku. Then let me see how powerful the leader of Akatsuki is. Under the moonlight, 2 figures collided with each other. Sharp murderous aura and domineering aura instantly flew out from the knives in their hands and scattered around. Cracks appeared on the thick ice surface in an instant. The huge black knife in Mihawk's hand knocked hard on the fruit knife in Uehara Naraku's hand, and directly cut a gap. Even if the fruit knife in Uehara Naraku's hand was covered with a strong enough armed color domineering, it could not withstand the edge of the world's strongest black knife. Hawky Mihawk's eyes flashed, and he instantly swung the huge black knife in his hand, and chopped it down one after another. A series of black shadows flashed by. That was the blade light of the black knife. Every knife seemed to directly split Uehara Naraku's body in 2. Uehara Naraku waved the fruit knife in his hand, blocking the black knife in Hawky Mihawk's hand one after another. The armed color domineering wrapped around the fruit knife was chopped off one after another. The gap on the fruit blade became larger and larger. Even in this kind of confrontation, the black knife in Hawky Mihawk's hand still chopped sharply at the same position, and soon the fruit knife was completely chopped directly. If you want to challenge the swordsman, Hawky Mihawk's figure turned over, and the Black Knight danced with his body to draw an elegant arc, and a knife light that was almost like a full moon flashed. This knife was so amazing. No matter where Uehara Naraku wanted to hide, he was within the attack of the Black Knife. Even if he retreated quickly immediately, he could not avoid the slash of the Black Knife at all. With Hawky Mihawk as the center, a circular slash suddenly flew towards the surroundings. Less than half a minute after Uehara Naraku launched the challenge to the world's #1 swordsman Hawky Mihawk, his attack was blatantly broken by Hawky Mihawk. At this moment, Uehara Naraku saw this amazing full moon slash and thoroughly witnessed how powerful the world's top swordsman was. It's really admirable. Uehara Naraku stretched out his finger and pressed it against the flying full moon slash, and the armed color domineering was instantly released, blocking this perfect slash. I should have found a good knife earlier. Uehara Naraku glanced at Hawky Mihawk, who was elegantly putting away the knife, and then looked at the broken blade of the fruit knife in his hand, and sighed faintly. Now that you cut it off, what should I use to continue fighting next? Hawky Mihawk shook the huge black knife in his hand, and his sharp eyes fell on Uehara Naraku. He did not relax his vigilance at all, because that crescent slash was actually blocked by the man in front of him with just one finger. Hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Hawky Mihawk stared at the fruit knife in his hand and said indifferently, even if you are strong enough, it is still a very stupid thing to use a kitchen knife to challenge a swordsman. Especially the person who challenged is still the strongest swordsman in the world. You are right. Uehara Naraku looked at Hawky and nodded slowly. Blue skeletons emerged from his body, and the huge Susanoo instantly wrapped his body. Complete Susanoo. Open. This Susanoo, which is thousands of meters high, is like a war god. It stood on the ice and appeared in front of Hawky Mihawk. Uehara Naraku stood in the crystal above Susanoo's head, controlling Susanoo and suddenly pulling out his ninja sword. A blue slash cut through the darkness and illuminated the sea. This is a hint of surprise flashed across Hawky Mihawk's eyes. He looked up at the Susanoo that was over 1,000 meters high and murmured in disbelief, is it the same power as Uchiha Sasuke? No, this power is stronger than Uchiha Sasuke. Just in terms of size, Uehara Naraku's Susanoo is at least 1,000 meters high, far exceeding Uchiha Sasuke's complete Susanoo. Even their auras are like those of an adult and a child. Uehara Naraku looked down at Hawky Mihawk, who was shocked, and manipulated Susanoo to wield the huge ninja sword, slowly pointing it at the world's #1 swordsman. The huge ninja sword in the hand of Susanoo slowly stopped in front of Hawky Mihawk. The blade of the ninja sword was dreamy and glowed with a light blue light, but the sharp blade light and terrifying aura on it seemed to stab people's bodies from a distance. Uehara Naraku looked at Hawky Mihawk, and his slow voice echoed over the ice field. Mr. Mihawk, this knife should be okay, right? First update. Chapter 500. The world's greatest swordsman trapped in reincarnation. Uehara Naraku is a bit unreasonable. Hawky Mihawk stared at the Susanoo sword glowing blue in front of him, and his mood gradually became heavy. He had seen the power of Susanoo before. Once hit by a direct blow from Susanoo, even a giant would be chopped into pieces by a single blow. Hawky Mihawk had personally faced Uchiha Sasuke's purple Susanoo before. He knew the power of Susanoo very well. Even he had to use all his strength to deal with that power, and Uehara Naraku's blue Susanoo definitely has a power far greater than Uchiha Sasuke's. Mr. Mihawk. Uehara Naraku stood in the crystal of Susanoo, controlling Susanoo and raising the huge ninja sword in his hand. A cold light flashed in his reincarnation eyes. Then next, let's continue. The next moment, the tall Susanoo swung the ninja sword in his hand violently. A crescent-shaped blue light cut through the sky, and the super powerful slash from Susanoo suddenly fell towards Hawky, and the air seemed to be shattered by this powerful slash. Hawky Mihawk looked at the surging slash with surprise, and the ice on the icy field around him shattered. That was the huge pressure brought by the slash. The slash had not yet landed on Mihawk. However, the oppressive force had already made him a little difficult to resist. This knife did not have any sword skills at all. It was simply a slash made by the power of Susanoo. Even so, it made people feel irresistible despair. Uehara Naraku's Susanoo. But it has 10 times the power of his original body. Hawky Mihawk did not give up. While quickly looking for a new foothold, he waved the black knife in his hand and slashed one after another towards the sky. No matter how many slashes Mihawk swung his sword, they all dissipated instantly after hitting Susanu's blue slash, only making the blue light that fell down slightly dim. In this case, it can't block this attack. Ha! Hawky Mihawk finally stood on a solid block of ice and suddenly raised the black sword in his hand and slashed it up to the sky, facing the half-moon shaped light blue light falling from the air. Hawky finally made this sharp slash directly split Susanu's blue slash in half. Even though the blue slash was cut in half by Hawky Mihawk's sword, it still had an unparalleled destructive power and cut through the thick ice in an instant. The sea surface slowly emerged from the cracks in the ice. As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, Uehara Naraku stood inside the crystal of Susanu, and after seeing Hawky Mihawk take his slash, a serious look slowly flashed across his face. Well, please let me experience the limits of the world's greatest swordsman. The next moment, the complete Susanu was like a martial god, slashing down at Hawky Mihawk one after another, with blue arc-shaped slashes falling endlessly. Each arc-shaped slash carries the power to destroy everything. If it cannot be broken, death will surely come. More than a dozen arc-shaped slashes densely covered the ice field, leaving Hawky Mihawk with nowhere to hide, and he could only quickly raise the black knife. The black knife in Hawky Mihawk's hand directly blocked in front of him, trying to use this supreme big sword that once depended on each other as his last resistance. In an instant, a brilliant blue light fell. That was the first slash that fell on the ice field, and other blue lights followed closely, covering the sky of this sea area like a shield covering the sun. Bang, bang, bang. The ice field was instantly shattered by blue lights. Each blue light that fell was a slash that was enough to destroy the world. Even if it was just the aftermath of the slash that fell nearby, Hawky Mihawk felt the power that was enough to break his body. This ice field created by Uehara Naraku himself was destroyed by him again. Under the attack of Susanu, Hawky Mihawk felt his own insignificance and weakness. No, he was not the only one who was weak. There was also the sea that trembled under the pressure of Susanu. The blue Susanu, which was thousands of meters high, was like a real god. It possessed the power to destroy the world. Absolutely. No one could stop it, right? But as a swordsman, how could he retreat here? Hawky Mihawk stared at the blue slashes coming from the sky, waving his black knife to resist the powerful impact. A black light flashed from the black knife. Hawky Mihawk held the black knife in his hand upside down and blocked a blue slash. He couldn't help but clench his teeth, and the veins on his palm gradually revealed. This power is too strong. Just bearing one of the slashes of Susanu made Hawky Mihawk feel a little painful. Uchiha Sasuke was simply a world apart from this power. Is this the leader of Akatsuki? How could a swordsman fall here? Hawky Mihawk raised his head and finally roared in his throat, waving the black knife in his hand to deflect the slash he blocked. Hawky Mihawk suddenly lowered his body to accumulate his strength, stepped on the ice with one foot in the air, raised the black knife in his hand again, and jumped into the air. The black light flickered in the moonlight. The second blue slash that flew towards Hawky was knocked away by him. The third blue light followed. Hawky Mihawk could only raise his supreme sword and barely set up a defense line for his body. The next moment, even if Hawky Mihawk used the black sword and armed color domineering to defend himself, he still couldn't stop the powerful force that fell down. The third blue light quickly defeated his figure. Hawky Mihawk's body flew backwards and fell on the ice involuntarily, retreating rapidly on the ice. The hat on his head had long been broken, and the originally elegant swordsman outfit was also stained red with blood. There were cracked wounds all over his body. The blood quickly seeped out and stained the ice red. Mihawk knelt on one knee on the ground, holding the black sword in his hand tightly, and stabbed it directly into a piece of ice, barely supporting his body. What an amazing power! Hawky Mihawk's palm trembled a little and slowly raised his head, looking up at Susanu, which had not moved a step so far. This gap is somewhat despairing. Because Hawky Mihawk had seen Uchiha Sasuke use Susanu to fight, and Mihawk barely knew how powerful this figure like a martial god could be. Strictly speaking, Uehara Naraku was just attacking casually, as if he was chopping melons and vegetables in the kitchen, and this battle was like playing with a child. However, even so, Hawky Mihawk could not resist it, no matter how hard he tried. Uehara Naraku was even more surprised than Hawky Mihawk, because this was the first man who could resist Susanoo. Even if he just deflected Susanoo's slash, the strength he showed was amazing enough. But, even now, it should be enough to cut the moon. What a mess. Hawky Mihawk stretched out his hand and inserted his black knife into the ice, barely supported his body to stand up, and suddenly stretched out his arms towards Susanoo. This posture means that he has given up resistance. Mihawk's golden eagle eyes looked at Susanoo. He gave up all his defenses and said in a loud voice, "Uehara Naraku, take everything from me. Whether it is the honor of the world's strongest swordsman, or the world's strongest black sword by my side. Are you serious?" Uehara Naraku's voice fell into the ears of Hawky Mihawk. He stood in the crystal on the forehead of the tall Susanoo, looking at Hawky, who was covered in blood. Hawky Mihawk's face gradually returned to calm. He gathered his strength and continued in a deep voice, "As a swordsman, recognizing the gap between yourself and the strong is the most basic ability. There is no need for me to continue. Kill me." Hawky Mihawk raised his head and slowly closed his eyes. "A swordsman can only fall down standing. Kill me while I still have the strength to stand here with you. Then I will." There was a slight seriousness in Uehara Naraku's eyes. He controlled Susanoo again and raised the huge ninja sword again. "I'll grant you your wish." Uehara Naraku looked down at Hawky and continued in a loud voice, "As a commendation to you, you dare to compete with the power of Susanoo with your mere mortal body. Joracle Mihawk, I recognize your strength. If it is just a fight between mortals, you are indeed worthy of the title of the world's strongest swordsman." A look of astonishment appeared on Hawky Mihawk's face. The next moment, a smile slowly appeared on the face of the world's strongest swordsman. Obviously, the recognition of the enemy would undoubtedly allow him to die with a sense of satisfaction. This life seems to have no regrets. He has been practicing swordsmanship since he was a child and determined to become the world's #1 swordsman. He has already done it. But, Uehara Naraku's voice was playful. His palm flipped and a ray of light fell on Hawky Mihawk's body. It was the resurrection power of time travel. Uehara Naraku's voice fell into Hawky Mihawk's ears again. "Mr. Mihawk, there are still several accounts between us, but there are still several accounts that have not been settled properly. Joracle Mihawk, you don't think that, if you blaspheme the reputation of the Akatsuki organization, your death can offset your fault, right?" The next moment, the Susanoo sword fell suddenly. While Hawky Mihawk was still surprised, his body was instantly chopped down by the Susanoo sword, cutting off his life. A few seconds later, Mihawk's figure recovered on the ice. His brows slightly frowned, staring at his palms, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "What's going on?" Mihawk's brows frowned more and more. He glanced at his clothes, and then at the black knife, stuck in the ice, as if everything just now was not a dream. Wasn't he dead? Just when Mihawk was a little surprised at his condition, another golden light fell on Mihawk. Immediately afterwards, the tall Susanoo wielded his ninja sword and fell again. Mihawk looked at the huge ninja sword with a shocked face. If his body had not recovered from all the injuries, he couldn't help but doubt that he had just experienced this scene. No, he had indeed experienced it. The bone-piercing pain was still very clear in his memory. The next moment, Mihawk once again felt the pain of his body being directly chopped off by the sword of Susanoo, and his consciousness sank again. A few seconds later, Hawky Mihawk resurrected again. When he was still savoring the aftermath of his resurrection, a golden light fell on him again, and the great swordsman finally understood what was happening to him. Resurrection, or reincarnation? Hawky Mihawk's expression became slightly strange, and he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the Susanoo in front of him. "Am I going to be killed again this time?" Sure enough, the tall Susanoo once again swung the ninja sword and fell on him. Hawky Mihawk suddenly noticed something different. Each time the Susanoo fell in a different position, he was being resurrected and killed again. Second update. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.